1.
Vestergaard, you are allowed to overtake the GTs and close up to the LMP2 field.
After 44 hours of
Please be
racing,
aware, GTs, there is a prototype coming through, catching up to the back of his class.
after 44 hours of racing,
Prototype is through the field. GTs that are in the pit lane, please line up on the back of the field. On the back of the field.
after 44 hours of racing, it all comes down to this: the 24 hours of Road America. I'm Edward Hunter, and I'm joined by my co-commentators James and Ross Smith. No relations, but they're going to be helping us take us through this dramatic championship finale that is going to see the champions in both LMP2 and GD3 classes crowned. James, Ross, how excited are you for what we're about to see today over the next 24 hours?
Well, first of all, I think we should give Alex Skinner the 4th commentary role after that start.
He was very insistent in getting his instructions
Yeah,
into the
he
drivers.
definitely was. But honestly, I think this race will be, I think it'll be very good. Road America is a very versatile track. You can do a lot of, you can put a lot of different cars in here and still have good races. So I think also...
Ben, can you not break these people on the formation, please, man? Come on, be smart.
Pankatai Bent's being chastised by the race director, Alex Skinner, there.
Yeah, but I think it'll be a good race. Also, lapping cars might be a slight issue here because it is quite a narrow circuit. But yeah, lots of varied corners, lots of places to overtake. I think it should be good.
Indeed. What about you, Ross? Have you, what are you looking forward to from this 4-mile lap circuit?
Well, we've got a tight battle at the front of the grid, in which both classes, which we'll take a look at here in a bit. But certainly the weather is the biggest turn of events right now, and you can see there's lots of spray coming off, and all the guys kind of gambling and going with softs and not sticking with wets. So we'll see how that plays out.
Indeed, and the thing about Road America is it's a very high-speed circuit. There's a couple of technical sections in Sector 2, but it could be a lot of overtakes we could see here could be quite risky.
Do you mind just slowing up slightly, half formation speed for me?
I was telling drivers to slow down.
The gap's just slightly too big.
LMP2's getting too big a head start there. There on the GP class, they would have been lapped too quickly, I think. But anyway, let's go through the grid.
Yeah, hold it there, please, Colotza.
It's David Kolotcha, of course, leading LMP2 from his teammate in the 888 Fancy Esports machine. Both of them are Fancy Esports. Remember, Fancy Esports 88 are the second in the championship, and they're trying to fight with the 717 RSS Unison car, who's got a runaway lead in the standings. So I think like 30 or 40 points. We'll go through the permutations in just a moment. But yeah, so Brun Sux is going to start for Fancy Esports 888 in second. Norbert Jakab is third.
Okay,
IDOS.
back up
Norbert Jakab, of course, he used to drive for Fancy
back
Esports.
up to full formation speed. Thank you.
Fairly recently. And then,
please also stay 2x2 from this point onwards, 2x2 from this point onwards prototypes.
Yes, and then we've got in 4th place Battalion Savania. Savania is going to line up 4th for Pimps Racing Hungary LMP2 machine, which we don't often see too far at the front, so hopefully you can get a good start today. Then it's Denny Yashchenko driving for RSS Unison 717. They're the leaders in the championship by a big margin, and they're hoping to seal out the title today. And is David Petra in 6th for absolutely 4th Palladium, Pankatai Bentz in 7th, Porter in 8th, and Peter Schoenman and Andreas Vestergaard for Reading Game Studios rounding out the top 10, and that is the only LMP2 field we have. Of course, 24-hour race. Oh, here we go, and it's just got underway.
GTs, please prepare.
Just going to hold back for their start, but looks like Kolotcha has made a very equal getaway of his teammate there. We were wondering pre-broadcast whether the Fancy Esports cars would fight each other, and it seems that they are. There's the idols of Jakab.
Really wide.
And
they've all gone off the circuit.
Okay, drivers will come to code 80 in 10
And an immediate code 80.
Single file in order, please. Single file in order.
And those
Thank you.
the code 80 is effectively the full course yellow, and it's being called now.
2,
So
1, code 80.
no more overtakes from this point onwards. So Jakab really benefited out of that, taking inside. The Fancy Esports just got completely caught out there, and Yashchenko, the championship leader, is up to second now, and that was exactly what he needed.
I don't think there was a single car that took that corner without a problem, to be honest there. Everybody just went
Yeah,
wide. I mean, we were going 3 wide into the first corner.
Prototypes rejoining in awkward positions in the lap.
And I tell you who
So
really...
we just wanted to make sure it was a clean start. GTs, you may double file and we'll get you guys green flag on the straight after turn 2.
The person who really benefited there was Andreas Vestergaard,
Prototypes,
Reading Game
we will
Studios,
come
went
back
from
to
10th to
green in
3rd.
10 seconds.
Yeah, so the race restarting, so they've all got out of the gravel.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Prototypes, green flag.
I'm just going to cause the GT staff to wait a little bit, getting a bit of a gap between those guys.
Green flag.
It's Gabor Hevesi for Pimps Racing Hungary, an outside title, and then they're leading in GD3 from Kovacs. Then we've got
GT's
Paul
double
Robert driving
file, please, or we
for
will not
Magnus
go green.
Racing, who are second in the championship, only 6 points behind DDoS Racing, who've got James Juba at the wheel, who was previously driving for Amstinio Force Polonia. So there's an interesting situation there between DDoS and Force Polonia, of course. And there we go, Hevesi on the right, and Kovacs on the left there.
But yeah, first, just back to the start with the LMPs. Of course, the Reading Game guys were not able to start to do the qualifying session as their drivers had different problems. Vestergaard couldn't make it to qualifying because of a real-life problem, and Tom just couldn't get his gate running. But they're up to second place now. Actually, they've gone from 10th to second. The GT's
and a fantastic start for
very close there
in the DDoS machine, actually.
Side by side now coming into turn 6, and on the inside line, the Indus takes the lead of the GT.
Whoa! Someone in the
off
wall there. That was Kovacs.
into the wall.
Kovacs completely got sideways on the wet surface, though there was no grip.
And he'll drop behind Paul Robert and Alexei Spirichev there. Not what he wants. And will there be damage on that car? Probably.
So Juba doing everything he needs to do, leading Hevesi, and then we've got Paul Robert second in the championship. So Robert really needs to clear, if Magnus Racing want to win the title, they need to clear the Pimps Racing car at some point. So we've got the 3 title protagonists all at the front in GD3. That's going to be very interesting. I would say that very nice.
And remember, this track is still...
Big sideways moment for Hevesi, and he just manages to save that going into the very far section at the back end of the stage.
Exactly.
That was very impressive.
This track is very wet now, so that corner is probably flat in the dry, but now it's going to be really challenging to do so. The first few laps is really going to be about learning these track conditions and learning where your rival up ahead or behind.
Robert
Just throwing
has
into
made
the
a mistake.
gravel. Into the gravel there goes
Paul Robert,
and
the
he
Magnus
drops.
Racing, yes, so the BMW.
He's dropped back behind Kovacs, so Alexei Spirichev is the one who's gained the most out of this. He's jumped up to 3rd place in class, 13th overall, keeping it nice and clean. He's got a bit of a gap to the guys in front of him though. He'll be hoping to close down in the coming laps, but pretty clean in terms of contact. And we saw a car go into the pit lane there actually.
To repair the damage from slamming straight into the wall. But yeah, so it's all kicking off really in the GD3 at the start here. Dramatic starts in both classes, the weather wreaking havoc as expected, it must be said.
And Norbert Jakob continues to... How's that start for you, Ross? Pretty, not much contact, but a lot of chaos.
Yeah, obviously the wet weather is really coming into play because these guys are on cold tires. They're all bunched together. We obviously had a little bit of a trip up at the beginning with between the LMP2s and the GTs getting kind of in order and filed up, so it's it's chaos at the start.
Yes, and apologies for the low frame rate. We're trying to get that fixed as soon as we can. We see Hevesi going wide a bit there while he tries to desperate chase down Juba. But yes, as you say, in the LMP2, Jacob has pulled a 5-second gap on Kolokshai, or nearly 6 seconds now. So really, it's worked out perfectly for IDOS at this point, and 88 have got back up to second very quickly. I thought RSS Unison were running second, so Denyashenko has actually dropped down to 4th while we've been watching the GD3 battle.
Yeah, and it's the 88 back up into 2nd place, faster than the leader as well. Vestergaard maintains 3rd, so it must have been an off or something for
So Kolokshai has recovered very well in the 88 car. I remember they are about 30 points or so down on the leader, the RSS Unison 717, currently driven by Denyashenko in the championship. So Kolokshai really needs to get into the lead, and because the 88 needs to win this race to have any chance of taking the title away. And Eshenko down in 5th behind Serviana. If they drop down to 8th, then they could be in real trouble because 7th is the. If they finish 7th, then no matter what happens, they win the championship. It's just unison. So 5th at the moment is solid for them, but they need to make sure they don't slide down the field, which we see Porter overtaking Zooks in the other fantasy sports car, for Abstinio Force Polonia.
Yeah, Zooks is up down to last in class now, but in fact, Shenko, he has a decent gap to the car behind. It's almost 10 seconds, and they're lapping pretty similarly. No real gains from Adrian Porter in the SRD Esports number 53 car, so I think Shenko just needs to settle into a rhythm and he'll be completely fine. He's just got to keep an eye up in front.
And fastest lap for David Kolokshai, actually. He's just set a 2 minutes, 2 minutes 3 seconds, .038. So, and that's 4 tenths faster than Jacab's last lap. So Kolokshai's flying at the moment in these mixed conditions.
How long will the mixed conditions last? We don't know. The track is very much flooded, though.
It's a very wet Road America in the state of Wisconsin, USA at the moment.
The icon about Road America is how little runoff there is. It's probably why it's only got a grade 2 or 3 FIA license, because there's not much runoff. So if you make a mistake, it's really going to be punished. And you could just see, looking at these cars as they come around the corners, how close the walls are in some places, particularly the exit turn 5.
Yes.
The wall really tightens up before you go underneath the bridge, and even at the carousel as well. 1 foot wrong at the carousel, you're going straight into what will seem the longest gravel trap you'll probably ever see.
You have a Veste staying well clear of that gravel trap there on this lap. But isn't Road America's right next to Elkhart Lake, isn't it? So it seems like the lake has spilled onto the track somewhat. But anyway, Kolokshai has taken a second out of Jacab over the first 2 sectors of this, I think, whole lap actually. Although it has just gone back up to 5 seconds, so it's Jacab trying to fight back a little bit, but Kolokshai definitely closing in. It's not going to be too much longer before Jacab is going to have his mirrors full of that fancy esports machine. Of course, it's a machine that he drove to victory last time out in Circuit of the Americas. So Jacab going to IDOS, I'm not sure exactly what the story is there, whether fancy esports just wanted a different driver in, but they're entering with 3 drivers and they could go with 4. So I don't quite understand why Jacab has been switched teams the way that he has. It makes me think something else must be going on there. It's Vincent join IDOS, but it seems to be going very well for him so far with him in the lead, so perhaps it was a good switch, because it put him in the right position at least for that start, but he's of course not really fighting for the championship anymore.
Incident involving the RE Racing 68 and the Fancy Esports GT of number 28 will be investigated post-race. That will be investigated post-race.
So those guys are running down near the back of the GT field, especially the number 28 there, so I don't know what's
happening. The Abstinio Force Polonia is at the very, very back, which is surprising, driven by Liam Rantz. And it's Gergo Baloo driving the GT328, number 28. It will be investigated after the race, so that's tomorrow then, basically.
Yeah.
So...
Just a minute coming together there. Of course, the reports are open to be sent and then investigated. I'm sure the penalties, you'll probably see quite a few penalties distributed across this race. I don't think anyone was particularly at fault for that mess at the start. It was just everybody misjudging their braking zone, I think. Yeah,
especially the LMP2 pit, as we see the LMP2 Abstinio Force Polonia machine pitting. That's Petra, sorry, not Perv. So yeah, I don't know.
It also pits from
very big faux pas on my part.
Last in class, unfortunately, for the AFP guys.
Yeah, so an early pit stop is something going to set them back, but of course, still, we're only 15 minutes into this 24-hour race, so David Petra and Force Polonia could easily make up ground in LMP2. Meanwhile, the old Abstinio Force Polonia driver James Juba, who won the Abstinio Force Polonia in Hockenheim, he's leading GD3 by 4 seconds over Gabo Hevesi. So Hevesi has kept the gap fairly stable since he had that little moment on the opening couple of laps. But Paul Robert has, I think, he did drop down to 5th early. He's got back up to 4th, and he's only 3 car. So that could be a good battle as Paul Robert attempts to make up ground and keep Madness, his title hopes alive. Because they're 6 points behind EERC Racing, and they really need to beat DDoS today to stand any chance, because I think DDoS could even finish a position behind and still win the championship, unless of course Bimbo Mans won. They would gain a few more points for winning.
The gap in P2 is slightly, for the lead at least, is slightly closer than that in GT. In fact, Kalakshai, I don't know how you say it, Kalakshai has taken out almost 2 seconds in one sector there. The gap is now just under 3 seconds, and he seems to have quite a bit of pace on him, so there might well be a battle for the lead in LMP2 coming up. In GT, as you said, roughly 5 seconds, so I think Alexis Spirchev is quite
not a great lap there, 5.9, but Kalakshai had a brilliant lap for 2 minute 3.7. It's nearly 2 seconds faster, so no wonder the gap is shrinking down rapidly. To start, like I said earlier, he's going to have to start driving on his mirrors and worrying about what's happening behind rather than focusing on pulling ahead. It's only 2 seconds the gap now. Well, tense moment for Norbert Cab and Eidos.
I know the news. Andreas Vestergaard had that amazing start for Reading game was slipped behind Berkman Savania.
And he slipped behind Denny Yashenko as well, I believe.
And Ishenko as well. So Ishenko's gained that position. Vestergaard down to 5th place. His gearbox blew on his real live car today. So he's already had a bit of a rocky afternoon.
Hoping that this will make up. The gearboxes are a little bit stronger in this game, although I do believe you can blow the engine. We have seen that.
Oh yeah, you just have to ask Reading Game's old driver if Tom Dillon is watching this. He knows who he is, and he never stops talking about it for good reason.
I think he said his name, and he knows who he is.
No, I mean the driver that Tom is always going on about. I phrased it quite badly, but yeah, he knows who he is. If
I
he's
thought
watching.
you were blaming Tom there, but...
Oh no.
So anyway, we are nearly 20 minutes in now, and the gap at the front in LMP2, 2.5 seconds, 2.4 actually on the timing screen, so he's taking another 10th out just as I was saying that. But GD3, it's Juba leading Hevesi by 4.5 seconds, so Juba keeping the Hevesi, I think, doing his best, but Juba is really, throughout his drives throughout the season that we've seen over the previous 7 rounds, I think he's proven when he's been in GD3, he's been a class above some of his competitors. I mean, I remember his qualifying lap at the Le Mans race was absolutely spellbinding. It was like almost 8 tenths faster than anybody else. And yeah, so James Juba in particular, but the whole, pretty much all the other drivers in that car as well have been extremely impressive throughout the season. And it's no wonder that DDoS have I guess you could say they've done a sort of temporary alliance with Epstein, Evans, Polonia, and sort of borrowing some of their drivers, as Vestergaard making his way through the GD3 field.
Can I just say, your memory is incredible.
Oh, as we see, RSS spun around. That's Denny Yashenko.
Yashenko has gone round, yeah. We weren't really paying attention there. We were just strolling along, but there is Yashenko is round. He's got a big gap behind, so I think he'll just slot back into 5th. But he's lost not just a position to Vestergaard, he's lost a lot of time there. And what's happened to him on the X? He's probably just dropped it, trying to lap the GTs.
Yeah, I imagine so. It's just unfortunate there for Yashenko. It's just obviously wet conditions, so clearly the brew has just gone round, and he was on the exit of the corner and facing the wrong way, and on the grass as well. So the rain definitely seems to be a bit clearer than it was at the very start, but it stopped falling at least. The track still extremely treacherous,
especially offline. So we'll just have to, maybe just go offline, lapping one of the GTs or something like that. As Huckatype Bents from the Fancy Esports number 5 enters pit road in the LMP2.
Oh, Yashenko goes off again.
Yashenko's gone off, and he might take the billboard with him. He does, and the GT goes back past once again. So something must be wrong on that LMP2 car. You do not go off that many times that quickly for such an experienced driver.
Yeah, indeed.
Something is definitely happening. It's happening inside that cockpit that we're not aware of.
Porter is only 2 seconds down.
Right behind him now.
Yeah, the Porter's just got to make his way past that GD3 runner, and then he can really start challenging Yashenko. So Yashenko, if he's going to make an early stop here, that could put him potentially out of title-winning contention. He drops below 7th. They're tuning to get by.
Look fine through Canada corner, which is probably, I would say, one of the and you come off
Sorry-
a massive
sorry,
strike.
You dropped out a little bit there, James. I think I got most of
Oh,
that.
right, okay. I was just saying how hard Canada corner is, so it would have been a good indicator. Something on the car's wrong. He's not pitting, he's simply overtaking the GT car, but it did look like he was going to feint to the pit lane, but no, stays out.
Yeah, I think he kind of has to stay out at this point, especially with all the chaos going on around. The RSS unit doesn't look too damaged there, so but a very, very scary lap there for Deniashenko. The sort of thing you do not need when you're trying to secure a championship. So it's been a bit up and down because they've gone from challenging for third. Kolokshar is actually taking the lead from Jakab while we were watching the championship leader spinning around there. The Kolokshar is actually overtaking Jakab and pulled 2 seconds ahead of him almost. So that's again exactly what RSS Unison do not need, having the 88 Fancy Esports. Pretty much the closest, one of the only drivers that can challenge them for the title. In a Unison, they could lose the championship here potentially.
They could.
Yeah, so it's not a done deal yet. And that goes without saying with 23.5 hours left to go. As we see Gibson hitting and dropping down to I think 9th. Might track that down out of the top 10 at this rate in the racing car.
Yeah, for the lead seems quite close as well. 1.2 seconds as they cross the line of the last lap. Now actually a terrible lap for a terrible couple of sectors for Jakob. He's dropped almost 3 seconds in one lap.
Yeah.
So he's back down to around 5 seconds behind, but he was right up on the gearbox of Kalakshai.
Yeah, the good news for Jab is he's got a fairly sizable gap of about 9 seconds to Bertel and Steviana in the Pimps Racing Hungary car. So I think Jakab has not got too many threats from behind, so he can perhaps, if he gets his head down, can focus on keeping with Kolokshai. And of course, given that he's changed teams, there's no real. He hasn't really got a reason to help out his old Fancy Esports. So I don't imagine he's going to be thinking about the championship at all, just the race win, as we see him drop down to almost 7 seconds down on him now. I wonder if Jakab has hit trouble somewhere. Doesn't seem as armed as he was earlier in this race. Meanwhile, GD3 Juba has gradually been pulling the gap to Hevesi to 5.7 seconds. Gurachev is still a couple of seconds down on Hevesi in third, and Robert about 3 seconds down. So I think Paul and Robert really Spurgeon doing a good job to keep ahead of Robert, because Panthers Racing really intent on clawing back that 6-point gap to DDoS.
Drive-through penalty for the fine of on number 137 for an unsafe rejoin into the front of an LMP2 at a perpendicular angle.
Oof, so that's Peter Schoenemann in 8th place for Fine Avon Racing in the P2 field. That's the first proper penalty that we've seen this whole race.
Yeah,
he's already got a massive gap up ahead of him, but now, yeah, he's going to drop. How much is it to pit here? Just drive through the pits, around 20 seconds probably. He's going to lose.
Indeed. So yeah, that's really bad for Frina Bond Racing. They were doing so well as Kolokshai sets another fastest lap.
The fastest
2
lap.
minutes, 2 minutes 2 seconds 0.7. So yeah, we've dropped into the 2 minute 2.
No further action between the RE Racing number 68 and the RSS Unison number 717. You were given enough room, Rob. You chose to not brake early enough and to not turn in enough. He was on the completely opposite side of circuit.
It's referring to Rob Gibson, who we're looking at right now, just leaving pit road in the RE Racing car. He'll be last in his class.
It sounds like Deniashenko was a bit unlucky to be caught out by that. I assume a mistake from Gibson.
Yeah.
The sounds of what the race director describes. We only saw the tail end of that incident. Gibson says the penalty and he can continue in the race.
It's just gone off onto the grass, actually.
Big gap actually at the front of LMP2 now to almost 7 seconds.
Be aware, there's a stopped car on the exit of the kink.
Who has stopped car on the exit of the kink in
Stopped car
sector
in the middle
2.
of the track after the kink.
And that could be a code 80.
That's right, at the end of the sector 2.
Then.
That's the fastest part of the okay, it's clear now, but that's the fastest part of the track. So if someone stops there, that's very dangerous, especially in wet conditions. And that would, of course, have warranted a code 80, but seems that they got moving again. I'll try and find out who that was, who was stopped.
So GD3, I think Juba has actually lost a few seconds on this lap to Hevesi, so he must have made a mistake or been lapped by one of the LMP2 runners. But he's gone from being almost 6 seconds ahead to just over 4 seconds ahead. So Juba could be under threat here. The Hevesi, I think he's lapping on the that's Amsterdam Force Polonia just ahead of him, who's almost a lap down in the GD3 field. So Hevesi is going to go. Yeah, you saw the DDoS car just going out of frame there. So Hevesi's definitely starting to gradually close in. That might be a bit of a tense moment for Juba, as Juba serves as penalty from 8th place in LMP2.
Sherman enters the pit lane. He should come out in front of James Juba, but I'm not actually too sure. The gap wasn't too close, and I think he... Okay, no, he has come out of the pits just now in front. Not by as much as he would have wanted, though.
I don't think he's got to worry about Juba, because Juba's in a GD3 car, whereas Tunman's in LMP2. I think it's more Bentz that he was fighting with. So he has come out in 8th again. So Pankadai Bentz, who, remember, was on the front row, that made a very difficult start to the race. He's in fact, I don't think he's down in 15th overall in the order, but he's 9th in class. So Bentz and Petra, because of their various incidents and penalties, find themselves mired in the GD3 for position. Roland Zooks trying to put pressure on Adrian Porter for 5th place. That's the SRD Esports ahead of the Fantasy Esports 888.
Zooks, he's just been gradually recovering from, I think he was one of the probably hardest hit in that first corner.
In fact, he was the one on the front row, not
yeah, he was one of the hardest hits. He pretty much laid the path for everybody, but when you're the first one arriving into an unknown corner like that, you're often going to come off worse, because you are the brake reference for all the other people. So if you get it wrong, then it's for other people to note and not do.
Yes, Adrian Porter had a really bad last lap, a 2-minute 7.5, whereas Runzooks was about 2 seconds faster on his last lap.
Not a great first sector either, and Zooks actually is going for a move here, and I think he's got this one done.
It's a shame we just cut away just as he made the move. It's just unfortunate there, because he's watching Vestergaard down 7th. He's about 5 seconds behind that fight.
Yep.
Yeah, Adrian Porter in the SRD being pushed down to 6th by Roland Zooks. So this is good for Fantasy Esports. They need their 888 car really to keep. They need to get ahead of Ashenko and the 717 RSS Unison, because that way it can help them push RSS Unison.
Oh, Schoeneman's gone off.
Oh dear, it's not been a great first half hour, opening half hour to this race for Schoeneman.
It looks like he was facing the right way, so I think he probably just dropped it on the exit, saved it, but that will lose him time. And
here we go. This is Zooks again, who's now ahead up into 5th position.
Yeah, just laps one of the GT cars, but look how wet it is on the right-hand side there. Compared to the racing line, it's atrociously wet off the racing line.
You can see the reflection of the trees in that puddle.
That's how wet it is. But actually, Ashenko is not too far away from Roland Zooks. He's only a few seconds away. Then it's about half a minute to the podium. But which in itself, the podium is only split about 15 seconds first to third, but a bit of a gap from Ashenko. But Zooks is a man on a mission right now, and I don't think it'll be long before he gets past.
And I think I've been impressed by so far Bertolin Saviana, because he's in the Pimps Racing Hungary car, not often a front runner, and is running consistently in 3rd, and has kept Jakab and Kolokchak fairly honest, only about 17 seconds down on the leader at the moment.
Yeah, he kept it quite clean in the first. Well, I say cleaner than others in the first corner, and no, he was a bit like Vestergaard, but not quite as invested at the front. As actually, we've had a change of lead.
Oh, Ashenko has hit trouble again.
Just as that happens, but Kalaksai has taken the lead. But we're looking at.
There's Petra going off as well. So
yeah, Petra's gone off.
So Ashenko has gone down to 7th, which is the minimum position that RSS Unison need to be in to win the title. But that's a very, very scary moment for them. I wonder if there was some incident with one of the, as we see, actually, he's just ahead of the Alexei Spirichev in the sister RSS Unison GD3 car.
He's got Vestergaard and Adrian Porter in his sights, though, so if he can pick those guys up quickly, won't be too much problem. When we're looking at David Kalakshai, he's just taken the lead and absolutely romped away with it. 8 seconds now.
Yeah, and so this is good. The good news for Deniashenko is that Peter Schumann, the next car on the road, is over 100 seconds down on him. So there's no real threat from behind, and 7th is the minimum position he needs to be in. So that takes the pressure off in a way, but at the same time, I think the best way to win a title is to be a bit further up the grid, so you're not at risk of, if something happens late in the race, losing the position that you need to be in. Because everything is going Fantasy Sports 88's way at the moment. Now,
yeah, it is.
Vestergaard lining up Porter now as well. Here we go.
And he passes him into the first corner. There's Vestergaard.
A very clean pass. Porter braked very early there.
Back into the top 5. Porter is not giving this one up right away, though. He's looking to the inside line and just trying to psych his opponent out. But no, Vestergaard, that was a smart line there, covering off the inside in a way where he could still take a decent corner. But now with the slipstream down towards turn 5.
And Deniashenko is going to be next to try a move on Adrian Porter. I think Porter is just not quite as confident in his wet conditions in that SRD esports machine.
As you said, that he breaks a bit later than his opponent, but it seems that he's not quite as comfortable as him. Look at that. Ashenko is already on the back of these two. As they hit traffic, as they hit James Huber.
Drive-through penalty for the fine of on 137 for another unsafe rejoin at the kink.
Yeah, so
that's Peter Schoenemann again.
Was that an unsafe rejoin from the penalty that he served for a previous unsafe rejoin?
I don't know, but that's now 2
Warning
penalties.
as well for talking in the chat during a live race session 137.
And also another infringement by Peter Schoenemann. It's all going wrong.
Was he
for
talking,
him
or was
right
that
now.
a teammate there he was implying? That it was someone else in the
I don't
117?
know, but look at this. Look how out of shape Porter was there as they're trying to get past the GT car. Now coming into the kink, and that is going to take some balls to do. And Ashenko thinks better of it with 23 and a half hours ahead of him.
Yeah, Juba just in a really awkward position there, trying to let the leaders through without holding them up too much. And Deniashenko has lost out slightly. Lost a little bit of ground to Adrian Porter, but I suspect he will gain it up again if Porter goes a little bit wide at the end of the carousel section.
I mean, that wall at the kink is on the outside is so close to the track. If you make one tiny error, you dip a wheel on the grass. In these wet conditions, you're gonna hit that wall.
I
and
think
you're
we
gonna hit it at
we
speed.
did see Kovacs hit that at the start earlier, didn't we?
Actually, hold it. Shenko 6 so Porter's had a problem.
Yeah,
He-
so,
Porter's gone off
we
or something.
completely missed that.
We've missed it. He must have gone straight on at kind of
I
the
did
corner or
see, I
something.
did see him go wide. He must have gone out of camera shot.
He has now pitted. He has now entered the pit, so I think he's probably gone wide somewhere and damaged his car.
We were just
So-
talking about the dangers of those walls.
Yeah, yeah.
Completely unnoticed by us.
There you go. There is Adrian Porter in the pit lane in the SRD Esports number 53 car. Quiet race up till now, but yeah, that's an unscheduled pit stop, I think.
I know, I think when you're being overtaken by cars, it's hard to call that a quiet race. It's sort of watching my mirrors all the time to make sure I
Well,
don't
yeah, it's
hit
got a
anyone
bit.
coming.
It's got a bit more heated in the final. In the last, not final, last 2 laps. The yellow in sector 1. Now that is Peter Schoenemann, who has gone off once again. This time at turn 5, he is having one of the most torrid races I think I've ever witnessed from an LMP2 driver.
Oh, well, if he's having a bad race, I hate to think what kind of race Pankadai, Bentz, and
David Petre are having,
Petra
yeah.
having, yeah.
Maybe we just haven't seen them on. We haven't seen them on the cameras, maybe.
Yeah, we just see Nick Homewood having a moment at the last corner, I think. But running down in 6th in GD3, which isn't too bad, to be fair. He's only about 20 seconds. He's sort of in no man's land now, about several seconds behind Christian Lewis. 20 seconds rather. But Hevesi, Gaba Hevesi has had a bit of a moment because he's dropped down to 4th behind Paul Robert and Spirichev. So Spirichev only 9 seconds behind Juba now.
Well, Spirichev's having a very good race. We haven't seen much of him, but he's doing himself a lot of justice with his drive so far.
Yeah, he's sort of hoping to, I think, atone slightly from the mistake he made at Circuit of the Americas last time out, which cost him the win. It was unfortunately he just sort of kind of accident under Code 80, and that handed it to the DDoS crew, which of course is why they came into this round with a 6-point lead in the championship over Madness Racing. But yeah, also in speaking of Madness Racing, it puts them up to third, a few seconds ahead of Vivesi, so that's a fortunate position gain for them, as we see Schumann having a moment the last corner and having to collect it up again.
And he enters pit road. That's probably to serve his drive-through penalty for that unsafe rejoin at the kink.
And it's just appreciate the ambience there to enter the pit lane. Very old school style pit lane here.
It is and also the line is very ambiguous as to where you have to brake. You're going up a hill, so it's very easy if it's right on the edge of the hill to lock your brakes and spin out. If it's a bit further on, you have to try and eke out as much time as you can through pit lanes like this. Gentleman drops. Actually, he's gained a place up to 7, so someone had an issue.
Yeah, the LMP2 runners hit so much trouble that James Juber has actually climbed up to 7th overall in the order.
Oh, it's Porter behind him. So Porter was in the pit lane that whole time, repairing the car. That must have been a lot of damage.
Yeah, we didn't see him go. I saw him go, like I said, I saw him go a bit wide at the exit of the corner and go out of frame, but I didn't see how deep he went into the gravel or anything like that.
But the highest placed GT car is actually ahead of 4 LMP2 cars, and comfortably.
Yeah.
3 of them are ahead. I mean, Pound Robert's probably about to be overtaken by David Petre, but Zuber and Spirichev...
As you see Homeward just limping it through the gravel again.
Yeah, he had a bit of a moment there on the last lap too.
Yeah, so not ideal for Nick Homeward, but he's still got a fairly good gap to Ballo, the Gergo Ballo, who is about 20 seconds behind him exactly now. As meanwhile we go back to Gabor Hevesi, who's trying to lap the Force Polonium machine, whilst also catching back up to as we see Vestergaard going in the gravel. I think that's handed 5th to Ashenko, because I was thinking that Ashenko was only about a couple of seconds behind.
Ashenko is indeed in 5th place now, yep. He is 5th.
Vestergaard went very deep in the gravel there.
Vestergaard has a huge gap behind though. Not only is it a GT behind him, it's a whole lap behind. It's a long lap here at World America.
Indeed, so it's really working back out for Denny Schenker after that incident with the GD3 car spinning around.
And I said that Ronan Silks was on a bit of a mission. He's actually going, as it is right now, slower than Bertalan Savagna here, so he's really putting in a good performance here.
Yes. As we see a car facing the wrong way there, and Gabor Hevesi has to take evasive action.
And who is that? It is David
Petre,
who was about, I said he was about to overtake a GT car, not anymore, he's being overtaken left, right, centre, and his miserable race gets even worse.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for Petre there. We didn't see quite what happened, but I think he must have tried to make a move and just lost it.
That AFP car is having a torrid afternoon. A lot of LMP2 is really struggling today.
I think both AFP cars are having a really difficult
Well, yeah, Leon Rance is 19th overall, not last in class at least, so that's something, but 23 hours to go. There was a lot that can happen in 23 hours.
And of course, the only AFP car
Okay, guys, we come to code 80 in 10
We have a code 80? Code 80.
There can't be for Petre because he's not going again.
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
I think Schoenemann's had a moment somewhere in Sector 1, and we have a code 80. And actually, that was a bit of debris to the left. And oh, is that Schoenemann without a rear wing?
That looks like the Pimp Racing Hungary car. There's a GD3 missing a rear wing.
Oh, it's a GT3, okay. So it's Gabor Hevesi.
It is Hevesi, oh dear, because we saw he made the mistake earlier, and now he's made a second one.
That is going to be a long trip back to pit road, because without a rear wing,
Drive-through penalty for the Abstinao Force Polonia number 35 causing a collision.
Oh, I just said that Liam Rance was having an okay race.
Hungary car.
He has caused that. He's probably run into the back of him.
Indeed, yeah. So
it'd be nice to see a replay if we could get one, but yeah. I'd imagine he's run to the back of it. Going back with no rear wing is so difficult because you lose so much rear downforce. So when you stamp on the brakes, you just spin.
I think Ronan Zooks is taking this opportunity to enter the pits as well.
Detox asking what code 80 is in the chat. Code 80 is, or C80, is when there is a caution. It's like a virtual safety car in Formula 1. The drivers have to slow down to 80 kilometers an hour while the damage or debris or the car that stopped gets itself recovered. Once the track is clear, code 80 is released and we're back to green flag racing. No overtaking on the Code 8. Well, actually, I think we're going to see a replay here of what happened.
Well, took Hamish Hevesi, and it's going to drop him out of 4th place, I believe. Oh no, we've gone back to the Code 80, it seems. Unfortunately, we'll have to wait a little bit to find out what happened. But
unfortunately, Ross says he can't do a replay because of his the issues we'll be having, and his clicking is a bit delayed. So apologies for that. But I'd assume with no rear wing, that's a bit shunt from the rear.
yeah, that seems like the most logical course of action. Is Danny Yashenko also decides to enter the pit lane from 5th place. So leaders crucially getting there. We could see a change of track conditions during this Code 80 as the track transitions from wet to dry conditions. And I wonder if that's what Zooks and Ashenko are trying to anticipate here.
It is still...
They don't seem to have changed tyres, although I think everyone... Light time is green, it's showing yellow tyres, which I believe are the sort of either intermediates or wets, and the red tyres seem to be
I
the
think they're the
dries.
wets for the LMP2s. The GTs have probably different color coded just to make it easier to see. But yeah, this is a free pit stop for Ashenko because he was already far behind Vestergaard. This rain does not look like it's
Well, it has dropped
away.
him behind Vestergaard actually. So
Well, that is true, yeah, but he is behind Vestergaard, but the rain doesn't look like it's going away, or the track doesn't look like it's drying anytime soon. He's got fresh tyres on. So, in a way, I think this could work out for him. And in fact, Juba and Spirichev and Pound Robert have all now pitted, so all the top GT cars into the pits. Spirichev, actually, I think, has managed to get out in front of Zuba here.
I think that's because of where the pit box
It could
is
be where the
located.
pit boxes are, yeah, that would make more sense.
Yes, because I don't think he was 8-9 seconds behind.
We can see now,
Juba.
actually. Juba,
Yeah, there you go.
He's off his... Yeah. He's off his
the
jacks
windscreen
first.
wipers working away there, so it clearly seems to still be raining a little bit.
Track temperature is still a high 29 degrees, and yet that Gabo Hevesi makes it back to the pit, and everyone flooding into the pit lane now.
Yeah, and the thing about this is the Code 80 is going on as long as it has,
Okay,
so that
drivers,
Hevesi can get
we'll
back to
come
the pit
to
lane.
green in
And
10
now
seconds.
that's why we're going back to.
Yeah, just in time for Gabo Hevesi to enter the pit lane.
And the leader in LMP2, David Kolokshai, is also coming too.
4, 3, 2, 1.
There's Jakab.
Green
So
flag.
Jakab has just hit just as it's going back to green.
Yeah,
so
green flag, so he's now going to lose out big time if he's just entered the pit lane. Unfortunate for him. And look how busy it is down there.
Indeed, yeah, it looks like a traffic
Oh,
jam.
and that looks like two cars of the same pit box.
That's
the
Hevesi
GT.
trying to fight for Petro for real estate there. So
Yeah, it looks like
not
they're having
happy.
to share. Look how boxed in that LMP2 car is. That GT is going to be held there a very long time
Okay,
fixing that
drivers,
damage.
back to code 80 in 10 seconds.
And we're straight back to code 80. So something. Oh, look at that! He's reversing in the pit lane.
Three, two,
That feels like a sort of thing
one.
that in real life you
Code
get
80.
disqualified for.
Yeah, you probably get disqualified for that, but I think he is stuck.
I wonder what the Code 80 is for. Something else must have happened immediately
Something
back
has
on
happened,
track.
yeah.
I'll have to get back to you on what exactly that is.
And actually, Norbert Jakob and Bertrand Savagna came in, so now it looks okay for them. They haven't lost as much time as they would have done to David Kalakshai, who now has a monstrous 25-second lead over them. It was about 10 seconds before the pit, the code 80.
Yeah, so I think Hevesi's the only GT3 still in the pits, obviously repairing that rear ring, which is going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, we
But-
saw a whole lap. For,
But this actually works out quite well for Hevesi in terms of limiting damage to his race.
We saw a whole
But-
lap for Adrian Porter, fixing damage, and he didn't even have any visual. So I think this could be certainly more than a 100-second pit stop for fixing that rear wing.
Petra, I think, has finally got into his box now, somehow. So while Hevesi is still being serviced, so it looks like the real estate issue has been sorted, that there's enough to get around for everyone. But yeah, so let's recap the order in LMP2 after we're on lap 19 of the race now. So David Kolchai leads for Fantasy Sports 88. Obviously second in the championship and doing everything they can to try and get into the title winning position. Norbert Jacob is second for IDOS 317. Bertland Savannah, very impressive for Pimps Racing Hungary, number 23. He is third. Then we've got Roland Zooks in Fancy Esports Triple Eight in fourth position. Andreas Vestergaard has gone back up to fifth for Reading Game Studios. Then it's Denny Yashenko for RSS Unison Racing, the championship leaders. He is in sixth position. Pankatai Bence is in seventh. Then we've got Adrian Porter for SRD. Peter Schumann for Frino Bond Racing, a long way back from, I think Porter and Schumann are a long way back from Bence. Then we've got David Petre in 10th, rounding out the P2 field. So very competitive, especially at the front there. Then we've got the GD3 field, which is still being led comfortably by James Juba, but there's been a bit of a shuffling here because I think Paul Robert has decided not to stop under the full course, the Code 80. So he has jumped up to second place for Madness Racing, about 4 seconds down on James Juba. Then those two are fighting for the championship, remember, but Madness Racing need to be ahead in order to win it. But Tito's doing everything right at the moment.
And in fact, so to get off this, Spirichev has lost a place to Pound Robert in the pit phase there, so something must have had some damage to repair that he forgot to turn off, but he was in second place before. Now
I assume that Paul Robert has maybe he's either had a faster pit stop or he's not stopped at all on Code 80. Be either. I don't remember seeing Robert in, but I could be wrong on that. Spirichev is still running third for the Aston Martin, or driving the Aston Martin for RSS Unison Racing. Christian Lewis is fourth in the upper IDOS. Then we have Gabo Vessi in fifth after being serviced, so he's not completely dropped out of the points after repairing the damage. Then we've got Gergo below for Fancy Esports in sixth. Gergo Kovacs, after hitting the wall, he's still running in seventh. Nick Homewood, he's running eighth for IDOS. Then we have Liam Rance for AFP in ninth, and Rob Gibson rounding out the GD3 field for, I think it's an independent entry that Rob Gibson is driving for. But yeah, and another thing to note, IDOS I noticed in the LMP2 field they're missing one of their lead drivers, Che Hatch, who memorably was able to secure them second place last time out at Circuit of the Americas, and the round before at Hockenheim in GD3 was able to secure second in class there as well. Or was it for, he did a very good defensive drive.
Okay, drivers, we come back to green in 10 seconds.
Anyway.
That was a long Code 80, actually, now that we think about it. Very long Code 80, and you can see the driver standings here.
4, 3.
Oh, we're going back to green, so no time to look at the points, I'm afraid.
We are on the green flag race. You can see as it stands, RSS Unison Racing and DDoS Racing would be crowned champions.
Yep.
Those respective cars, that's Liam Rance in the
But
pit
Madness
lane.
Racing are running right behind, of course, in
Yeah.
GD3.
A
So,
lot can happen in 23 hours.
yeah, there we go. There's Paul Robert, 3.6 seconds behind the leader, and he's got Spirichev behind him. So if he's jumped Spirichev, it's only by a little bit. And so I have a feeling that Paul Robert in this stint is going to have to be focusing more on defending from behind rather than attacking ahead and getting into that title-winning position that you would desperately like to be in.
You could just about see James Zuber in his frames just up ahead, maybe not in this one, but as he came through underneath the bridge, you could see that bright red EDOS car.
So DDoS and James Juba had lost out a little bit in that Code 80 period, but they're still in the lead. It's just a reduced lead. They have not quite the luxury cushion that Juba had built up before. I talk about luxurious cushions. Furniture, I should be talking about racing.
Yeah, the conditions though are still absolutely atrocious.
And they're a little better than they were.
That is Pankatai Benz who's off, and he's lost a place there to Adrian Porter, who has somehow worked his way back up into the top 7, despite a pit stop that took over a lap.
It must be those fresh, wet tyres still working wonders on Porter's car. So, Porter making good use of them, it was said as well. To catch up and take advantage of that mistake, because he only just emerged behind them. So.
I think Benz did not pit under the Code 80 or something. He's gained a lot of time from where he was prior to the Code 80, and he's actually sticking with this car, and he's taken a much better line through the first corner, passes underneath the Briggs and Stratton gantry there. He is within, I would say, hire me for this one, AWS, striking distance.
Of course, yes. their own little graphic of James's prediction.
I mean, last
Percentage.
race was laughable. You had Hamilton coming from last, and apparently he was 5 seconds behind, and the striking distance was 1 lap. Overtake difficulty beyond easy.
And it looks like Liam Rance is having to make another stop because he's dropping behind Gibson.
I think
past in duty-free field.
I think he's still in the pits from where he was before.
Okay, I thought he had just entered.
Oh,
I thought he
no.
had just entered it there, but after the code 8 ended. But I think some misfortunes befallen the Polonia car there.
Yeah, AFP not having the best of afternoons so far.
Yeah,
So
but
that-
there's still a long way to go. And,
Not quite as eventful. Maybe not as good, but not quite as eventful as this man who's had to serve 2 penalties. He's been off many times, but he still resides in 12th place overall.
he's got 47 seconds to make up on Bentz. Peter Schumann, man on a mission, has got to get on with this. We have Essie. Looks like that maybe there was some residual damage that still needed to be repaired there. Get them stick position. Devana getting very sideways. The Pimps Racing Hungary cars seem to be very good at putting the rear wheels out on this track, especially in these conditions.
Really letting the rear loose, yeah.
We saw Hevesi doing this too, and now Stamato in FP2.
Really tight. And here we go. This is the battle for GT supremacy that we were talking about for 2nd place. And Spiritum is looking
Liam,
around.
that penalty is signed just now from
it was
just
a
before the
penalty.
code 8.
So,
Right, it was a penalty then
Just
for Liam
so you know.
Rance. So that's why he was probably losing so much time. But this is where we want to look. And Spiritum is going to have a great
Spiritup's
run.
got the inside here.
He's going for it into the last corner. He doesn't even
Oh,
need
they're in
to
contact.
wait.
The he spins the rear out.
He half spins it somehow, saves that car. Spirichev goes through, and I think that was a bit too optimistic there from Alexei Spirichev.
Yeah, so Paul Robert might be a little bit aggrieved at that.
I think he should have just waited for the slipstream down the straight and get him into turn 1 on the inside or the outside. You can really overtake anyone, but that corner there is so tight as you hit the apex, and I think he just punted him wide.
Spirichev, a man in a hurry, and not going to wait around for the BMW Madness machine to get out of the way.
I don't know. That's certainly going to be reported. I don't know if he pushed him off or what, but it
No
looks...
further action between number 3 and number
That's BMW Madness and RSS Unison, the 3 machines being so no further action for that incident we just saw.
Straight
So-
away.
Yep,
Straight
so
away.
deemed a racing incident. I think maybe you could argue that Paul Robert, as we see Shenko going down to 6th as he takes another trip to the grass there. I wonder what happened there. But yeah, I think the BMW Madness machine could have maybe they were still trying to stay there on the outside when maybe they should have admitted that discretion was the better part of valor. But of course, BMW Madness fighting for the championship.
Indeed.
They
I mean,
can't really give up position without a fight against Spirichev. So
it seemed that the driver behind the wheel there, Robert, just panicked a little bit. Maybe he turned in too early, or maybe he just got caught out by how wet it is offline.
Benz has finally got past Adrian Porter for 7th position in the
Yeah.
LMP2.
So that's one development. Now it's another, 2 laps to Denis Tashenko, who we're looking at right now.
Even
P2
spinning,
field is-
he's got a lap on him. Yes.
Yeah, P2 field is quite spread out in that respect, but at the front it's actually is closer than you would maybe think after just under
Japan's
an
done
hour.
a decent job to stick
In
with.
between the final car and the idle number 217 will be investigated post-race due to it being a code 80 infringement.
Okay, so we've got a code 80 infringement there. That is, of course, to be investigated after the race, as mentioned by Alex there. We're looking at James Zuber, who has led every single lap of this race as a GT in his class. Pulling away.
Peter Schumann and the Ravonna team to get another penalty, having already had to serve 2 in a row almost earlier. But yeah, Juba has actually extended the gap out to Spirichev. I think helped a little bit by
Yeah,
Robert and Spirichev
Spirichev is
coming
miles
together.
away from Robert already.
So I think Spirichev is the only one who could really challenge Juba for the win here. But see how the next 24 hours pan out. We're almost at the end of the first hour, James, and a lot has
it's,
happened already.
I mean, the start was incredibly chaotic. Everyone missing the first corner and then a bit of... It was actually quite clean regarding the contact, but everybody couldn't stay on the road.
Yeah, and the tricky low grip surface and rain conditions that just actually drivers unawares, I'm not sure how much running they've done during the week on this circuit in the wet. Maybe most of them have practiced in the dry, which is
Tend to practice more in the dry, yeah.
indeed, yeah. So it's unpredictable, as you see. Pretty nervous.
Oh,
The inside
he's
the curb
really
there.
turned in early. I'm very surprised he didn't get he bottom out or spin there. He was really putting that car on the curb.
Yeah, these curbs in wet conditions can be absolutely lethal, as we see Jacab in the sister of the bigger brother IDOS, the LP2 machine, also using plenty of curb in his quest to keep up with David Kalokshai.
This is the worst place to
Vestergaard.
catch a. This is the worst place to catch a car here, because especially if you can't pass here and you can't pass going into the kink, you're going to lose 3 or 4 seconds. Okay,
Being held up a little bit by Spirichev.
He's
Too
going to
much.
pass him coming into the kink.
The Vestergaard has to pit from 5th, and that's like Shenko back up.
Oh, and this is the battle here. This is Gabor Hevesi pulling a move on
Nick Homewood, yes. So
Nick
the IDOS
Homewood,
machine, not must be said, sort of. Vessi had to run down the straight, and Homewood didn't really fight too hard. And now he's being lapped by on the Fancy Esports LMP2s.
If Homewood can try it now, he can try and stick with this P2, and then Hevesi will have to get. Actually, no, Hevesi doesn't have to move because through goes the P2 right there.
He's got him on the straight, yeah. There's another P2 coming up, so I don't think it's completely over for Nick Homewood just yet. But I think Hevesi is probably naturally a bit faster than Homewood at this stage of the race. So Hevesi is now going to chase after Kovacs, of course, hit the wall early on and has held on pretty well. He's still running in 6th position.
Hevesi has been fast all race, but lost his rear wing, so that was a bit.
Hevesi, all of course, trying to keep Pips Racing Hungary is very slim. GD3 title hopes alive. They're on 59 points at the moment. If they can win with the BMW Madness and DDoS teams basically non-scoring or scoring like maybe 1 point or something like that, then they would win the title. So with the 31 points available for a win in Ferrari. So Hevesi, that's got to be the aim, of course, but whether he can actually get back to the front quickly or whether it's going to take him the whole race, we'll have to see. Anyway, here's the graphic just explaining that. So yeah, you see DDoS on 95 points, Madness on 89, and Pimps Racing Hungary on 59. So yeah, they need DDoS to be lower than 9th, or Madness to be lower than 7th, I think.
Yeah, well, DDoS currently leading the field. The Madness car currently around in 3rd place for its class. So as it
And
stands,
6
DDoS
seconds behind 2nd place Spirichev.
Yeah, who himself is also losing time to the car in front. So I think, unless something really dramatic happens to DDoS, they should have this one in the bag as it is right now.
Yeah, the good news is that Paul Robert has a big gap to Christian Lewis and also a couple of P2 cars in between them as well. So he hasn't got to worry too much about an attack from behind.
Well, as you say that, Peter Schoenemann is about to overtake him, and he does overtake him.
Okay.
Oh no, Robert is fighting back, actually.
But I'm not sure that's what a fight that he can win, realistically.
Yeah, they hit each other! And into the gravel goes Paul Robert! And Peter Schumann spins as well. Disastrous moment there! We've just picked up, and BMW Madness in the gravel. That is going to be a big setback for their top choice. Robert gets going again.
Schoenemann looks beached. Oh no, he's managed to get out, but that looked 100% like Schoenemann's fault. That's going to be a monstrous penalty coming his way.
Yes,
that was a dive up the inside, which was never going to work, and that you could see that the BMW tried to get out of the way. There was no tarmac left to go on, which would not have been covered up by that P2 car. That was a massive impact.
It does. Oh, Spirichev made an error.
He pits. He pits.
Spirichev is now 29 seconds behind.
Yeah, Spirichev had a problem as well. So Paul Robert and Peter Schoenemann both pit, and I think Schoenemann is going to be having an absolutely huge penalty. He's already committed.
The race director is probably going to. It's probably saying things that he doesn't want to broadcast at the moment in the direction of Peter Schoenemann for an fun race.
That's why we have the whisper command, so we can only say what is necessary.
Oh, Rance goes into the gravel. And he hits the Toyota barrier. And he hits the second one too. Oh.
He almost hit the wall there. He got very lucky.
And it's on the circuit. It's not on the racing line, but it is on the circuit. So
he got very lucky. His rear wing didn't quite tap the barrier there. Oh, and he's not quite able to execute that turn. He's going to have to make a J turn now.
It's not been plain sailing for Liam Rance, that's for sure. It's a big. Oh, as you see, Roland Sutz.
Another one off at the exact same corner, and he does hit the wall this time. He's managed to stay out of the gravel trap, so he'll be able to keep the wheels rolling.
Yeah, it's not been beached there, but it's that same corner. There must be a running river going there. This is catching them
Turn
out.
6 underneath the bridge. Was that off in the background again for the GT?
Oh, crash. It's happened. I don't know where to look, James.
Turn 6 has turned into, well, those who remember Brazil 2003, the F1 race, Turn 3 was a swimming pool. And it seems that we have a complete replica here. All of a sudden, everyone's going off.
Yeah, and I remember that into Brazil 2003 caught out the best of the best. Michael Schumacher, Juan Pablo Montoya.
Jenson Button.
Yeah, indeed. Though, to be fair, I think it'd be easier to list the drivers that didn't crash at Brazil 2003. As we see, the IDOS car...
Oh, straight on!
Was that another unsafe rejoin to the track by Peter Schumann?
It looked okay by Peter Schumann. I think he might have just left a gap there.
Yeah, I think the IDOS was definitely caught out, but whether Schumann could have done more, we'll have to see what the race.
He went straight on, so I think he just came up all locked in. I'm just having a look back at it, and yeah, there is plenty of space for Schumann.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to get past the LMP2 car, which is probably not sensible for a GT3 runner, but anyway, Schumann carries on, and I think the IDOS has continued as well.
Yeah, it has. Albeit having lost a lot of time, that was I think Nick Homewood who had the problem.
Indeed, yes, they were fighting for position, it must be said. So Nick got a little bit carried away there, but no harm done. You see,
and in the background, that's one of the P2s lapping a GT around the outside and actually not pulling it off.
Yeah, just trying to lap.
That was Robert, I think they're trying to lap.
Yeah, indeed. So, where was Robert?
Paul Robert has slotted out into 18th place now after repairing the damage.
Great incident between the number 3 Madness and the number 17 RSS. This is a racing incident, so no further action. Both drive. It was a perfectly legitimate move. The only difference was that there was slight contact caused from both sides.
Yeah, I think that's probably on balance fair.
I don't think that's the incident with Peter Schoenemann. I think that's somebody else.
That was Spirichev.
Spirichev,
that was the incident where he immediately said it was a racing incident, and now they're explaining why it was a racing incident.
I'm sure he is having a look at that Schoenemann incident. That might well be. That might even. I mean, if he keeps it up, he's going to get disqualified at this rate. He's getting into incidents so often.
Well, you've got to take into account it's wet conditions as well, and like we said, they may not have practiced in wet conditions, so I don't think we should be too harsh on Peter Schumann. He's, of course, him and the Free One Racing team have had good drives elsewhere in the season. Hockenheim stands out where they got a 6th place finish in LMP2, so they definitely not as amateurish as maybe you might assume from some of the errors that have been made.
The Schoenemann is actually, this is the position here with Gabor Hevesi, and he dives down the inside. Hevesi much later on the brakes, and he makes the corner. Good defense from Hevesi, very confident on the brakes there. But now
Schumann's got like at least several brake horsepower more to
yes, several would be.
Whoa, sorry James, you're breaking up on our end a little bit. Sounds like there's some interference on the line. Whoa. That's pretty horrible as we see Schumann also locking up and...
It's a second compared to Schumann causing a collision with a GT car.
A little bit of exasperation in the race director's voice there. Sorry, we seem to have lost James there. I'm not sure quite what happened.
I think that was the bot or something in here.
Okay, so this is
just muted out.
Just a local earth. It sounded like an earthquake.
Yeah. Apologies for that. Not a nice sound. But yeah.
I'm glad you're okay. So let's continue.
I don't live somewhere like what was it? Of course, Indonesia. I don't live somewhere like that.
So we just lost.
That is Ross Smith who's gone off, and actually, I'd like to take a moment to appreciate Ross Smith's efforts in getting the stream back up and working.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, because he's clearing a lot of a little bit of a line bounce. Oh, you see Bent's losing it.
And Bent's has got he's got a rear wing. He's got no rear wing, so that's probably why he's spun around. He's got to be careful with his GT here as well. He's going to be trundling around this corner.
Oh, but he's going to try and get to the pit lane before they have to call the code 80.
He will get to the pit lane any time now. You can see him, there he goes up the hill, doesn't spin. Well, I don't think there's any reason to call a code 80.
Oh, I wonder if Porter's coming in again. I wonder if he was anticipating another code 80.
Yeah, unless there is a debris on the circuit. We'll see.
Or perhaps Porter's worn out his tyres a bit. He was pushing them quite aggressively earlier.
We'll see what Alex Skinner has to say about that, but I don't see any reason for that to be a code 80 as the dangerous vehicle is in the pit lane getting repaired.
Yeah, it looked to me like Bentz may have lost the rear wing through losing the rear end and just hitting the wall. And was able to turn it impressively, it must be said, into a sort of 360-degree spin.
Yeah, pirouette, yeah.
Full style points, but no actual points, unfortunately, for Pankadai Bentz. Oh, as we see, Kurzesmith in the Force Polonia car, who's obviously changed over from...
Yeah, he's just gone into the car there from Liam Rance and immediately goes for a spin off. I mean, he's going to be learning the conditions as well now, so we could excuse him for that one.
As he Schumann in the gravel, again locking up at turn 4. He's not exactly covered himself with glory today, just gravel, unfortunately. And spray coming out the back. I thought for a second that might be the engine about to give up, but thankfully he's still going, so Schumann's still in the race. Porter and Bentz right behind each other in the pits. I expect Porter, unless he's taking damage too somewhere, to be able to get out ahead.
Yeah, he should get out in front because he didn't have any visual damage that he has to repair.
The only other thing that could be going on is there could be a driver change. Pull that with back end of GD3 with Kuzumir. Sorry, it's a difficult name for me to pronounce. Kuzmierzik, I think is how it's pronounced. As we see, is that Kovacs losing a position to Ballo in GD3. So I think Ballo has gone up to 4th there. Unless I'm very much mistaken.
No, I'm going to have a try at pronouncing Geraint's name here. Kuzmierczyk. I'm not Polish, so I don't know if that's right, but if someone in the chat is Polish and wants to say how that was, then that would be appreciated for future reference.
Indeed, so we're on lap 29 now. Just over an hour and 20 minutes, I think, into the... Well, hour and 10 minutes.
10 minutes, yeah.
Sorry, I was a bit, jumped the gun there, as I think Bentz has actually got going before Porter, so I can only conclude that Porter is there's either a driver change going on at SRD.
I think it's a driver change, yeah. I think it's a driver change. After an hour. We're looking at Paul Robert here, who is...
a lap down on the leader, James Duber, of course, and title rival.
He used to be 4th position, but one incident with Robert Schoenemann, and that all went down the drain.
Well, Peter Schoenemann, Robert and Schoenemann came together.
Sorry, not Robert Schoenemann, I'm thinking of Robert Schwartzman from Formula 2.
Yeah, very talented Formula 2 drivers. Vestergaard, look at the lights up the rears at the exit of turn 1. Still treacherous conditions out there.
He's done solid, has Vestergaard. Started last of the LMP2 cars, has held 6th. He's got a monumental gap behind.
Yeah,
he's doing himself justice. And this here, I don't know if it's the P2's for position, if that's the one of the IDOSs.
I believe the IDOS here is being lapped by one of the Fantasy Esports cars. That must be Fantasy Esports Blue, which is 5, I believe. Yes, it is. It is number 5, driven, of course, by Pankadai Bentz.
Around the carousel, we see it's still so wet. Look offline. You could just see you can see, as you said, the reflection of the trees a while back.
Yeah,
on the surface of the track. Nothing has changed since the start of the race.
Yeah, I had sort of thought it might be drying up a bit, but yeah, it seems the drivers have just stopped going off. The conditions haven't got any better. The drivers have just been a bit more cautious. And
watch if someone's about to go off now. Guarantee it.
Oh dear, I've cursed it.
Commentator's curse.
Big leads in both classes, it must be said. Now, Juba leading Spirichev by 34 seconds in GD3, and Kolokshai leading Jakab by 22 seconds. I think Jakab has done solidly, actually, to keep up there.
He has, yeah. He's managed
Saviana has actually really impressed me. He's only 7 seconds behind. We see Gabba Hevesi.
Track.
A little excursion to the gravel, but keeps it going. Wasn't too big. Didn't go too far off the track there. So he was able to...
I will say this. Norbert Jakob, I think, when he left pit road in the Code 80, was about 30 seconds behind. It's now 20 seconds, so his last lap times don't seem to be quite as fast as Kolakshai, so maybe he had a exertion off the track. Actually, in the chat there, many field trips today,
yes.
which would bring the whole class down.
Yeah, might need a school bus rather than an LMP2 car at this rate.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, Paul Robert has actually overtaken Nick Homewood.
That's Nick Homewood he's overtaken, yeah, in the IDOS.
Homewood definitely struggling in these conditions, and Robert taking full advantage of his
Robert's
recovery.
Robert's keeping up with sort of with Juba. He's got fresher tyres, of course. Sort of keeping up with him.
Robert, of course, Let's talk a little about the mentality here, because you're fighting for the championship in the BMW Madness car, and then you get in an incident where the P2, Peter Schumann, slides into the side of you, spins you into the gravel, and it causes a huge incident, and you drop down near the back. So what's your mentality now? You've got your title rival right ahead of you, but you have to get basically gain a lap back on them. So it's a difficult position. So are you focusing on the next car you've got to overtake, or are you just thinking, right, James, Juba, I'm coming for you, as we see Porter taking to the grass to try and lap the GT3 car. Not going to get around him that way, Adrian.
I mean, don't ask Daniel Ricciardo about passing drivers on the grass.
Yeah, well, it worked from Le Mans, but it didn't work quite so
Yeah,
well
I
in
was so worried
Australia
at Monza.
last year.
I was like, no, Daniel, stay off the grass, not again. But he got a bit more fortunate.
I think he said no manhole covers this time. So
yeah, but when you see your rival in front of you but a lap ahead, you just have to stay calm, because it's 23 hours to go. It's frustrating at the time, but
you've also got to rely on your teammates.
Yeah, you always just have to look. You always just have to look forward in the end. So I'd say if he's able to stay calm and just look ahead, then just try and stick with him and forget that he's a lap down. Just try and stick with him.
Because you never know, Juba could hit trouble later in the race. We
Exactly.
have seen in these even the races that he won driving for Force Polonia, like say Hockenheim comes to mind. It wasn't plain sailing. They had code 80s that caught them out. They had occasional drive-through penalties for minor infringements. So they had to clean them than everyone else because they still won. But so even the winners in the GT3 class, especially, they don't always have things their own way. So Purichev will definitely be trying to cut down that. Oh, as we see P2 just spinning. That's Vestergaard on the exit of the first corner.
That's the second time we've seen Vestergaard have a proper exit by himself.
He's got the US bank sign.
Yeah, he's got a lot of winning there behind him. To David Petre, who's worked his way back up to 7th in the AFP car. So he's not having
Schumann's beached it. Schumann's beached it in the gravel. Oh, I'm not sure what that is. That looks like
car off on the outside of the carousel. Beware.
There you go. That might well be a code 80.
Yeah, I think Schumann is almost. I definitely after being involved in so many incidents and losing so much time, I think it is.
Track is clear.
Oh no, he's got
going. He's
either got going again, or he's.
Thought that would have been curtains on what would have been an awful race, but no, he soldiers on. And I mean, the main aim in races this long is always getting to the end.
Yeah, that's often an achievement in itself, especially for some of the newer teams. We've had a few new teams join midway through the season. Axel Esports competed at Le Mans and also at Circuit of the Americas, and showed some great pace as well. We're fighting for the win in LMP2, and a couple other new independent entries and things like that. So yeah, always important to get the. If you can't finish the race, at least get as much mileage as you can under your belt. I remember we had who it was, but we had a team disconnect and lose a few positions in like the dying minutes of a race. It was like really cruel.
Oh, I've disconnected on the last lap of races before.
Oh, but not a 6-hour endurance
race.
Yeah,
exactly, not 6 hours.
Yeah, we cut back to Gergo Below, who's quietly been getting on with his own business. He's 83 seconds down on the lead, but ahead of Lewis. So I think he's overtaken Lewis fairly recently. In the IDOS machine, so Fancy Esports getting on both podiums here, leading LMP2 and third in class in GT3. Go below. We are now on lap 32. An hour and 15 minutes elapsed.
Yeah, and actually, here's a development. It has stopped raining. The sun has come out. So that highly anticipated dry period is about to begin.
Yeah, now we're getting. If that's the case, now we're going to get into the territory of drivers who are further back down the field, taking risks, switching to drives quite early.
Yeah,
possibly being the guinea pigs. But we see the championship leader in the gravel. It's like turn 7 or 8, and he's struggling to get out. Or he's just waiting his chance. Or there definitely seems to be some kind of issue there. For Deniashenko, but he gets going again, still in 5th position.
Yeah, he's got a big gap to Vestergaard. Remember, Vestergaard had his problems as well.
Yeah, so he's 30 seconds ahead of Vestergaard. But yeah, another heart-in-mouth moment for Deniashenko. This is... he's taken the hard route to the title, it seems.
It is, yeah. I mean, you can do it. It's up to you how you want to take a title in the end.
Or if you want to take it at all, of course. He's in a great position to do so still, but so we can't criticise too much. But there we go. There's the leader in GD3, James Juba. 36-second lead over Alexei Spirichev. Juba, that's the BMW Madness car. I think just having a little wobble out the exit of the corner.
Juba faultless today. Haven't seen a single thing wrong about his drive.
Yeah, and that's I feel like that's a statement I've said so often about James Juba's driving. In
Commentary as we see Berlin Saviana. He's been having such a great race, plonking it into the wall at the exit. Oh, I think that must be near the end of the lap there. That's near the. Was that the first corner? Not sure how he's done that, but just completely losing it, and Vestergaard losing it as well once again. So Saviana's lost his rear wing, so he's going to have to pit again for Pimps Racing Hungary, and that's a big blow because Zux is only 20 seconds down. So it could be another Fanti Esports car on the podium.
We're going to have another K80 because he's going to have to go the whole lap now with a damaged car.
Yeah, there he is, struggling. He negotiates the visitflorida.com signs down, making it back onto the track. But of course, he's got no rear drag and no rear downforce to keep him to the road. I think Zux might even come upon him before he reaches the pit lane here. As Christian Lewis pits from sixth position. Yeah.
Yep.
Or was he in fourth beforehand? Because Ballo just overtaken him.
I think they've just changed drivers actually.
No, I think Lewis has been in since the beginning. So
no, it was. I haven't really seen much of him. But now he's dropped behind Palm Robert now. In class. And also, Adrian Porter did not switch drivers, so that was just a long pit stop. So there must have been a lot of damage on that car for whatever reason.
The Saviani seems to be staying very far offline.
Code 18.
And there it is.
And Zux takes third position, of course, as
There's
well.
The code.
5,
there's the code 18.
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
So our, I think, third code 80, fourth code 80 of the race.
In such a short period of time, of course, but that's to be expected in these conditions.
And now I think we're going to see another. Well, it depends. Are we going to see another huge flurry of cars come into the pits, or does somebody gamble? Also, remember the track is drying at a rapid rate. So if anyone
it doesn't look that dry. It's
yeah,
actually
I mean,
Christian Lewis exit the pit lane.
The track was utterly flooded before, so if anyone wants to gamble and really,
the times are getting quicker though. The lap times are getting quicker. David Coloccio has just set I think just at the end of that code 80, he's just set a 2-minute 1 lap time.
But if you're someone like David Petre or Andreas Vestergaard, you could really go for this because you got a big gap. But and Peter Sherman has come in. Yeah, he's come in. So what's he going to put on? He has nothing to lose either. He's 18th overall, 4 laps down on the lead.
I think he has. Well, I think rather than looking at as nothing to lose, I think he has a lot to gain, and is in 500 seconds.
And Roland Zux, who is in third place, pits.
Also, is Zux gonna? I think because the Cody Zux is going to be close to see where it comes out ahead of Seviano here in third in LMP2.
And Zux is fully third. He's done the same amount of laps on those tyres as everyone around him, including Butler and Savagna, who's had a slightly quieter end to the race. And Peter Sherman actually has changed to a different set of tyres, different compound tyre. I think he switched into. I don't know if the cars have wets or intermediates or not, but on the race view, it's changed colour.
Yeah, so in the order, there he is. He's gone for the So whereas all the LMP2 cars had red tyres on the timing app, yellow tyres rather, he's gone for red now, green, just like the GD3s. Yeah. Okay, so the race restarting just as Seviano reaches the pit lane.
Horrible timing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green.
Absolutely abysmal timing for the man who was in fourth place. He's currently third because his pit box is further ahead. But that's a chance for Denischenko now.
Yeah, but Denischenko is quite a long way down, 143 seconds. So I'm not sure he's really going to be able to take advantage.
Denischenko has pitted once these guys are coming up at a second pit stop as well, and Zux exits the pit lane.
We have third and fourth in GD3 pit as well, which lets Gabor Hevesi up to third again. Kovacs and Ballo, we're watching at the moment. Nick Homeward running down in 7th, about 10 seconds behind Paul and Robert. So he's done okay actually. He's kept up with him pretty well. As we see Adrian Porter, another off-track little moment, collects it up, dusts himself down, and continues on his merry way for SID Esports.
I would have expected the track to dry slightly more, if I'm honest.
Wonder if the drivers are as well, and that's why we keep seeing them going off.
It's 20, according to the game at least, it's 29 degrees on that track, so surely it will be drying up soon.
This Saviana has lost out to Shenko now as well, so the damage. There he is in the corner there in the purple car, so the repair job is taking its time, and it goes up to fourth with about 50 seconds down on Zooks. So Trans Esports looking good for a 1-3 at the moment in 2, although Jacab has sort of gained a little bit throughout these Code 80 periods, I've noticed. He's gone from being over 20 seconds behind to just 19 seconds down. But Juba, 42 seconds out of Spirichev, so Spirichev not really gaining during this Code 80. But Spirichev is still the only one within 100 seconds, or even within the same lap, I think, as Juba, because I think Evesi 100 seconds down is almost, if not a lap down, about to go a lap down. And yeah, it definitely looks like a clear dry line is emerging as we go below, negotiate it, having exited the pits. It'll be interesting to see where the 3rd and 4th place men
Looked a little bit drier through turn 5 and 6 than it did at the start of the race. And oh my goodness, that's a save and a half from Norbert Jakob there.
Yeah, so Jakob really pushing it in his pursuit of Kolokshine. Not leaving any stone unturned, but I think he was just running it, trying to negotiate his teammate and his sister Eidos GD3 there. Maybe just giving him a driving lesson there and how to...
And actually, you know how Savanya pitted? Well, he's down to 6th now. So it's a long pit stop. Ashenko's passed him. Vestergaard has also passed him.
Yeah, he needed a longer Code 80 there, but he couldn't stay out on track because he was the cause of the Code 80.
So maybe there's they might well swap drivers there as well.
I think the race... I just am about to think, this is going to settle down now. It flares up again.
Someone spins Code 80 and everything. But the P2s are quite distant from each other.
I think first and second are the closest ones on track.
18 seconds, yeah. The GTs could be closer.
More of the GTs are out of position, in my opinion, because we've got Ballo and Kovacs, who I think...
We've got a battle for 16th between Lewis and Kovacs, yeah.
I think Ballo is also going to catch Homewood very rapidly as well.
And Schoenemann is also not in the right position down there in his P2, so he's surely going to be catching those guys rapidly. And Savanya has exited the pit lane, but has not switched drivers.
So Zooks on fresh tyres has set a purple first sector, 43.952, which compares to 45.9 for Kolokshire.
Yeah, he's in a good position here. He's in a good position.
44.5 for the cab. So
it's a big gap. It's 74 seconds the car ahead, and then a further 93 to the leader. But if he keeps lapping like this on his fresh tyres, he might well be in with a shot. Having said that, as I say that, the race leader just does a personal best in sector 2.
The track's improving all the time. Peter Schumann.
Oh no! Hang on. The sun has gone away. We're back to rain.
Drive-through penalty for Pankatai Bentz for causing an avoidable collision with a GT car. You just turned across the front of it, man. Come on. I was just praising you as well.
Oh, there we go. Bias from the race directors. We see Nick Homewood
go round.
Oh, that's almost certainly going to let... There goes Ballo through into 5th.
He's in a bad position there. He's in a very bad position.
I think the rain has stopped again, actually.
No, it's just picked up again.
That might have been what caught him out. He's gone off on the straight there.
If Peter Schoenmann's gone onto intermediate tyres and it started to rain again, then that's going to be another entrance to the pit lane to switch tyres.
I was about to say that Peter Schumann had just set a 41.2 in the middle sector, which was a purple. And Ron Sux has also set a... Ron Sux was still on the full wet tyre, the yellow tyre,
fastest sector 1 of the race.
He set another fastest sector 1, so...
I don't think it's quite raining as hard as it was before, but now it's still started to rain again.
Indeed. So Schumann, his last sector was a 35.1. It's still not quite as quick as the... about a second down on the PDO, so maybe the rain coming up again is sort of made things a bit more complicated for Peter Schumann. But it could go either way, the weather. And I think Schumann, it was probably worth going for the gamble, but that doesn't seem to have, overall, in terms of his time, he's still 645 seconds down in the lead, so doesn't seem to be gaining in many positions. Bentz is serving his penalty now, I believe. We see Kovacs making up place on Lewis there in the other IDOS machine. Just taking down the straight. Nice clean move by Gergo Kovacs. He's going after Ballo now.
Yeah. This is probably the only battle we'll see for a while to come. Everyone else being so spread out. 0.6 of a second as they cut the timing beam.
Of course, but with Ballo and Kovacs having pit, that sort of released Hevesi and also Paul and Robert. He's sort of recovering from trying to make up ground from his earlier off induced by this man, Peter Schumann, who ran into the side of him. But yeah, this definitely helps Robert having a few less cars ahead of him, and if he can catch Hevesi, who's about 32 seconds ahead of him, then I can get back on the podium and help him when he hands over to one of his teammates for the next stint. That can really help them gradually inch their way back into potentially a title challenging position.
Yeah, and just trying to look for any potential battles that we might see, and actually monitoring Zux's gap. He's going he's gone below 2 minutes, 1 minute 58.884 on his last lap, which is 4 seconds faster than the car in front of him. And that sign is moving, so someone has hit it.
That's someone who's gone a bit offline again in the pits.
Peter Schoenemann. Who else in the pit lane?
Is he giving up on those intermediate tyres?
I think he's probably. Let's have a look at what his tyre graphic says. But yeah, Zux is flying.
Yeah,
Zux
he's changing back to the yellows.
Flying, and yeah, he's back up to the yellow.
The yellows
tyres.
are the tyres to be on. Zux on yellows, a fresh set of yellows right now, and he's setting the timing screens ablaze at the moment. So this is really. Are Kolocha and Jacob going to react to this? That's going to be interesting. Because they've got the gap at the moment, but if Zux keeps setting in these lap times, that won't be the case for too much longer. As we see Gibson having an off, just ahead of the big Speedville billboard,
bridge.
Bridge, yes, that's the word I'm looking for. trying to make it too flowery, Shakespearean language to describe a
in
bridge.
America, anything that any gantry or overpass is a bridge, pretty much.
I could just call it advertising hoarding, I guess, but there we go. So we have it's interesting here, so we have DDoS with some of the AFP crew, including James Duva, and then we have the AFP car with some of the DDoS crew just following behind, a lap or two down. Just trying
Been caught up in a lot of incidents, yeah.
Yeah, so I think AFP are just trying to have a cleaner race from here on out.
Roland Sux 159.8 on the last lap. Actually, David Kalaxo has responded to those lap times. He's done a personal best, 2 minutes 0.923. But Jakob is taking his time to respond to this man's pace on those fresh tyres.
Someone who has gone actually to intermediates and hasn't decided to bail is well, I was about to say it was David Petra, but I think I've misread the timing screens here because I thought that but I think Petra is worth mentioning anyway because was last earlier on or near the back, and
he's been having
his way back up to 7th. Yeah. He's had a much better second half of this stint, and obviously there's was a penalty for Bentz that we just had, but he's been with Savannah having been in the wall. He's been given an opportunity to inch closer to the Pimps Racing Hungary car and taking advantage, I think. So solid job there.
He's been doing a quiet but a very nice job, certainly. I'm just monitoring these gaps at the front. That pace of Zux is slowing down. Not so much slowing down as everyone else's is picking up. Norbert Jakob now has also picked up the pace and has gone for his personal best of the race.
So it could be that Zux has got the best out of his tyres already, or that Roger and Jacob who've been maybe pacing themselves.
That's Rob Gibson going off, and that is at turn 7, I believe.
That's an odd place to go off. He's sort of gone off in the middle of the straight after turn 7, hasn't he?
Yeah, he must have had a tank slapper on the exit or something, and then tried to control it.
Difficult place to rejoin as well.
It's one of the fastest points on the track. So he's probably just had a tank slapper and then struggled to control it and slid away a bit like Lando Norris did yesterday in F1 practice, just sliding towards the wall.
Yeah, I believe. I think, if I'm not unless I'm very much mistaken.
Oh,
the
Kalaxai's pitted. Race leader in the pits.
Yeah. So, unless I'm very much mistaken, F1 qualifying is over now. So
It is over. I am not going to say the results because.
Oh, me neither. I've not been watching it.
Well, also I know what the results are, but because of BBC Sport notifications, but I'm not going to say in case someone here doesn't want it to be spoiled. The Spirit
thanks, James. I appreciate that. Yes, the Spirit for another spirited drive by him, just fighting with the LMP2.
No pun intended.
Yeah.
And
both
the
top two coming in. So
in the
could they
pits.
be making?
Right.
This is crucial now. Are they both going to make the switch to intermediates? With fresh tyres, definitely they're going to come out ahead of Zux.
I don't think they're going to go on to Inters. That would not make much sense. Zux is actually heading around he's just finished the carousel. He's heading towards the kink.
Indeed. So I think Zux has got.
He might well get ahead of Norbert Jakob here. It's going to be tight. I think Kalaxai has him, but Jakob is going to be tight. But pitting under the Code 80, sort of, and putting in some very fast lap times. He is now...
Kalaxai being released.
He has been released, yeah.
This is absolutely crucial. Kalaxai needs to keep
Zux is at the last corner.
88.
Zux is at the last corner. He is 100% going to jump that man in second position as Kalaxai exits the pit lane, comfortably in the lead. I can't see Norbert Jakob anywhere, and it's going to be Zux who takes second place. The undercut has worked, and
so
he's
up. Fancy Esports 1-2.
Yeah, and he's up to second. So it's a good strategy work from those guys, bringing Zux in early under the Code 80. It was risky because it might not have lasted, and the track actually was the sun had just come out. So if it hadn't started raining, that would have been a really bad decision because they'd have to swap the tyres with everyone else. But it hasn't worked out that way, and Zux is now in second place. Great work by the team.
Indeed, and
he now does have the burden of having to be on slower. Sorry, not slower.
Okay, drivers, we come to Code 80 in 10 seconds.
I would say slower as more as older tyres.
5, 4.
Someone has gone off,
3,
I think, in sector 2.
1. Code 80.
If
they've blown that themselves, that's their problem.
Kalaxai was going slowly, and he's actually lost the lead. What's
Whoa.
happened to Kalaxai? I saw on camera. I thought he was responding to the Code 80 early, but he was going super slow. I thought there was smoke at the back of his engine. Is he blown it?
Oh no! I thought that was just the.
Look at the gap. The gap is increasing all the time. Something has happened to our former race leader, David Kalaxai, in the fancy esports car. He has led pretty much the entire of this race.
Oh, and that could be a real setback in their title hopes.
Ashenko is coming to the pit, so he's not going to pass him anytime soon.
This could be a long Code 80.
Yeah, what's happened to him?
Nearly 20 seconds down on Zux now. So Zux has gone from being third to
he stopped smoking. He has
smoking.
blown his engine.
Is that it? And if that is it, has that handed Denny Ashenko the title?
Well, it
just
stopped,
2 hours in.
It stopped smoking. We can't see any smoke anymore, but he has stopped. I think he's probably resetting he's rebooting the engine or something, or letting it cool down.
Or has there been a problem at David Kalaxai's end? Has the wheel frozen up or something?
Yeah, it might well be that. I don't know. Something has gone on there, and he was going slowly coming into turn 5, and I thought, he's just reacting early to the code 8.
I did think he was like
oh, he's out. He's retired.
Oh no!
It is all over for David Kalaxai and Fancy Esports number 88.
Yeah, can't
they
they
are
get
out?
Surely the Fancy Esports team can get another driver to take over the 88 and continue from the pit lane, but
that's a DNF. They have he's escaped.
Yeah, but if they don't come back in, then that's their total hopes over, and it's a big setback anyway. But what a dramatic moment and a terrible blow for Fancy Esports. And
yeah,
it was a long shot. Let's face it, to beat the 717 RSS Unison machine. They had a big commanding lead. They were running in fourth anyway, but still there was a chance at the race win there. It could have gone Fancy Esports' way, and fate has snatched it away somehow. I don't think that David Kalaxai has fallen asleep or anything. He's just that some horrible misfortune has befallen him, and fortunately his teammate Zux is now in the Triple 8. Roland Zux now leads, but in the sister Fancy Esports car, not one of the title contenders. Watching number 5 is still. Bence is in the pit lane too.
Dave
in 8th
Suber,
place.
yeah, has pitted from the lead of GT.
And now all the GD runners pitting as well.
I don't know if is Spirichev gonna beat him out here? Because I don't know when Spirichev came into the pits. His gap is closing all the time. As
But
Danny Robbins
has got to go.
Danny Robbins has taken over that car now. He's taken over the DDoS racing car and comes out in the lead.
Yeah, so well judged by the DDoS racing team, and Danny Robbins, another of the Force Polonia recruits.
And look at this. Sorry, Hedward, but look at this. This is the two leading cars right next to each other on track.
Yeah, sorry.
Now that Kalaxai is out of it, this is now turning into an intense battle for the lead.
Indeed, yeah, so Chikav has finally got his chance to get back in the lead that he held at the very start of the race. Ashenko has finally overtaken Kolokshay on the circuit.
And they can get their engine, not their engines, their elbows out here because they have an over 2-minute gap to Denis Ashenko behind, I believe. No, sorry, it's not 2 minutes. 86 seconds.
Yes.
That's probably my timing there, but
almost a lap, I think. Yeah, I think Dachenko's the only one still on the lead lap, apart from these two. And here we go. So Jakav could be working up a move here as we go back to green.
Going to be all about this restart for Norbert Jakob. He has to get this start absolutely perfect. He cannot let Roland disappear.
Flag.
The man who was on the front row is going to disappear if given the opportunity.
Indeed, and Zook's done well to get himself into this position. How long is he going to be able to hold it for? See. Here we go. Almost immediately.
Incredible restart. Oh, and the GT. Oh, he's almost hit the GT car there.
Oh, that was just horrible timing for Zooks. Everything that could have gone wrong there went wrong. Not only did he react slightly slower to the Code 80 ending.
Oh, and off is one of the P2s there, and that is Zooks, I think. No, it's Ben's off.
Oh,
I got very scared for a second there.
So Ben's having a bit of a difficult race. He's not looking set to pick up the slack left by the sister Fancy Esports entry that was fighting for the title. As Zooks does go off track there, just trying to keep his teammate who's a lap down behind, and has to let him through there. So Zooks really pushing hard to make up for losing the lead, as we see Benz hits the barrier and loses his rear wing, and that could be another Code 80 there. And Zooks from leading has gone to like 4 seconds down as Benz desperately tries to save it going into the carousel.
He comes to Code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh, held there, but not exactly what he wanted to do. As we see Porter going off as well.
2, 1, Code 80. So you said...
You sense that the race director is getting a little
aggravated,
accustomed to these Code 80s.
Oh, Schoenemann. There we go.
Schoenemann on the inside of the corner. That's an interesting place to come to a stop.
I think, okay, he's not beached, he's got going.
The orange and black Fringavond car is making its way. I think Peter Schumann is trying to get to the end of this stint.
Indeed,
than anything else. And doing his best, so... Anyway, Vaughan Robert is pitting under this Code 80. Well, he was behind Ivesi. That's interesting. Is he going to come out ahead of Below and Kovacs? Because this could be him trying to jump them in the order. I think he might not get ahead of Below, but he might be able to jump Kovacs here.
Edwin, I'm going to have to bring an anvil down your head and have to say that I'm going to have to depart for now.
Fair enough. It has been almost 2 hours, so I don't blame you.
A little bit, yeah. Eventful race. I should be back later on towards the midpoint of the race and early in the morning tomorrow. If you're a European, if you're an American, that's midnight.
Sure thing. Well, I'll hang around until like dinner time, I guess, and then I might be able to see you in the morning. I'm definitely gonna stay through the end, but I'll be able to cover the next stint with me and hopefully Ross if he's back from whatever he's busy doing. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see, but that's it from me for now. Best of luck, commentator, best luck to the drivers. Carrying on.
Cheers, James. Thanks to your company.
5, 4, 3,
Going back to green.
2, 1, green flag.
Go. So, this is Homewood right behind Lewis. That's right ahead of him. Christian Lewis, of course, and sister Eidos machine. Right ahead of them is Kovacs. They're right behind each other on the straight as we cut to Pankatai Bents in the pit lane. That's a shame. I really wanted to see Lewis and Kovacs. Here we go! They are just teammates side by side down the main straight. And they're all trying to outbrake each other. Who is going to be the last of the late breakers in these tricky wet conditions? Actually hasn't dried. There they go. Wide goes Kovacs. That's a lapped GD3 actually. Sorry. But I think Homewood not quite able to take Lewis there. He was running down the straight, didn't he? Boonman has also retired after that latest incident. So him and Kolokshai seem to be the only retirements in this race so far. Big shame for David Kolokshai and Fancy Sports 88. Wondered, was there some kind of wheel issue? Did they get disconnected? Whatever happened, it was bitter luck for a race they looked destined almost to win. Not to be. Now Jacab has actually, Zux was closed back in on Jacab actually. So Roland Zux, having lost the lead earlier after previous code 80, now closed back in after this one. 2 tenths behind. Is he going to shape up a move? Love to see if he is. Who's Roland Zux going to do? See if he can get close enough down the straight. But yeah, it's from still holding position. So Robert did get out in 4th place, just ahead of Below and Kovacs. So his pit stop did really work out incredibly well. Yeah, you can just see Below in the Fancy Esports machine, just a couple of seconds behind. So Robert having a decent recovery drive. There's Zux. Here's the battle for the lead in LMP2. Cab trying to break the slipstream a little bit here as they lap the First Polonia TD3. Looks looking suddenly much more confident. Breaks below orange there. Closing in on the leader. Jacab. What can Jacab do here? Just hold off Fancy Esports 888 car. Of course, in terms of the title battle, these two aren't really in it, so almost doesn't matter what happens between these two. Ashenko sort of holding steady, 79 seconds down in 3rd place, doing enough to steal the title. Cut to Nick Homewood having a go at Lewis here, and he's through. Lewis not really able to... Oh, no, he's coming back at him. So this is the straight after the carousel. Oh, no, this is turn 3, isn't it? Lewis takes the inside. Homewood tries to cut underneath him. Can he get the overlap into turn 5? Oh, no, not quite. And now the purple Fancy Esports of Bents, that's is... oh no, this might be the leader actually, I think. So Zux has now dropped 2 seconds behind Norbert Jacab. Have to stabilise a little bit. Actually no, it's not the leader, that's somebody else. But oh, it's Pimps Racing Hungary, of course, that's Saviana. Right, Nick Homewood. Good little battle with his teammate Christian Lewis, doing a good defensive job here. Battle for 7th place in class in GB3. So the track still not looking like it's drying out yet. No dry line emerging. But the rain at least seems to have abated, so we'll have to see how the drivers respond to the conditions. But they seem to be static so far. One is willing to take too many risks. That happens with only 8 cars still running in LMP2, even if Pankatai Bents and the number 5 Fancy Sports team are able to get into the lead, and Benyashenko drops the last, he'll still be running. I know he needs to. 8th class won't seal it, but 7th will. So yeah, it's looking less and less likely that RSS Unison are going to drop the ball here. They've done what they needed to do. There may have been a few hairy moments, a few spins. Not all of their own making, of course. There's some backmarker incidents, but they've held on. 3rd place, 83 seconds down the lead, seems to be their reward at the present moment. Adrian Porter, 7th place, had a bit of a slightly quiet race, I think it's fair to say. A few incidents here and there, as Vestergaard hits from 4th. This is crucial, because Saviano isn't too far behind him. 40 seconds or so. It'll be a good stop for Vestergaard. Probably will be, to keep ahead. 4th position, which is a very impressive. I don't think Reading Game Studios ever finished higher than about 5th or 6th. 4th would be a personal best for them, so they need to hold on to that. It's an opportunity created by the retirement of David Kolokshai. Oh, homeward. Very wide onto the grass. Benyashenko negotiates the IDOS duty-frees. Yeah, a real difficult moment. So, looking at the, we've been focusing a lot on LMP2, but the GD3 order, it is Robbins leading for DDoS, Skurichev leads for RSS Unison, Vessi is 3rd for Pimps Racing Hungary, keeping the slim Tyler Hopes sort of tangibly in contention, but they really need to win with the 2 rivals not scoring or scoring very little. Paul Robert, the other title contender, BMW Madness, they are in 4th. They are about 5 seconds ahead of Boldo, the Fancy Esports 28. Robert doing a good job. Kovacs, about 20 seconds or so down on below, driving for Sports 29. Got Christian Lewis and Nick Homewood, who we saw fighting each other in the IDOS machines, for 7th. Got Vittori and Kuzmiazik down in 9th and 10th in GD3. Yeah, there we go. There's David Petra going for Epstein Air Force Polonia. Up to 6th, like I said, doing a very solid recovery after some difficult moments earlier on. They've kept it fairly clean. They are still way down on Vestergaard, who has lost a position to Saviana. The yellow flag as Petra seems to disappear off the road there. Internet lag problem there, but he's back now. Nothing to worry about there. We're nearly at the end of hour 2. Already, it seems like the action concluded with the biggest event, of course, being the retirement of David Kolokshai and retaking the lead. William Zook's lead that he held after the start. So let's look. Chicane could make this 2 wins in a row for different teams, of course. He did win the previous race driving the 88 Fancy Esports car that's just retired. Really thankful that he isn't driving that machine. Got a feel for the 2 early retirements, got a feel for the teammates of Peter Schumann and David Kolokshai not getting a chance to do any laps at all in the race. When you consider how much some of these drivers practice, it's got to be a disappointing, especially when the fact that the type of this Petra hits. Epstein Air Force Polonia from 6th position. He's got a lap on Porter, so that shouldn't be too big a problem. And Lewis still keeping up with Nick Homewood. Homewood is through now. Probably about 20 seconds down with Kovacs, so I can't quite see Nick Homewood making up very much ground here. defending positions. Kovacs gets a really solid run in the slipstream of his teammate. Kovacs going to make a counter attack here in turn 4. Here we go. Kovacs has got the inside. Free he goes. To the pit lane to watch David Petra.
Okay, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Code 80, so Nick
5,
Hofer did
4,
stay ahead of Christian
3,
Lewis.
2, 1, code 80.
Oh, there we go. That's the reason why Pankadai Bentz has parted company with his rear wing yet again. Second time. I'm going to do the number 5 Fantasy Sports Slim Title Hopes any good whatsoever, running last in class. Spirichev, second in his class, and only 8 seconds away from the DDoS car. Because of course DDoS pit under the previous code 80. But yeah, Spirichev still in touching distance. There might be an opportunity later on, you never know, as the rain continues to lash down upon Wisconsin Lake Elkhart Lake rather, where the Road America track is of course situated. Features in old Mark Knopfler song. Mark Knopfler, of course, the lead singer, and Dire Straits star player as well. Song Speedway at Nazareth, of course. It's mentioned in the penultimate line of the song, where the driver mentions burning up at the lake at Road America, or here's to Nazareth, where he makes no mistake and he wins. So yeah, there's your little Road America pop culture trivia there. But counting down then. Really got to wait for the end of this code 80. In fact, what we do as Bentz makes it slowly back to the pit lane. In fact, he is in now, so we're probably about to get going again. I think probably quite a short code 80. See? Porto is also taking the opportunity to make a stop. Pat Bentz briefly overtakes Porter, but I doubt that will be the case for much longer once Porter is released. Damage to that Fantasy Sports car is extensive. Eidos leading, and also I think leading and running 7th in LMP2 and running 5th in GD3. So all in all, a pretty solid, especially leading A class is always a positive. There we go, the IDOS going again. Dom Tranquil takes over. SRD, sorry. Sorry, I'm getting confused though. Who drives second IDOS LMP2? I think there might only be one SRD in IDOS up there. Oh no, there's 2. 517 and 317, of course. 517 may have missed the start. Participating at the moment, so it's just the 317 of Jacab. But whichever 10 seconds down on Robin still under this code 80, so Robin's actually pulled away slightly. It was 8 seconds of 13. Whichever just losing out on the straight, or is there a bigger problem going on here? Khrushchev starting to hemorrhage time to rival as Zooks pits from second. He's bailing out. Well, Eggert takes over the Dust GD3. Eggert, of course, formerly a driver for Ring of Honor Racing in LMP2. But it seems that IDOS have impressed him and picked him up. Hopefully we'll at the end of this code 80 period is going to be the car in question has made it back to the pit lanes, unless there was another incident that the code 80 has been extended for. I'm not sure what's going on here. As Tranquil passes pizza for 6th. Yes, I did making a few plays because Petre is in trouble here. That might be why the Coyote is being held. Fence also got by Petre. It looks like it was just down the straights that Robbins had pulled away from Spirichev. Gap is back down to 8 seconds now. Lewis trying to keep what's happened to Lewis seems to
Okay,
have
drivers, back to green in 10 seconds.
Kovacs.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
I think this is the driver change. So Lewis is ahead of Eggert because the number 117 made a pit stop. That's what's going on. Driver changes can stage. Drivers in. First drivers tend to fatigue a bit, and the drivers in, of course. Right, back under green flag. You're very nearly at the end of the second hour. Chikav is leading from Zux to his pit. About 11 seconds down, so there's 3 pit stops for Zux. I think still in contention for the win for Fancy Esports. Triple 8 car. But it's really Yashenko in the box seats for the title. He has been for most of the second half of this season, it must be said. Oh, there is Petre making up ground. I assume he just had a pit stop where he just got to the back of the LMP2 field. We had a nice little fight between Tranquil, Benson, and Petre in this. Benson still yet to stop, of course. LMP2 relatively spread out apart from Jack Abbott and Zux. Really free, much closer together generally. We've got Robbins and Spirichev 9 seconds apart. And got Gabor Hibesi about under 40 seconds down on Spirichev, but seconds ahead of Robert and Robert Paul always bent makes another off 3 or 4 times now that the Fancy Esports number 5 title contender, mathematically at least, has gone off. And looks like following Kovacs, not really been able to close in on Paul and Robert. So Kovacs about 15 seconds down on below. Robert really just has that 10-second gap in below good measure. So not quite as close as it could be that low fight. So it's really only the lead in both classes where the people seem to be quite reasonably close to one another. Here's Savannah. 4th in class. Big gap to Denny Yashenko to close down, but Vestergaard is not far behind, only about 20 seconds down. So Savannah has got to manage that gap now. He's lost the 3rd position. Rita is off earlier, which was a big shame, but he can still cover later on if there are mistakes for Yashenko, and we have seen a few race so far. Okay, that's the 2-hour mark we're meeting now. As we look at Danny Robbins. He's lapped by huge field, like the Reading Game Studios car at yesterday. His doing like 3 goes. Behind that's the Kovacs who's lapped down, so DDoS have lapped everyone down to 6th. Bellows the next one to lap, so quite impressive. Here we on board with Books, 2nd place, haven't made a pit stop, trying to close down Japan and lead. But it's a 21-second gap. Made the pit stop. It was 11 seconds early, so perhaps that was just the code 80 making it look closer than it was artificially. Petra and the Force Palladium machine running 8th. Back. About to be lapped by Denyashenko, the 3rd place Matt. Meanwhile, at the back of the GT3 field, here's Gogo Vettori. RE Racing Team, a new squad, so just trying to get some experience and miles under his belt. He's still running ahead of Force Polonia GT3 machine. Here's Music still running. And 2 laps down. He'll be challenging Egger ahead of him in the IDOS machine. There's Dom Tranquil. Or in fact, Kiesmiak has actually just got past Vittori while we were just after we cut away, annoyingly. So I'm not sure quite what happened there. Just taking advantage of Vittori making a mistake, I assume. More experienced plenty of team, but of course made up of a couple of quite a few of the drivers from DDoS. Regular DDoS drivers that we've seen in previous races. They're now making up ground. The shame they're not further up the field. They could have made the title battle a little bit more interesting. But on the other hand, I guess it does justify the DDoS team decision to switch some of those drivers, given the bad luck and misfortune they've run into. The pace has been quite good with the solid, but the fortune has not. So, what was that old Napoleon quote that you always used to say? I think it was something like, I don't care how good my enemy is, how lucky is he? Fortune definitely favours. Oh, lovely power slide by Roland Zooks, but he's not able to save it. He spins around, pushing too hard to catch back up to the leader. And he's facing the wrong way, or sideways down the track, and has to get going again. But that is really not what Fantasy Esports need. Their title hopes, their control of the race has unraveled completely, and Zooks has made a crucial error. But that was a very long power slide through the carousel there, and I suspect he may have made a similar mistake earlier. As Danny Robbins, leader for DDoS, goes off track there. And does that hand the lead to Spirichev? Yes, it has. So Alexei Spirichev leads for RSS Unison Racing in GD3 by 2 seconds over Robbins. So Danny Robbins, a crucial error there. I think the car had been running so strongly in command of the whole thing, and now after the full course show allowed Spirichev to close in, but Robbins throwing it away almost there, has to be said. Admittedly, the conditions are still fairly treacherous out there, but certainly looking like it's starting to... They've had plenty of time to get used to it, and yeah, very exciting now. Robbins is going to have to repass Spirichev. Of course, that's for DDoS in terms of their title hopes. It's not a complete disaster. They're still ahead of Robert and even Hevesi in the Team Series in London. But a scary moment there as we see Bentz going off and almost letting the DDoS through again, and this could be a real headache for Danny Robbins, because he took car in between him and the leader. He's just lost himself, it must be said. Oh, Savania going wide at the last corner as well. It definitely seems like the last corner is where the rain is at the moment. Savania, who was a lap down on Mashenko. Lap down again. There's Petra. He's gone off at the last corner as well. Oh, they can't seem to make the corner no matter how hard they try. I'm sure the engineers going to be warning the drivers now to be a bit more cautious on the power coming out that last corner. But anyway, big dramatic development there in GD3. Spritcher now pulling away from Robin slightly to 4.5 seconds. But now in P2, Zux really starting to drop away from Jakat there. He was 20 seconds behind, he's now 29 seconds behind. So having picked for the fresh tyres, it's not worked out, and that just goes to show you may have a great strategy, but you've got to execute it as well, and you've got to keep it clean on the circuit. And unfortunately, Roland Zux spinning out of control there, and thankfully able to keep going, of course, but ruining that, kicking himself.
Okay, drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Whoa! And off goes
5,
the P2s.
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
That was the Force Polonia. But just went wide at turn 1 and for the gravel. Just as code 80 was being called for a previous incident, so... Yeah, this rain could last for a long while yet. But yeah, it's a real old race, this one, because you've not really got a title battle in LMP2 anymore, but it seems very, very tense in GD3, to say the least. But Bessie still think this mathematically slim hopes alive. Horn Robert for BMW Madness trying to close back in, recover from Peter Schumann basically ruining their race earlier on. And then you've got Robbins still in a title winning position, of course, for not RSS Unison, DDoS. But Burachev, it's almost a role reversal from the previous race where DDoS messing up, and it's giving RSS Unison Burachev. There we go. Zux has lost the rear wing in second position, so this is going to cost him quite a lot. I think Shenko pits, so he probably should remain in second place, but it's going to give Jakab a substantial lead in LMP2. So I'd not realised that Zux was the cause of that code 80 until now. It may have even been him that I saw going off for the first corner. Just a succession of mistakes from Zux, and we see Pascal Eggert, current IDOS number 117, going onto blue tyres here. Are these drives or the intermediates at least? That could be a quite interesting Force Polonia in Duran Kiasmiak going for, in number 35, they're going for new different compounder tyres as well. I believe those might be Inters. They think it's dry enough to take the gamble. Certainly get about 32 seconds down teammate. Here's me 2 laps down, so here's where all the dice as you see Jakab, Savania both pitting, along with Petra as well. Force Polonia. I really want to see how this GD3 battle between Robbins and Spirichev goes as Savania loses out to Vestergaard. Vestergaard is back up to 4th for Reading Game Studios. Spirichev then moving out to 8 seconds here. Two hours, 10 minutes lapsed. I think I might take a break either at the next code 80 period or get to in the next 20 minutes or so. Kovacs pits. That's the Savania. Oh,
We're
Svenya's
about to
still
go
in the
green.
pits.
Prepare.
Here we go. Going to green once more. Race director just
5,
confirmed.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Kovacs is really lost out here, actually, as Savannah gets going again. Pits. I think Zux finally made it in. Could actually lose second to Ashenko here. It's only a 96-second gap, but take a while to repair these things. Fans of esports have really, must be said, thrown this one away and well, giving themselves a lot of work to do for the next 21 and a half hours or so. Yeah, so hard to say. It looks like Spirichev has a good restart here and kept the lead in GD3. Here's Gergo Vittori about to be lapped by Malok and Esports Machine. Malok is going to have to go around the outside here. Vittori gives him room. So that's a very clean pass there. There we go. Oh, Dom Tranquil! Right into the gravel there, and luckily keeping it out of the barrier, but that's not what SRD need at all. Back onto the circuit without damage, thankfully. Oh, and is that not Bentz right behind him? Pankatai Bentz, he might be able to mount a move. Zux losing second position to Deniashenko. There we go, Bentz down the inside of the last corner. Bentz goes wide, and Tranquil is going to have another go to get past him. They're side by side down the main straight. I think Tranquil is going to hold it for now, but Bentz slots back into the slipstream. Which way is he going to go round? It seems like he may have to go down the inside. He goes. Oh no, he backs out that one. So Tranquil holds on for now, but oh, Bentz nearly running into the back of him there. Yeah, that's a disaster for. Yeah, so they changed drivers, so clearly the original driver of the 88 888 Fancy Esports Machine was just fatiguing, and so they put Patrick Slavazzi in. And interestingly enough, Pims Racing Hungary put in a new driver, Marcel Fuzzy. Fuzzy's just hit the fastest first sector, 43.5, double first sector. So that could be. He's on different compound tyres. He's on the Red Bull tyres. But I may even be dry tyres, or intermediates at least. So the dry line is emerging, and it's going to be a matter of who makes the right call here. Nobody diving into the pits to change tyres just yet, so closing 123, another purple sector 2 as well, 40.379, that compares to 41s from the guys ahead of him, 43 by Norbert Jacab actually on the previous lap. So we got Master Fuzzy 156.392. That's a really quick lap actually. He's on the right compound of tyres at the present moment. The only LMP2 runner that is. I don't know why the other teams aren't reacting to this. They're committed to their strategy. Look, the track, it's certainly drying out. No spray coming out from behind the cars anymore. Got the headlights on already.
3, 2, 1. Code 80.
Yeah, research didn't sound particularly pleased there. Something has happened, although it's hard to tell what. So really, it all seems to be falling into Deniashenko's lap. Dawn Tranquil and it's not. Yeah, it's Benz. Because the code 80 was scored right when they were next to each other. They're sort of having to maintain this position where they're wedged inside one another, and Benz is having to go very offline as well. They've got the GT3 car in there as well. That's the BMW Madness machine, so they're not in an ideal position for one another. Hevesi is pitting under code 80. This could really help Pimps Racing Hungary in the battle with BMW Madness, because Madness is stuck behind these guys. So yeah, there we go. Hevesi's got out again, 54 seconds behind the leader. So it's looking like a 3-horse race at the front. BMW Madness are being played out of this one at the moment. All really, but start with that chain of events where Peter Schumann, who's now retired or perhaps been just advised not to continue.
We'll be coming back to green momentarily. Prepare for countdown.
Deciding. Anyway, here we go again. Big lead for Jacob in LMP2, but all the misfortune that's hit the leaders so far.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Okay. This little battle here. Here's Chris Tompkins, Reading Game Studios, Fuzzy behind him. Oh no, Vestergaard, sorry. But Fuzzy has closed on Vestergaard a little bit through his interesting strategy. Robert Jacam actually sets the fastest first sector. 33.0. I don't think Fuzzy has called this right here. Racing Hungary. 33-second gap to Vestergaard ahead of them. Another fastest first sector actually for Fuzzy. On board with Fuzzy as he's all held up by the IDOS and the carousel. 83 car and he wanting to get out of the way as soon as he can because he's closing on the leaders here. He needs to take advantage of this point in the race where he's faster than anyone else.
Slow car on the exit
Oh,
of Hamilton corner.
Benz loses it. And he's really
Slow
in the
car on
carousel
the
there.
inside of the final corner.
But there might be a bit of suspension damage there. Tompkins pushing to keep Pascal Eggert behind him.
Track clear.
Yeah, so Ben's to keep going again and doesn't seem to be too badly damaged. We see Paul Robert going wide back into this race, but Hevesi's on pressure tyres and seems like the leaders have too big a gap at the moment for him to make much of an
Slow
impression.
car on the exit of the final corner, beware.
Oh, Chris Tompkins is in trouble. Chris Tompkins who's just taken over. Oh no, he's pitting, that's why.
Track's clear.
It's IDOS number 2117. But that's because they're doing a driver change there, yes, that's what was put Eggert back ahead. This Pankadai Benz, oh he did lose the rear wing, so he's made it back to the pit lane. Again, it's, you have to say, not the cleanest driving from Pankadai Benz. I think there's room for improvement there. He's the third place man, Slavazzi, recovering from his off. Well, no, well, it wasn't his off, it was his teammate's off, so matching Zooks. Slavazzi, good start so far to his stint. but he is about 45 seconds down on Denny Yashenko. Fuzzy, despite setting these strong lap times, Pankadai Bent's going on to the red wall tyres as well. So that must be the dries or inters, I suspect. It is because wet pace being that different to being like, so similar to the dry pace. Fuzzy's only been gaining like a couple of seconds quicker than the people around him. He's not been gaining enough to really make an impression on Vestergaard ahead of him. Well, battle for GT3 Spiritchev has been holding well against Danny Robbins. 8 seconds is the gap at the moment. Well, clear of Yvette. They seem to have dropped Ivesi. There's Bentz, he drops to the very back of the LMP2 field. Petra. Lonia. Yeah, I'm getting the lag as well. Because I don't have R-Factor 2, so my only way of watching it is to actually watch the stream. Which is often why I'm behind in my commentary. And we got yellow in the final sector. That was... Oh, there we go, that's Kazmik. Last in... Vittoria's got part back ahead of Kuzmia Izik. There's Hevesi. Oh! Tail coming out there at the last corner, and he does not want to be facing that way. That was a bit ambition over adhesion for Gabor Hevesi. Not the first time we've seen that today, and that's going to lose him crucial time in his battle with Robbins. Well, it was not really a battle, he was 50 seconds by now, he's lost 10 seconds, so Robert is actually going to close in slightly because of that. Someone asking, 24 hours, why so long? The reason for that is because it's the final race of the season, and they like to end on their big finale, and it's endurance, of course, so they like to test the drivers to their very limit. Although we have some drivers who don't seem to be able to last a couple of hours, let alone 24 hours of Road America, but we'll see. There's a big title fight, of course, going on. So, reminder, for those not familiar, RSS Unison Racing are leading the title battle in LMP2. The car currently in second place, driven by Denny Yashenko. They are on 105 points. They are leading second place Fancy Sports 88, who have just retired from the race about some minutes ago. We see Dom Tranquil sliding into 2 of the advertising hoardings, losing it there. We saw GT3 car lose it there as well, so the exit of that seems to be catching them out into turn... this is like just before the carousel, isn't it? That's turn 5 or 6 coming out of... We're dropping it there. Yeah, that's going to drop Tranquil closer to Petre, who is Fuzzy lighting up the timing screens once more. He's dropped to he's only 10 seconds behind Andreas Vestergaard here. So the tyres that he's on, you would think more LMP2 cars would switch to in response to that, but they've kept the same tyres and allowed him to close up on them. So David Petre is about 48 seconds behind Danny Robbins. Rucho And then it was a long way behind Dom Tranquil actually. But never matter, they are technically on the same lap. But and like I was about to do Panther theme now. Yeah, so look at that lead in LMP2 that Norbert Jakab has. 113 seconds over Deniashenko. I think Fuzzy's going to come in range of Vestergaard in the next couple of laps. I would like to see that. Fuzzy sets another fast lap, 155.076. Oh, in fact, no, that's not going to help him at all. He's facing the wrong way in the Pimp's Hungary car. So clearly faster, but the grip isn't quite there. Oh, there's the leader, Jakab. Jakab is off. Jakab is in the wall. And he had a big gap to Deniashenko, but it's the curse of the leader here at Road America. Everyone who's led has made some mistake and put down and dropped out. I think the IDOS machine is okay, but a heart-stopping moment there for Norbert Jakab. As we see his Kiersmik trying to hold off Vittorio. But yeah, I wonder the condition of Norbert Jakab's car is there. It just looked like he dropped it on the exit, but yeah, and also Fuzzy still in good lap. He's still only 11 seconds behind Vestergaard, despite that spin, so I still think it's the right tire to be on. But yeah, clearly the track's still treacherous in places. Conditions not quite fully dry yet.
Fuzzy blue flag rules apply. Same class blue flag rules apply. Do not race a car.
This
is
is
lap.
But was Fuzzy involved?
Okay, drivers.
We apologise
code
for race
10
director's language.
seconds.
So,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80. Yes.
Oh, there's Ashenko. The championship leader loses his rear wing and hits the barrier. Oh, so both the top two and LMP2 hitting trouble here. What is happening? What is going on? I don't know. But Deniashenko, that was looking like a golden opportunity to get into a winning position, and now we've got the top two heading to the pits with no. Well, I think Ashenko's got no rear wing. I think Jakab may actually be okay there. But where is Deniashenko going to filter out in this? Slavazzi has got a great opportunity to get back into second now. Yeah, Tranquil pits from 6th and Code 80, which makes a lot of sense. I think Fuzzy is still in one piece, so he'll carry on. Pimps Racing. But now Dom Tranquil, he is changed to the same tyres that Fuzzy is on, the intermediates, I assume. The dries. There's definitely a dry line emerging. Other LMP2 runners, period. I think Gabba Hevesi, Pascal Eggert, Chris Tompkins, and Joran Kiersmik have both gone on to blue tyres, which I believe are the dry compound. So, Gabba Hevesi taking a big risk to try and catch up to the leaders in GD3. But LMP2 runners not quite. Maybe the LMP2 runners haven't quite made it to the pit lane yet, but they're not quite biting the bullet yet on this. Of course, the thing is, I think Fuzzy get past Vestergaard. He might be able to challenge for a podium here. He's a long way down. He needs the LMP2 runners to just drive conservatively on the slower tyres, basically, is below. It's from 5th. Who's out to Krasnai here, who's taken over Fancy Esports number 29. I think he's got a pretty gap on him, about 20 seconds or so. Might just about get out ahead, but could be close. I think Krasnai actually might get him.
Okay, drivers, back to green.
Oh, he's definitely going to get him
10 seconds.
if they go back to green. Drama in the last
5, 4,
minutes.
3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Vestergaard has just made it to the pit lane, as has Deniashenko. Vestergaard. So this definitely going to play into the hands of Slavazzi. Of course, Jakab, who just mercifully got away. I wonder if Jakab and Fuzzy were involved in the same incident, because it looked like a similar piece of the racetrack. And we heard Fuzzy being pulled off there by the race director, who said a expletive towards him, which I apologise for. I'm sure it wasn't meant in no seriousness. But Vestergaard and Shenko, I think they're at least a lap apart on the racetrack. Petra pits now too, just after the Code 80 ends. So unfortunate timing there. Yeah, Gabor, having gone onto the blue tyres, Vestergaard has also gone onto the blue tyres. I wonder if the blue tyres are the dry ones. That would make sense to me. The Vestergaard is the highest placed car on dry tyres. I think the red ones must be intermediates. What the Shenko and Fuzzy are on. The Shenko is switching to his own. Fuzzy is set another purple sector 2. 34 seconds down on the Shenko. Because Vestergaard is ahead of Vestergaard. Fuzzy and Nishinko are going to be on the same tyres.
Code 80 in 10 seconds.
Another Code 80. Oh dear.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
So, there's Kierzmiak. Having a little spin. LMP2 car spinning behind him too. Slavazzi, of course, running second. So lucky to avoid any damage there. He's only just been promoted up to second. So here we go, more cars coming into the pit lane. The leader is pitting too, Norbert Jakab. I think he's even 2 laps up on Slavazzi at this point. It's really falling into Jakab's lap at the moment. Last few Code 80s. Going to see more drivers, I think, considering the switch to dries or maybe even inters if they haven't already. I think Slavazzi is the only other person still running on wet tyres at the moment. Why we saw him losing the rear end. We talk a lot sometimes about making these tyre calls in difficult conditions, but I think what's quite telling is that it's not just...
Okay, drivers, back to green in 10 seconds.
Krasnoi is going to lose out slightly here. He's on the pit lane.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. So I could tell.
So Jakab and Slavazzi are on the pit lane as Code 80 ends. Huge gap to Deniashenko. Or at least Jakab has a big gap to Shenko. I think Shenko is about 40, just over 40 seconds behind Slavazzi. But Slavazzi be okay here. So yeah, they've all made the switch onto the red compounder tyres, which I believe are the intermediates. The only ones near the top running dries at the moment are Andres Vestergaard, 5th, and Gabor Hevesi in GD3 in 3rd in class. So this could be... we'll have to see what Vestergaard's lap times are like now they've just got back up to racing speed. There we go, Slavazzi coming out. 7 seconds ahead of Danny Shenko.
Oh, Danny Robbins. Oh, no, he hits right into the wall. Big crash for Danny Robbins there. Oh, and that's the man's own second place in GD3 and the championship leaders in GD3. So, a terrible mistake by
Code
Danny
80
Robbins
in
there.
10 seconds.
And that could really hand the advantage
5,
to
4,
Madness Racing
3,
here.
2, 1. Code 80.
Oh, and the rear wing has fallen right off. Danny Robbins having a huge accident there. And that could hand the momentum back to BMW Madness. There's Pawn Robert. Got back under, going down for the code 80. He was about 60, just over 60, 70 seconds behind. Of course, he's got Hevesi in between both of them, so Hevesi will move out to second, definitely as a result of this. But this is Pawn Robert, and I can't believe his luck at the moment. That finally DDoS have hit trouble despite controlling the race earlier. And this is what we suspected might happen. There's Norbert Chicab.
Okay, drivers, back to
result.
green in 10 seconds.
Robbins has made it back to the pit, so we're going to green flag.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Action, action, action. Who's going to go off the road next? But Cab has got a huge lead out front. Bazzi, only a lap down. He was 2 laps down very briefly. Bazzi did set the fastest final sector there of the race. Previous lap. He's about 36 seconds down on Denis Yashenko. They're on the same compound of tyres too. Vestergaard, need to watch his progress. What final sector is he going to set as Robbins is still in the pits? There we go. Hevesi is through. Is Robert going to pass as well? A big opportunity for Pawn Robert. Well, they've got David Petro between on the road. He's about 9 seconds behind Petra in the Force Polonia P2 car. Go below. Go below. Nice name to say. Still going up along very nicely in 5th place. Paul Roberts going to catch him. He's only a couple of seconds behind Robbins. Here we go. Coming out the pits. And that has huge implications for the championship between Marcel Fuzzy lapping the leader in GD3. Paul Robert comes through. That puts BMW Madness in a title-winning position. Almost. Oh no, it doesn't, because it's a 6-second gap. It's a 6-point gap, rather. And they will only gain about 2 or 3 points more from finishing in 3rd over Robbins in 4th. If below gets in between them, then that's where it gets interesting. The only place where DDoS could finish 1 place behind BMW Madness and still lose the title is if, as we see Robbins exiting the pits now, is if BMW Madness win with DDoS second. They need a car in between them, BMW Madness, but it puts the pressure onto DDoS. They've got like a 40-second gap now between the 2 cars. What can happen between now and the end of the race? Oof. Like I need to lie down now. But dry tires don't seem to be the fastest man on track at the
Same
moment.
class blue flag rules apply to the RE Racing 68. That means you move out of the way when you are being lapped. Thank you. Same applies to other cars that have done the same. Please be aware of this. When a car in your class is lapping you, you move out of the way. Thank you.
Gergo Vittori being lectured by the race director there on lapping etiquette, to stay out of the way basically. It's always demoralising, not only just to be lapped but also to hold off for not letting people through cleanly enough. But I'm sure Gergo Vittori will take the message to heart and drive cleaner and be less of an obstacle for the front runners. Very much rather be fighting up front if possible. But since still new driver needs to get the experience, of course. Anyway, Khrushchev leads GD3, incidentally by 50 seconds over Gabo Hevesi, who's on dry tyres. But they're making slow inroads into Spirichev's lead. May not be fully dry out yet as Chris Tompkins really gets over the curbs there as we run on board with him. Then we've got Paul Robert in third for BMW Madness. It is about almost 50 seconds down on, or 48 seconds down I think on Gabo Hevesi. Then it is Danny Robbins for DDoS, who third and fourth really fighting out for the title here. 37 seconds between the two. Then it is Gergo below, fifth position. 20 seconds down Robbins. David Krasny is in sixth position for Fancy Esports. Then is Pascal Eggert, Chris Tompkins for IDOS, Gergo Vittori and Durand Kiosmik, rounding out the top 10 with all the remaining runners. Quite a lot of the bottom end of the OSBC Chicab sets the fastest lap of the race, 153.912. At the fastest first sector too, 42.154. So Chicab really stamping his authority on this race. Bentz goes wide, but holding up not too much. Still running at the back. The LMP2 field, unfortunately. Marcel Fuzzy, it's a shame he was having those spins because his pace was electric earlier when he was on the right tyres. Sort of stabilised a little bit and 22 seconds behind Deniashenko. The threat from behind, Vestergaard 86 seconds down on blue compound tyres, which I believe are dry ones that very few have ventured onto after the wet start we had earlier.
Okay, drivers, code 80 in 10 seconds. Yeah,
it looks like... Oh!
5,
that's Bentz
4,
coming up again.
3, 2, 1, code 80.
Oh, and it's really been a miserable race for Pankatai Bentz. He's just struggled to keep it on the road, and there's Ashenko missing a rear wing.
Multiple cars with no rear wings, according to this code 80.
Yeah. So let me know, Alex. Very strict. Yeah, we got the two title contenders with no rear wings, the two remaining ones in LMP2. So Ashenko is going to lose out to Fuzzy from this, for sure. Vestergaard's a bit further down, but for Bentz, I think it's he's compromising any chance he might have of recovering now, because he keeps getting into incidents. Forlorn looking missing rear wing tells the story, really. Such a shame for Fancy Esports. They were doing their best to fight back against RSS Unison. Had a really good race at Road America. 2 cars on the podium. 2 cars on the... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 2 cars on the podium. They definitely won. And then it all seems to fall apart for them here in the finale. I wonder if the loss of Norbert Jacob, defection to IDOS for whatever reason it may have been, perhaps that has had an influence. Jacob is really, of the front runners, he's been the cleanest. Full course yellow, of course.
Okay, drivers, back to green in 10 seconds.
But not for much longer.
Back to green in 10 seconds, apologies.
No, don't apologise, just repeating yourself, Alex. I know he can't hear me, but
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
I like to pretend that he can, just so I have someone to talk to. Yashenko replaces the rear wing. This puts Marcel Fuzzy from Pimps Racing Hungary, who made such a good start and were holding third for quite a while, and now back into third position after their mistake earlier. After that Fuzzy's co-driver did. Been overall a pretty strong stint from Pimps Racing Hungary number 23. But anyway, so Madness Racing, this is where will they start to think maybe we can win this title? We just need to get in front of Gabba Hevesi, but that Robbins doesn't get past as well. Racing Hungary still got their own very faint title hopes to maintain. You never know with hitting trouble. Robert being hunted into the cider by an LMP2 car. Stuff like that keeps happening. It could go the way of Pimps Hungary, despite them having missing a few rounds, which is why they're about 30 or 30 points I think, down in the standing. He's going.
Okay, drivers, code 80 in 10 seconds.
There's Gabba
5,
Hevesi.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
In another big accident. Code 80. Of course, yellow period, where they all have to stay at 80 miles per hour. Oh, it's Yashenko again in 4th position. What is going on with the title leaders? They're just almost doing everything they can to throw away the championship, but only 8 cars running. If another car drops out, they basically won the championship because they can't finish lower than... Oh, unless of course they don't finish, of course. There's the cap having spun just in the middle of the carousel. That's a very odd way to win it. With the 2 leaders once again coming to grief and causing a code 80. Bit incredulous here. Fuzzy decides to pit, having just got past Penko. What tyres he's switching to? It must still be damp in a few places, and that must be what's catching him out. Cab actually sets the fastest first sector of the race, 41.940. I wonder if he did that before the code 80 done. Lap 69, incidentally, which is a number with some interesting implications. Now, Fuzzy is about to lap Pashenko. That's a turn up, considering things were going what felt like only half an hour ago. Like Pashenko was well on his way to second. Slavazzi had blown it away, and now he's almost about to lap him again. Because Pashenko has had 2 rear wing losses, not losages. Why am I trying to turn a word into another word? Big risk here. How many more drivers are going to go on to dry tyres? Fuzzy, incidentally, did switch to dry tyres at that pit stop he made under the code 80. Vestergaard is still on his dry tyres. Gabba Hevesi is still on dry tyres and is close to 42 seconds of the leader's Chev. Robert is pitting, to Horn Robert from 3rd. I wonder if BMW Madness are going to take the opportunity here to switch drivers. They are switching on to dry tyres, BMW Madness. DDoS are also on dry tyres as well. I think BMW Madness have emerged about 4 seconds ahead. But they might emerge. It depends. I think Danny Robbins may just get... Oh no, BMW Madness is switching in 10 lure to the car. Robbins almost certainly, if he doesn't pit, is going to jump them. Lewis got out ahead of Robbins just by 2.2 seconds. Very good judgment by BMW Madness there. Burachev pitched from the lead in GD3 as well. It looks like the dry tyres are the ones to be on at the moment. Been it for a while, but really only in LMP2, Fuzzy, Vestergaard are on them. The leaders in GD3, the only ones who haven't are Ballo and Krasnai, who are on sort of inters. Oh, and Goga Story, of course. Go. So, to see Robbins can mount an attack on turn Lure. Shenko still being repaired. Vestergaard has gotten through. So, interesting. Is Marcel Fuzzy and Andres Vestergaard going to be able to close that 58-second gap to Patrick Slavazzi with their dry tyres? Pretty lengthy code 80, even though I think both cars made it to the pits, so I'm not sure what the hold-up is. Are they waiting for Rashenko waiting for him to get out? Doesn't seem fair. They don't wait for anyone else to get out. He wasn't the only one who involved in the incident. Bence was involved in one too. I think Bence would have had time to go into the pits by now. In fact, there he is.
We come back to green in 10 seconds. Yeah.
Okay, so Shenko has
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Right, we go to green. They've swapped out as the Spirichev has swapped out for Ilyushkinov. Artemy Yushkinov on board the Aston Martin that's leading the GD3 class at the moment. They've emerged because they've found a code 80, or as we see below, being matched by the two MP2 cars. Oh dear! Benz again misjudges it at the turn 4. No, this is turn 6 or 7, isn't it? Just in front of the carousel, and hunts another LMP2 off. In the black. Oh, that wasn't the Denyashenko, was it? Oh no, it was Vestergaard. I think he hit. That was very poor driving from Pankatai Bence. Ooh, Ilyushkinov still getting used to the RSS Unison Aston Martin. There a problem there. He's weaving a little bit. I was wondering if the steering was bent, but it doesn't seem as in control. He's hemorrhaging time to Gabo Hevesi actually. So Ilyushkinov is coming to the pits. There we go. So that's going to hand the lead to Gabo Hevesi. Where is Ilyushkinov going to come back out? That's the interesting thing. As Fuzzy sets the fastest sub 2 in LMP2. No, he's only 59 seconds behind Slavazzi, so the gap's fairly stable. But the GD3 where the real drama is going on at the moment. Hevesi takes the lead. Turn Lewis Benz! BMW Madness! One of the title contenders. He's gone off the road there. And on the exit of the corner, he's going to have to collect that up. Is he going to get back going? And the Robbins is long gone up the road. That's a very costly error for BMW Madness. And it's Robinson. The fastest lap for Marcel Fuzzy. 153.4. He's closed 7 seconds to Slavazzi on that lap, so the dry tyres despite the fact that people are spinning off, they're the ones to be on. If you can keep on the road, at least on the dry line. Yushchenko remains in the pit lane. I don't think he was used to the conditions, and that's what caused him to go off there. We saw him just emerging from the gravel, maybe hit the wall as well. Oh, that bends. Another big smash into the wall there. Going from bad to worse. Oh, and Bello hit the back of him. So damage for Bello as well, potentially. But very poor driving, I think, by Benz. But there's Bello going off track. It looks like there is damage to that car. Bello's got to worry about Krasnoi, not too far behind as well. But Robin's up to second place in GD3. Lure up to third after his spin. 10 seconds behind Danny Robbins. Good news is, Lunar Bandits have got their driver change out of the way, whereas DDoS... Oh no, wait. I've got to run around, so... But look, Robbins has been driving for some time, whereas might be a little less fatigued. There's Ilyushkinov. And back out in fourth. Came another... Oh, Pankadai Benz makes friends with the advertising hoardings. And... it's just... it's a real... Fancy Esports 888 has been the only real machine that is consistently impressed. The part, of course, we did have Kalokshai leading earlier, but unfortunately, due to mysterious circumstances, his car retired from the lead. Our fastest lap, the same fastest time, was 151.5 by Marcel Fuzzy. He really putting on performance he can. Needs to make sure everything's spin out again though. There's drama happening around. Slower first sector this time for Fuzzy. Not quite be a case of them closing in at a rapid rate of knots.
Incident between the Pimps Racing Hungary number 22 and the Reading Game Studios 86. No further action. The car was sideways on the brakes. It was no intention and no damage caused.
Okay, that might have been the incident we saw earlier. I may have misidentified Bentz as the Pimps Racing Hungary as Bentz, and I apologise for that. But, a bit of a crazy situation. Hevesi emerging with a very big lead considering how far behind they were earlier in the race. 87 seconds over Danny Robbins. Krasnoi trying to get through the Fools Polonia car so he can challenge Balor. Fools Polonia is going to have to give up at some point, given it's a lap down. Not under threat. There's Slavazi. Oh, going quite slowly. Second place. Fancy Esports are in trouble again here. Letting the BD cars through? I'm not sure why you would do that. Bessie about to put the RSS Unison that was leading the race not too long ago a lap down as Eggert goes off track. Can't look away, can you? And something crazy happens. There we see the Fools Polonia trying to get past both of them. I think he's on dry tyres, fresher tyres. Oh, Krasnoi on the road to try and challenge Below. He's trying to go around the outside. Below makes him go the long way around. Almost pushes him off track there as they approach the carousel. He's going to have to do another run there. So, both of these guys are on intermediates actually. Krasnoi and Below. guy's gonna good chance to get back in front here. As he pits from second, he's finally made it back to the pit lane. That puts Fuzzy into second place, so yeah. As he did have huge damage, and puts Pimp's Hungary into giddy heights for second place, but Slavazzi really, fortunately, took damage from an incident and really blown the little honour Fantasy Esports had left in this race. Fuzzy's at the fastest final sector. He's 2 laps down on Jacab, but on a much faster tyre. And I suspect Slavazzi going to switch for dries now as well. Nothing to lose, really. Well, Deniashenko, they're running in 5th place behind about 9 seconds behind Vestergaard. Certainly not going completely to plan, but still quite a winning position as long as he doesn't drop to last place. Given that last place is about 3 laps down on him, it doesn't seem likely that will happen. Oh, the Yushnyov exploring the outer limits, a bit of grass cutting. Calm done, I guess. Just gotta worry about Ballo behind though. Defending well from Krasnaya, must be said. Fence. There's very little to say about Bence's race that sheds it in a positive light, unfortunately. Still in it, which is more that can be said for the Kolokshai, for instance. He moves it to 4th because Slavazzi's still in the pits for repairs. It's become very much a race of attrition. I think we're a 24-hour race, to be honest. We're 3 hours in now. I think 3 hours straight. I should probably pick a record. Oh, Jesus Christ! Pascal Egger goes flying there. Huge crash. It's going to be a code 80 for sure. And the Eidos was running in 7th place has come to grief. That was even bigger than Danny Robbins' crash, as we see David Petra stuck in the gravel. Going again for Force Polonia in 7th. It's a shame Petra was have some good progress and now he's 3 laps down. But,
Okay, drivers, code 80 in 10
oh,
seconds.
and there's that DDoS facing the wrong way down the track. Was that Danny Robbins?
5, 4, 3, 2,
it was
1, code 80.
Danny Robbins could be under threat from 10 Lure here. I believe he's got going again. There we go, but not what DDoS needed. Another mistake. I was just thinking about DDoS because they had a huge crash earlier as well, and IDOS seem intent on outdoing them. Pascal Egger, anyway. He did the pits quite quickly, so apparently the complete race destroyer. Here we feared that might be. Actually, still in the pits from his previous crash, by the way. Oh. Just want to take a break, and then bits and pieces flying all over the racetrack. They just can't keep it out of the walls sometimes. Difficult beast to drive, though, it must be pointed out. Some questions in the chat about live timing. I'll just give you a link if you want to to race view, which is where the live timing I'm looking at set up. There you go. Just posted it in the chat. Well, lap 76 we're on at the moment.
Okay, drivers, back to green in 10 seconds. It's alright.
Race director sounds like he's in a good mood at least. Fuzzy in second. Can Pimps Hungary take second place? And
green
can
flag.
Reading Game Studios take a podium as well? What a story that would be. There's Denny Yashenko. Even though he's on the Inters, there's Norbert Cab. He's only about 9 seconds down on Andreas Vestergaard. Fuzzy's 100 seconds ahead of Vestergaard, but 2 laps behind Jacab. So Jacab could probably make a couple of pit stops and still come out ahead of Fuzzy at this point. If Fuzzy can use his tyre advantage, he can really... Actually, it's only 1 lap ahead, technically, as it says on the timing screens, but this is a big opportunity for Fuzzy. The Hibesi pits from the lead in GD3 is below. So that hams Krasnai to 5th unless he pits too. I really think that fatigue is and the treacherous conditions have played their part, because we see when the driver starts to tire and make mistakes, they make big mistakes that have huge impacts on their races. Other people's races too, occasionally. Vestergaard doing a pretty strong job. It made a brilliant start actually from, despite not having been able driving too late to qualify, climbed all the way up to, I think it was first corner, and dropped back a bit again. Faster cars came through. Michael Parker version there, the last corner for RE Racing going in. He's just got in the car, Michael Parker, very recently. See, we can look at the first laps back from Fuzzy and Jacab. It says Jacab's last lap was 3:29, but I think that was under full course yellow. So, GD3, by the way, Christian Kabai has taken over the... Frenet Christian Kabai has taken over the Pimps Hungary machine. He's leading Robbins by just under 6 seconds. And then Lua is only 12 seconds. Is only about 6 seconds behind Robbins. So it's very close. That battle for the lead in GD3. I feel that DDoS wants control back of this race is all below. His pit goes wide, entering the carousel. Okay, seems to have got going again. Dave. There's Danny Robbins facing down Frenet Christian Kabai. There he is. It's good to see Pimps Racing Hungary leading their class. Because, in fact, Frenet Christian Kabai goes wide and into the gravel! Oh dear! A big mistake there for the Pimps Hungary Racing driver, but he's going to emerge still just about in the lead. No, he isn't. Danny Robbins retakes the lead there. Oh, what a catastrophic error by Frenet Christian Kabai, having just got in the car. He was wide at the carousel and couldn't save it. Oh, we see Chris Tompkins having a spin too. The GD3 field seems unable to keep it on the black stuff right now. Hacking the advertising hoarding of frustration, really more than anything, just to get going again. And through goes to lap him goes Ilyushkinov. Of course, Christian Kabai made that mistake. He's still come out ahead of Lua. Lua has still got 3 seconds to make up on him, so it's very close in GD3 right now. The errors like that are really deciding things, and I think that might be Pimps Racing Hungary's chances of winning the title starting to slip away from them there with that error. There's Ten Lua racing down Christian Kabai. Fastest lap, fastest first sector, by the way, for Marcel Fuzzy, 41.0. Second the time screen purple. It was a 42.3 for Japan. So Fuzzy still a lap down, but little by little, using his tyre advantage to close in. Vestergaard has pulled away slightly from Mashenko too, to 15 seconds. What a topsy-turvy race this is turning out to be. It could reset itself again. Oh! Big accident there. That was Parker, I believe. Had gone off there. Yeah, in the orange car. Lucky for Michael Parker. The leader, the class leader, coming up to him. Lap him. It's a fastest lap of the race for Marcel Fuzzy, 151.382. Jacab's last lap was a 155.9. So Fuzzy is eating seconds out of him. Jacab really needs to pit for dry tyres or a different compound of dry tyres. This is being closed in at the moment as Kabai makes another mistake, which lets Lua through. Oh, and Dom Tranquil is facing the wrong way and off the circuit. Kabai completely falling apart in this opening phase of his stint. Not used to the car at all, and Tranquil, unfortunately, into grief. A big gap to Slavazzi and a big gap behind as well, so won't hurt too much. Fuzzy. Could Himps Racing Hungary pull off a shock victory here in the last race of the season? Got 20 hours to make it happen. 20 and a half hours to make it happen. Kaiser wants to be on right now. He just seems so much more confident now that the track has dried up a bit more. Tranquil again going off the road. But he won't be happy with that. Bazzi, who was lapping Ishchenko not that long ago, is now behind him by 115 seconds. Yes, very topsy-turvy. One mistake and you can be light years behind your competitor, and then your competitor makes a mistake and then suddenly you're a lap ahead of them. Almost. That's why I think even with the lead Jacab has, because he's been caught by so many seconds per lap it seems. 9 seconds he was caught that last lap as Michael Parker goes off again at the same corner. Slightly less calamitous this time, at least he's facing the right way. The BMW Madness machine losing in on him. There's Danny Robbins, race leader, 4 seconds. Car rivals, that's their gap. Lua knows if he has to get on par, he needs to make sure Robbins doesn't pull away too far in this stint. Comparing lap times, Lua and Robbins. Lua was faster that last lap. 2 minutes 7.2, Robbins 2 minutes 7.76. Fastest first sector for Marcel Fuzzy. He's getting faster all the time. 40.564, 41.4 for Norbert Jacab. Jacab's pitting. He must be listening to my commentary. Putting on a different compound of tyre. There we go. Yeah, he switched to the same compound. And why not? Because that lead, there's no point pitting when the lead's gone. Use it while it's there. To the end of Fuzzy's charge. And a pretty strong job, Marcel Fuzzy. See what the gap is when might just still be just over a lap, but if you can get on the same lap, there might be a chance here. His pit stop, because he's forced the cab to sort of pit possibly earlier than he may have wanted to. Almost he was 8/10 faster than Robbins on that last lap they've just completed. Really trying to turn the wick up here. So he's dropped a bit on this lap. Having as good a lap. About a second to Danny Robbins. Ooh, Idos running a bit wide there. Tompkins, okay. Lua, he's dropped to 6 seconds behind, so 2 seconds slower on this lap. He's either had an off somewhere or braking a little bit wrong and lost a bit of time. Oh, there's Tompkins. So it was actually Eggert going a little bit wide earlier. Not ideal for Chris Tompkins. Another great line to be on. Cab still make his way out the pits. He's going to be about 40 seconds ahead though by the time he emerges. Be more than that. Does he closing it all the time? The live timing shows Fuzzy being for an 86 seconds down, but the timing here on MP2 board shows him being 43 seconds down. There we go. So Cab emerges on the same tyres with a 43-second lead, 42 and a half to be exact. Then we've got Vestaraggio, where's Vestergaard? Sorry, I'm not sure what happened now. It's been Italian for some reason. Tried to. He is third, 108 seconds down on Fuzzy. Then we've got Denny Yashenko 16 seconds down on Vestergaard, but on a different compound. Yashenko and Slavazzi are still on the intermediates, I believe. Tranquil, 8 pieces coming in for a stop. And then we've got David Petre, 124 seconds behind Tranquil, so he'll close a little bit. Not sure Petra is going to be able to overtake Tranquil as we see Danny Robbins making a mistake, going wide and losing time to turn Lua. Madness closing back in again. It's ebbing and flowing, but you can see him in the background there. The title fight is still alive between those two teams. It could go either way. Could go below. Still trying to get on an even kill with Krasnai, who overtook him earlier. Not having the same pace as David Petre, spins it around. No, he's not going to catch Domtown Tranquil, especially not stays there for much longer. Gets going again. Christian Goodbye, third in class. His mistakes, 26 seconds down on a lead that he had earlier. I don't want to avoid going straight into the gravel carousel. Yushkinov pace has stabilised a bit. He could be challenging Christian Goodbye for too long. So it's still feasibly a 4-horse race for the win in GD3. For the title, it's really a 2-horse race between BMW Madness, this team, and EDOS. So Ishenko is back up to third now because Andres Vestergaard has pit. Possibly to change driver. Fuzzy has kept the gap pretty stable to Jacob actually over these last few laps. But it seems there's every chance that all those laps that Jacob wasted really on the wrong tyres by being a bit too conservative. He sacrificed a big chunk of his lead, and now Fuzzy is feasibly within sort of a striking distance, just about. So really, Norbert Jacob is not, and IDOS 317 are not got this sewn up just yet. Real danger here. Oh, there's Dom Tranquil. Goes a little exploring. Oh, yellow in sector 2 as Slavazzi pits. Abstini, of course, piloting here. Petra hands over to Chris Gitsov. Chris Tompkins, another Chris. Off at the carousel. Slavazzi. Fifth, but comfortably ahead of Tranquil. Denishenko is the only driver still using intermediates at the moment. Lap times aren't doing too great. He's still fairly quick though compared to Cab and Fuzzy. Cab's just set a purple sector 2, so he's starting to get the hang of these tyres now. Also, Fuzzy progress is going to become a bit harder from here on in. Harder to make at least. Oh, who's that? It's Fuzzy. Oh dear. I was just thinking, that Fuzzy was going to have a harder time of it, and then he goes and proves me right there.
Okay, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
And that's caused the code 80. Did Fuzzy take damage? Or?
5, 4, 3,
and another incident somewhere else on the racetrack.
1, code 80.
Oh, Vestergaard hits the wall hard from 4th position. And that's going to let Slavazzi, he's not going to come back out in front of Shenko, that's for sure. And Vestergaard was on the wrong tyres, it looks like. He's coming pretty hard and he's retired. So only 7 drivers in LMP2 class left. I think that we could officially say that as long as Denishenko and the RSS Unison 717 stays in the race, difficult to see how they could lose the title now. Mathematically, it feels like can't officially dot the I's and cross the T's just yet, but I think Vestergaard may have did it to them. There is Fuzzy coming in after his spin. What happened to Vestergaard? It showed me that he was using wet tyres on my timing screen. That's a fault. Well, John Pablo Marquez, you already asked that question, I gave you the links. Copy it. I think I put to
Okay, drivers, back to green in 10 seconds.
Okay. Fuzzy,
5,
Denishenko,
4,
and Vestergaard are in the
3,
pits.
2,
Although
1,
Vestergaard is
green flag.
because he's DNF. There we go, race starts again. So this actually helps Slavazzi a bit. Maybe not too much, he'll at least pass the Vestergaard, but I think I might be a bit too far up the road. And room pitting, Fuzzy's dropped to 78 seconds behind Jacob. Oh! As we see Pankadai bends, dropping it again. Oh dear. Miserable race for Fancy Esports. Right, in GD3, by the way, Lua still just about with Robin, 6 seconds down. So far, it's looking like DDoS have not a firm grip on the title, but they're doing everything they need to so far. They've recovered well. That earlier huge crash that Danny Robbins had. Fluctuating, it's been up and down for all these teams, especially in GD3, but also LMP2 to an extent. Say which way it's all going to filter out. I'm going to take a short break now. It's been more quite enough action for one race for me, but I'll be back in a few short minutes. Just take a drink because I've been here for like 3.5 hours. But anyway, the Cab's still leading LMP2. Robin's leading PD3 for DDoS. Denny Yashenko and RSS Unison still set to win the title as Pankadai Benz goes off track and almost certainly causes another code 80. But nope, he gets going again. There we go. You can do it, Pankadai. Ah, take that, Johnsonville. Welcome back to Road America. Whoa, Michael Parker is going straight into the gravel at very high speed. Thankfully, he doesn't make too big a contact with the wall, but it gets going again. But where also Norbert Jacob leads Marcel Fuzzy by 69 seconds at the moment, after Fuzzy has just pit under a code 80 not too long ago. Meanwhile, in GD3, Danny Robbins leads Tim Lure, and those are the two fighting out for the title. Robbins has extended his gap with Lure by 4 seconds to 7.3, so Lure just about keeping him in check, but not able to challenge for an overtake just yet. Cab, we're watching him on screen at the moment, throwing for IDOS. Done a pretty strong job. It took a while to, I would say he's made a couple of errors, very minor ones within the gravel, but in the scheme of things, compared to the others. But the only real big error was when the track dried out. He took a long time to change over to big tyres, the most I felt, and it seemed a little odd. It cost him a bit of time, but he's still able to come out comfortably in the lead. Would be over a lap ahead of Fuzzy had he hit a bit earlier, I think. Taking advantage. Fuzzy really has been eating into that gap and trading fastest laps with him. Fuzzy's best last lap was 52.5, whereas Jacobs was 51.0, but that was his best lap actually. But Fuzzy has set 50.7. Pretty fast, consistent. Pinko's in third, looking pretty much on course to win the championship. Vestergaard, who crashed out earlier, has got going again. Good to see, but he's down in 8th, of course, and several laps down. 5 down on the leader, but also a lap down on Bentz, who is the next car. Yeah, not exactly a, seems to have settled down just a little bit, recent point. There's Danny Robbins. Oh, he just made a little bit of a mistake because Lure has caught up to him slightly. I missed that on stream, sorry, I was looking away at the timing screens. But, But Robbins generally seems to have had better pace than Lure in the present conditions. Gonna go below. Ups and downs. He was running on the podium earlier during the wet conditions. Picked with a few sort of unlucky code 80s and battling a Krasnai ahead. The Krasnai's pulled ahead significantly. His pace has not been quite enough to keep him in the fight, but he's still done pretty well and ahead what others have lost there. So, speaking of which, here's Ilyushkinov losing his head slightly. 4th place, he was really close to the lead, and Christian Kabai they were leading. It was Christian Kabai, and both drivers seemed to have slipped out of that fight for the lead a little bit. Here's Bentz holding up a Lure. That's a funny thing to say. An LMP2 car holding up a GD3 car. Times have changed. Oh, and Bentz goes off track again. Beeline for the pit lane. Really not helped Lure too much. Also attempts to Robbins on that lap. Came to see Vestergaard crash earlier as well. Was running third, had a good chance of Green Game Studios, I think the first ever class podium. sort of kind of threw it away, it must be said. He's back in the race now, even if it's a couple of laps really too late, and he's given himself probably way too much ground to make up over the next 20 hours. See how far he can get. Going set to 2. And it's good. Ooh, Marcel Fuzzy has just set another fastest lap of the race, 150.4. My time screen says he's 63 seconds down, but on the screen it says he's 70. There's Ross Benjamin, who's got into Fantasy Sports number 5. Prototype Benz was looking a little second hand, so perhaps this is an overdue change. Here comes Denishenko, title contender, to lap them for the 4th time, I believe. Here we go. Gonna take a miracle for Fantasy Sports to win the championship today, I think. Or not a miracle, perhaps a catastrophic apocalypse for Denishenko to stop him winning it, and RSS Unison team, of course, other drivers. Whoa! Speaking of which, there goes RSS Unison straight to the gravel. That was a real. I think I kind of made a mess of things there, completely breaking point. Bolo, sorry, and Tompkins are in pits at the moment too in the GD3 class. 6th and 8th respectively. Gap between the two, of course. Krasnaya only 2 seconds behind Ilyushkinov. Krasnaya has been his last lap was 2 seconds faster. Might be setting up the RSS Unison driver for a move. Ilyushkinov's been a little bit underwhelming, especially compared to his teammates, which I didn't from earlier. There we go. Ah, big gap already. I know I got confused, I was looking at the wrong drivers there. Still 2 seconds down. Whoa! Tavares is going a little wide. A little actually. Almost be the racing line now, people just go really wide out of turn. I think that is. Is the race leader Jacan? Slowly being caught by Marcel Fuzzy, 59 seconds or so back. 7 it says on the full time screen. I think he's catchable, but Fuzzy needs to iron out the spins and mistakes. Tompkins. Again going very wide down the straight. Let's have a turn 3, I think. There's Danny Robbins takes a pit stop, so Lua takes the lead. P3. Now they're out. Oh, this could be a code 80. It actually against play out of Robbins' hands. That's Marcel Fuzzy, who's binned it from 2nd place. And he was catching Jacab until that point. Fuzzy was having it off. Fuzzy blows it again, unfortunately. Blows mistake could put him into the clutches of Denishenko. was Benjamin. I'm trying to keep a lap down. Pretty surprised there's been no full course yellow or code 80 called for Fuzzy. But anyway, race carries on and Fuzzy will hemorrhage time. It'll be a Pimps Hungary Racing Hungary victory after all. Krasnai's finally got past Ilya Yushkinov, like it was only a matter of time. That move, but oh well, what was going on, I guess. Must be said, the Fancy Esports GD3 team opted in a podium position. Oh, there's Patrick Slavazzi, fourth. The LMP2 field going off very wide. Not going to catch Denny Ashinka driving like that. Oh no, the car looks horribly damaged. Where is Fuzzy going to come out then? Quick cut to 10, Lua. Apparently in a temporary winning Jeff Close has taken over the DDoS entry. Close, of course, wasn't a DDoS driver before. He didn't originally drive for Abstinia Force Polonia. So in the switch, he's the one who's stayed where he was, I believe. Back in fifth as Chris Tompkins spins across the circuit. Again, to get himself facing the right way again. So Fuzzy's still in, he's got about 85 seconds on Vinyashenko. Yeah, I think he could lose out to Vinyashenko here if the repairs take a while. Slavazzi is also in behind Ashenko, but he is about 60 seconds ahead of Dom Tranquil. It's going to be a battle over second place really in P2 now, fortunately. Oh, there's Pascal Egger. Oh, exit the corner. Almost got in a position where he was almost in a dangerous position there, where the other drivers could have ran into him, but he quickly extricated himself quite quickly. Egger carries on to fight another day. He's doing that Dice Nose, just taken over Fancy Esports 28. Second of the cars in three. The Fuzzies emerge about 7 seconds ahead of Denyashenko. Fuzzy's still in there in the pits, but Dom Tranquil and SID is going up to 4. Dom Tranquil's pace has not been particularly outstanding or anything, but he's down. Plugged away, and that's what endurance racing is all about, of course. Chris Gitzog has done a solid job in Bologna entry in 6th as well. Few laps away from catching Slavazzi, but might be able to take advantage of this. Get himself a lap down or remove a lap that he's already down by. Ooh, there's Christian by in second and GD3 getting into the wall there. And Christian is in trouble. Krasnov, Yushkinov in close. It does seem like just hit very early, managed to get close. Well, in this stint anyway, because they seem like it's been a long while before. Oh, there we go. Chris Levi coming in, of course, but mainly Dito is suspected damage. It does seem like Ditos are on a different strategy to the drivers around him. Pretty bizarre to look at Fuzzy, who was only about a minute or so behind Jagab. After making a mistake, he's now 2 laps down. One mistake, lost the rear wing. But of course, there was no code 80, so it would make sense that he lost so much time. We're approaching the end of the 4th hour. Get close. Taking Chris Goodbye. Chris Goodbye's in the pits. Leader pits, Lua pits, so where's he going to come out relatively close? Close does not have the best of since, he's 100 seconds down, so I think Lua could potentially jump the DOS team. Anders Racing could jump DDoS here, lead of the race. Could be a turnout. Turning into a race between the two of them, and whoever wins the race wins the championship, really. And Ilyushkinov sort of... we're going to get out ahead of Ilyushkinov. Probably not, but we'll see. Okay, Ilyushkinov as I go through. Where is Jeff Close? Oh, Chris Skitsov. Man, what a good job he was doing, and he's there facing the wrong way, down in 6th place. Who gets going? Big gap to Jeff Close. So Mandus Racing have done it here. Of course, have not had a great stint since they pit very early too, and is in a title winning position on merit here. BMW Mandus Racing team. The Jacab hits from the lead, but it's a big lead. There's no real threat from behind now. Fuzzy has binned it.
These will be dealt with now. Apologies for the delay. I was getting food.
Oh, I don't blame you, Alex. Well, comes the P2 field. Tranquil, it's nice to leg it for IDOS. Cab coming out too for IDOS. Yep, so Fuzzy's now only 1 lap down, but quite a behind. Interesting, it'll be to see how quickly Lure can, unless they pit ahead of him, how quickly Lure can clear Ilyushkinov and Krasnov. They're the only ones who can really be the flies in the ointment here. Tito's team will be hoping is that they can get one of the Abstinio Force Polonia drivers that they've lent over for their squad into the car as soon as possible. As Ilyushkinov pits, yep. Krasnov leads. 3 anyway. Driver's going to come up behind Jeff close, I think. Chris Hill has taken over from Dom Tranquillo on the SID Sports number 53 that's running in 4th position. 3 laps down on the lead. Oh, there's Chris Tompkins. Grass cutting. A whisper acting up. But anyway. Hold your cab. Obviously leading. Real challenges behind to the pressure behind and go down the background. Looking good for Ducab at the moment to take 2 wins, 2 races for 2 different teams. Certainly be an achievement. I'm not sure we've had too many consecutive winners in this series. Oh, there's Marcel Fuzzy. Yeah, didn't there? Fuzzy definitely had the pace to win. Could still win. But needs to iron out those mistakes. As we see Jihad make a mistake of his own. Completely faultless either. So this could be an opportunity, but Jihad does more of that. For Fuzzy to self into the lead. Challenge. Vazzy. Bit of a patchy run today. Not had the luck you would have hoped for. But also, once we kind of got in the lead, Vazzy kind of binned it and blew it away. Well, it wasn't Slicer driving, it was his team. But with Triple Eight, Eastwood's car had the opportunity to sort of save the bacon, bring home the bacon rather, and instead they're running in 5th position, way below what they're capable of, giving themselves too much ground to make up. On GT3, oh, Chris Hill from 4th. Cleans it at the carousel in the rear wing, goes begging there. Gonna hand 4th to Slavazzi. There's a couple of seconds behind. Here he comes. And if Krasnov pits. Yep, there we go. Slavazzi is through. Could this be a code 80 as well for the standard car of Slavazzi? Chris Hill rather making its way back to the pit lane. There's Slavazzi. It's 2 laps down and the Force Polonia machine really going to be able to challenge. Might be able to catch up a little bit at least though. As Krasnaya pits and Lua resumes the lead, retakes the lead. It's Krasnaya going to fill her out, almost certainly behind close. Remember, even though DDoS are leading in GD3, they can afford to finish behind Madness any other position, but if Madness win and they come second because they get 7 points for winning and they're 6 points behind, then that's okay. So currently very Madness, as long as Krasnaya filters, if they could Krasnaya filters that behind close like I expect him to, then BMW Madness would be set. There we go. That sets BMW Madness up to win. If it finishes like this, BMW Madness will win the title by 1 point, I believe. Pretty insane. But overhauling at 6 point margin going into this one. Big gap to close, 54 seconds. Major in this stint, BMW Madness. So Fuzzy sits another for purple 6-1, 40.78. Last lap was 150.2. 10th faster than it's just at a 151.40 though. Chris Hill makes the pits. Just under 20 hours to go. Glad I don't have to do the night stint. Fun as it is, but... Enko pits from third position. Could be about... He's about 30 seconds down on Fuzzy. Attempt to try and undercut Fuzzy, maybe. Highly possible. Oh. Oh, anyone in the chat to talk to? Any direction they want to do? Oh. Has to go behind Jeff close and lapping him. Oh no, I may have actually been. Oh no, they are fighting. They were fighting for position. Vestergaard has managed to get himself onto the same lap as number 5 Fantasy Sport, then number 10 Abstinio Force Polonium Machine. It could be a decent fight for 6th here if Vestergaard keeps his pace up. Need to get past 10 Lure on the road at least first. They're still in the pits. Now Fuzzy coming in. And just as Shenko is leaving, I believe. Yep, there we go. Oh, and Norbert Jacob has just set fastest lap of the race, 149.9 for the first sector, so really into the 49s front with Norbert Jacabria. But that might be White Fuzzy's going for fresh tyres. Brain a bit. Well, we're on lap 106. It's been eventful hours. Really been, as ever, a sort of up and down affair. But EERC especially, we've had like 4 or 5 cars that have led at one point and fought each other for victory. But it's turning into the two-title protagonists. BMW Madness, EOS Racing. Still, go either way. Jeff Post not as strong in this stint as his teammates, but dropped to 60 seconds behind, and Kovacs not too far behind either in the Fantasy Sports GD3. Seconds down on him. But Yashenko has jumped Fuzzy. Second place, actually. It was quite surprising. Up front in the LMP2. Then Yashenko on the way to the title, but seems intent on clawing back those 2 laps. The Ducab. I don't quite see it happening. It's put him to fill in the next stint for Eidos. So Pascal Eggert drops down to 8th behind Piers Mick. So the Chris Polonia GD3 squad has actually started to make up some ground. 7th in GD3. Ahead of both the Eidos machines. Target is cruising 5, but the problem is he's the laps down. They incomplete. He must have had some damage because he's been in the pits for time. The Pits Racing Hungary may not even finish on the podium, though, so Vazzy can catch back up. Ooh, Pascal Eggert having to really get out of it to not hit the back of the LMP2 car and ends up going straight into the wall. Eidos struggling here. Eggert. Chris Gitzov, by the way, in the Abstinio Force Pioneer LMP2 is only 48 seconds behind Chris Hill. Two Chris's could be in a good fight. There's Ros Benjamin, second last in LMP2. Unbelievable. Embarrassing. Fancy Esports' Jab also has it on. Because he's still in the pit lane, so Slavazia's got through. It's a long stop. There are a lot of parts being repaired. Awful that we kind of missed. Would have meant quite a few. He said at least 2 or 3, I think. Shame because he's showing such an amazing pace. Hope for a better result than apparently looking to get. Got behind Hill if he stays there much longer.
Sorry about
Andreas Vestergaard. And an 8th. Gonna make up for lost time. Still a beautiful circuit road, America. For the lake, especially now it's not raining. Earlier, in the beginning. So arguably, it's made slightly less dramatic circumstances. You see a yellow in sector 2. That was. We're going again. Ah, so Fuzzy's finally got going again. He's now 100 seconds down on Patrick Slavazzi. 124 ahead of Chris Hill, so he's in no man's land. Four laps down from one repair job. Oh no, actually it was already 2 laps down, I think. Still. Gap is continuing relentlessly. The symbiosis of man and machine, perfect work here. He's just going on like a metronome. Nothing is going to stop him from counting off these laps. He's already done 110 of them. That's quite a substantial amount. Oh, Ilyushinov coming to grief. Getting out. I think that's Jeff Close through. But Kovacs has actually got past Jeff Close. I didn't notice that. Close really struggled in this thing. And it's handed the momentum to BMW Madness. Oh, Chris Tompkins. Backwards in the wall again. About. The embarrassing place to drop it. That's the last corner, isn't it? Over the big hill, isn't it? So. Chris Tompkins continues. Still ahead of Nick Homewood. Parker. Oh no, Tompkins is pitting. But he's had enough and wants to change her over to someone else.
Warning for the IDOS number 117 for talking during a live race session, Pascal.
Pascal Eggert in trouble there as Chris Gitso says hello to the barrier. Gonna try and make it back on track? Yes, he is. There we go. Didn't lose too much time, but it's not gonna help him catch Chris Hill. What force Bologna needed there. This Stumpkin's still in the pits. Serviced. Right, I'm probably gonna stop soon. 20 minutes, half an hour at least. Be sooner. Others come in as Benjamin Vestergaard. Those guys.
Drive-through penalty for the 117 for talking during a live race session. Pascal
Eggert continuing to talk. Nick Homewood's in the car at the moment, but that's going to cost them in their little battle with Michael Parker in the RE racing car. Might be
penalty for the 117 for talking during a live race session. Pascal.
It's almost like Pascal's not getting the message, is it? So, clearly, Alex Skinner finding this both annoying but also somewhat entertaining.
Drive-through penalty number 3. 117. Pascal, stop talking.
Handing him out like Christmas presents. You know, if Pascal wanted to talk, he should come on the commentary, because I've got no one to talk with. Yeah, I noticed that too. Slavazzi's pit timer got stuck up, sort of. It happened in previous broadcasts as well, sort of there's nothing. Right, so I just read the live timing and I'll let you know where Slavazzi is filtering out. He is currently. We have Norbert Chakab. Then you should go 3 laps down on him according to this, but I suspect it's more like 2 laps. Actually, Slavazzi is 2 laps down. That, I think, so Slavazzi I think is like 4 laps behind him. I'll be right. We're ahead of Fuzzy. It's hard to tell. Oh! Jeklo spins it! That's not going to help their title hopes at all. And it's just an odd place to spin it as well, just way clear of the final corner. Going to cost, I think, the Yushkinov is going to come through into 3rd place there. Yes, he does. Closest 3 seconds down now. That's a really costly mistake. Another example of just handing an initiative to BMW Madness at this stage of the race. They're nearly 100 seconds clear. All going wrong to DDoS at the moment. Get their Abstinio Force Polonia crew the wheel as soon as they can. They need to make sure they don't fatigue their crew by asking too much of them. They've got balance to strike. Battle for 6th in LMP2, by the way. It's 99 seconds behind head of Ross Benjamin. Then we have Tom Lua, about 99 seconds behind Benjamin. Then we have Andreas Vestergaard, about 18 seconds behind Ted Lua. Trying to catch up, so I'm amazed that there are still MP2 cars running behind the GD3 field. It shows the job that BMW Madness have done, incredibly consistent. think Close is going to join with the hands of Donut Deissner. Fancy Sports number 28 very soon. Carries on the pace that he's going. He's stabilised a little bit there, but it's seconds. It's not comfortable. Oh, there we go. Another mistake by Close. He must be fatiguing. Or just not coming to grips with this circuit. Hemorrhaging to oh, there we go. Mistake. Another big mistake for Jeff Close. And you can almost sense that DDoS's type of hooks are slipping away from them in these few minutes. Jeff Close is completely falling apart, falling to pieces here. He needs to come into pits. Surely. Not to change drivers, then at least change tyres. Christian Kabai goes through as well. Sixth. Faster in 2 short moments. The BMW Madness will be grinning from ear to ear, all 4 of their drivers. They know that DDoS have a mountain to climb back at them. But of course, no reason for complacency. Of course, Kovacs only 70 seconds back with the same lap as Lua. Have to see how this whole crazy game filters out. Goes Deniashenko from 2nd place. All off there, but too dramatic. Keeps going. Hill. Does he better? Only by a lap. I think Vestergaard is about to overtake Lua for position. Right, there we go, we can see it happening, about to happen just in front of us. There we go, so there are now no LMP2 cars out of position yet as all. Good little battle. I think they're not on the same lap necessarily, but well, they are on the same map actually. Vestergaard and Ros Benjamin. Oh no, they're about 100 to almost a lap apart, leading. Adaptive timing screen, so there is no battle for position. Looked cool. Could have been interesting. There you go, Kovacs. 2nd place. They've done a very quiet job. Fancy Esports number 29.
Oh! Oh no! Gergo, what have you done? Hit the inside wall, just as I was saying. What a quiet, tidy job they've done. Into the wall goes Gergo. Kovacs. That's 2nd place blown, surely. That's going to hand the advantage back to RSS Unison for 2nd place. Could well cause a code 80. Or he nurses that wounded car back to the pits over the hill. Thankfully he's quite close by, but what a right mouth moment. What's this gap to Ilyushkinov? Because the time screen on there won't tell you. Oh, off goes Jeff Close again! Oh, what a disaster. Luckily it was a big gap to Kiesniak and the Force Palladium machine. But oh, he's just spinning in the gravel. He's really, this is unraveling, and Jeff Close is trying to find a way out of this trap, this gravel trap that he's sprung into. Because Kovacs, Kovacs is going to lose out to Christian Kabai. Was Donut Deissner. Yeah, this is
Really, all that good work from Kovacs over the last 4 hours has pretty much come undone almost instantly through one mistake. But at least we were on board to see it. That was quite frightening. Just fatigued, hit the inside wall, and that was all she wrote, really. I'm thankful he'll be able to continue. No threat from Jack Close behind, of course. Battle continues in GD3. Lewis lead over Ilishnyov, 115 seconds. Good for BMW Madness at this stage of the race. Close does actually finally catch up to Kovacs. 5th place for Close. Fuzzy in 4th place, trying to catch back up to Slavazi. See if the Pimps Racing Hungary team can use their pace that they showed earlier to make up some ground. They've been 82 seconds behind Slavazi, but he's been 4 seconds a lap faster the last lap. Not pace that's the problem, it's consistency and making mistakes. That's what's costing Pimps Racing. Case for both teams, if I'm being honest. But Christy Gabbard is doing okay in this stint. Seconds behind Deissner, close to the podium. So sort of both teams in a similar position though. The Pimps Racing Hungary, just off the podium and showing good pace at times, but could have been better. Oh, Chris Tompkins blows up a bit of grass just for the pits. Oh no, he doesn't. Back of course. Launch your cab. Parker, he's this lap. Little battle at the very back of GD3 actually between Parker, Tompkins and Homewood. Too far apart. Yeah, Parker 11 seconds ahead of Tompkins, about 47 seconds behind Baldwin. Swapping and changing at various stages of the race, and Chris Hill, oh that's not where you go, Chris. There you go, sort yourself out. Hill isn't really gonna do much impression on the top 4 driving like that. Look. Pimps Racing Hungary, GD3 ahead of him. Christian Kabay, so he's going to lap, I think, everyone down to Deissner will be in the lead. So that's like all but 2 drivers that he's lapped. Impressive. It's quite easy to get lapped in this circuit though, regularly, apart from the leader. Deissner to hold off Christian Kabay. Not Christian Kabay, is it? I think Christian Kabay is about 4 seconds back. Oh, there's Tendler going into the gravel. Oh, and a very nasty stroke there for BMW Madness. Going to lose a bit of time to RSS Unison. Ilishov 8 seconds down. He's coming in, so the tyres must have died. The heart and mouth moment for W Madness. Yeah, he touched the wall apparently from that, so whoever is in there, possibly having to make repairs. See what the gap is to Unishow. It is 77 seconds. It was 110 at least. Oh, and Deissner has just passed Ilishov actually. Right. Oh, that'd be why. It should have spun. So, it could be Deissner inheriting the lead here, depending how big the damage is to the BMW. Racing, this is a heart and mouth moment for them. Of course, we're close so far down. There's not an immediate threat, but we want to lose as little time as possible. But there we go. There's a guy getting through as well. Kuleshov. Going to be tight here with Deissner, at least. Could get out ahead of Jeff Close, but there we go. He's just coming out now. 19-second gap. So I think BMW Bandits are going to keep the lead here, but oh, what a hot maneuver! We see the leader in P2 pit as well. They're handing over the car to Chris Weston. Probably a good call. Now, Tusk is really starting to fall over the circuit now. Cab is could well do a driver change too at this point. Cab has been driving since the very beginning. I've been commentating since the very beginning, so I kind of know a little bit how he feels as Roz. Oh, Roz, what are you doing, Roz? My fancy Eastern stuff does not seem to be set up right. It's more of a drift car than an endurance car. So GD3, Deissner, 12 seconds behind Chris Weston, who's just taken over the Magnus Racing car. Christian Kabay, 2 seconds behind Deissner. Then it is Yulnishinkov, 2 seconds behind Christian Kabay. Then we have Jeff Close, who is 70 seconds down on that battle. That's how much all his escapades have cost him. Close. Of course, we've got Kovacs the lap back. This is no threat from behind us. Jeff Close comes in, finally, to change over. Oh, this looks a bit interesting. We see Marcel Fuzzy getting up to third place past Silvazzi. Did that happen? I've forgotten about how that happened, as he's unlapped himself from Pinko. So Fuzzy's still showing brilliant pace as the night starts to fall. Deissner closed down to 11 seconds now on Chris Weston. So while Chris Weston's still learning the car and track conditions, Deissner is going to make hay here. Of course, he kind of has to because he's got Kabay only 4 seconds down. Oh, there's Nick Homewood down the barrier. I'm going to make a mark of that so he remembers not to go in there again. Parker running in 8th place, ahead of Tompkins and Homewood. Jeff Close to the pits. Are they handing over the car to someone else? The AFP DDoS lineup. Oh, is that the same corner again that Benjamin has gone into? No, I think I think we're driving like that. If we're going to stay ahead of Vestergaard for too much longer. Ilyashnikov. There we go. I think I have to pronounce Artemy Ilyashnikov's name. Running in 4th position. Trying to chase down Christian Kabay. Right there in front of him. Battle for 3rd place, of course. The Inio Force Polonia car. Jared Kierzmik. Running in 7th. Been driving a pretty solid race, not too many mistakes, but losing in on his rivals. Not too far away from Kovacs, actually, just a lap. Kovacs is only about 12 seconds behind As James Jeter is getting back in the DDoS. He was the one who started the course. So I expect to see the DDoS machine making ground up in this stint. Jeter is extremely highly rated driver, and they need him to because he's a lap down. Title's on the line here. So this next stint is going to be absolutely crucial for DDoS's title hopes. So I'm probably going to have to get down for dinner. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there's Nick Greenwood. Oh. Honestly, it's really the top four.
Code 80 in 10
83.
seconds.
They're really close together. As the code 80 has just been called by our race director, so of course yellow, everyone will slow down.
Oh, big accident. Parker loses his
1.
freeway.
Code 80.
So, called the code 80 at the right time, though. Oh, Parker really struggling to get out of the gravel trap of the carousel. Was Benjamin is pitted in element 2, so he'll take advantage of the code 80. Of course, in GD3, Western does not have the luxury to take a free pit stop here. Actually, really plays into the hands of Dice now, cruising by. Title fight could be about to get a whole lot more interesting. Well, the GD3 title fight has been just Parker playing around with his damaged, wounded car. Back to the pits and code 80. Hours, 20 minutes to go, of course. Had 2 retirements, both from LMP2. But one of them might be more of a stop racing because I keep getting penalties and don't want to be disqualified, rather than a natural I couldn't keep going. Oh, Pinko and Fuzzy pitting in LMP2.
Okay, drivers, back to green in 10 seconds.
That's a green flag very soon.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Bad timing. Ilyushinkov comes into the pits just as the code 80 is ending. Fuzzy and Eshenko out in their favour too well either. Slavazi passes Fuzzy. Catch up to Eshenko as well. Well, so Hoops Racing we've got going again. They've got Oliver Hargitay here with him. It's like 38 seconds down on Patrick Slavazi. Slavazi's, I think, a lap down on Eshenko, so. This is odd. I'm showing the wrong name on the ground. Oh, Chris Gitsov into the barrier. Did he get forced in there? I didn't see, but he's lost the rear wing. And that's Abstinio Force Polonia in the wars again, and that could be another Code 80. Deissner has pit under the Code 80. Or, you know, so I'm not sure how Christian Kubai has he pit earlier. Oh, there we go. So Christian Kubai has finally gone ahead and he's 13 seconds down on Western. I don't think Code 80 has been called again, so odd considering how far that was plenty car was in the gravel. They got fed up with Code 80s. Well, he can make his own way back. Chris Gitsov has actually made it to the pits. So that incident will be reported. Looked pretty heavy. So the order. A long stop for Ashenko and Fuzzy. I'm not live. I think because for some reason the graphic hasn't updated, there must be a bug in it for Fuzzy because it's showing on the timing screens that Oliver Hargitay, jumped into the car. Chris Hill, Chris Gitsov both in the pits, as is Brunette Christian Kubai on screen. Graphic does not reflect that accurately. I'm just gonna trust the live timing here. Chris Western, I guess because we're under Code 80, it's all a bit messed up. Western still leads by about 13 seconds. Christian Kubai. Sims Racing Hungary definitely a threat at this point. Yeah, so Shinko has got going again. So the order is Norbert Ducab leading LMP2 from about 2 laps over Denny Shinko. Patrick Slavazzi is third, a lap behind Denny Shinko. Oliver Hargitay is in fourth, 35 seconds, behind Bazzi. Chris Hill is about 2 laps down on Oliver Hargitay. Ros Benjamin is a lap down on Chris Hill. Chris Gitsov is 41 seconds behind Ros Benjamin. Andreas Vestergaard is 25 seconds down on Chris Gitsov. Then that is basically all the LMP2 runners, because obviously Kolokshai retired while in the lead earlier, and that's his title hopes over. And Friedman also retired. Then we have leading GD3 Chris Weston, 12 or 13 seconds over Bernard Deissner. Christian Kabay, sorry. Oh no, it is. This is leading 75 seconds, by 75 seconds over Donat Deissner, with Tigran Mkhitaryan in RSS Unison. Third in class is 13 seconds down on Deissner. Then it's Grimislaw Majtikar, 14 seconds down on RSS Unison. James Juba is about 79 seconds behind Pimps Racing Hungary, driven by Majtikar. I think Pimps Racing Hungary and RSS Unison have swapped positions then after the pit stops. Then it's Gergo Kovacs, about 23 seconds behind James Juba. So Juba's got past Kovacs pretty quickly. Durand Kierzmik a lap down on Kovacs. Christian Lewis 3 laps down on Kierzmik. Evan Muller has taken over the RE Racing entry, 64 seconds down on Lewis. And Nick Homewood last on the road, 87 seconds down on Evan Muller. So there, that's your race positions. Can't refresh your HUD, guys. Commentator. People running the stream while they just go to sleep or do other stuff. When we're doing a 24-hour race when you only have like 5 or 6 people at most. Most of them are running the race and not running the broadcast. Fair enough. Prerogative. Christian Kabay is pit, I think, and that's going to believe. Isn't? He's no longer in the car. So it's the time on the screen. We're on lap 127. Right, so the battle definitely seems as close to calm down a bit. It's a lot closer in GD3 than MP2 though. Timing tower's finally starting to gradually update. Feels like it's miles behind if I'm being. But yeah, there we go. So thank you for showing Deissner 75 seconds behind Weston on GD3. Mkhitaryan 13 seconds down. Deissner. Match Tiker. Grimislaw Majtikar, I've just been commentating for 5 hours straight, I can't say anything. 13 seconds, so that's the Pimps Racing Hungary, it's about 30 seconds down on RSS Unison. Then James Juba, about 77 seconds behind the fourth place Magitica. LMP2. Still Jacob leading Shenko by about 2 laps. Who's leading Slavazzi by about 2 laps. Who's leading Oliver Hargitay by 33 seconds. Leading Chris Hill by 2 laps. Leading Ross Benjamin by a lap. This is battle out on the track. And probably Andres Vestergaard bins it in the kiddie litter. 8th place. This kind of sums up his day. Oh, don't lose your rear ring in the barrier, Andreas. Not another good moment for Freedom Game Studios. Chris, I think it's about time for him to go over. He has anyone to change over to. There we go.
The 2 incidents reported from the Fantasy Esports AAA and the Epson Air Force Learning number 10 will be reviewed at a later date due to my game having a crash earlier on and I was unable to review it at the time. So I will make sure I review those post-race.
Too tired to remember what incident it is that Alex is talking about there. Horse Polonia and the what was the other one? Oh, was that the incident where Gitsov was shoved into the wall by someone? Oh, there's Pimps Racing Hungary in the gravel of Primislaw Mejtajka. That takes the pressure off Marion. Helps Juba to catch up a little bit, only 70 seconds behind now. Which Duran Kuzmik and Force Polonia struggling down in 7th to really catch up to Kovacs. Vargatai pushing, trying to close down that 33-second gap to Slavazzi to get back on the podium. For Pimps Racing Hungary. Oh, Ross Benjamin facing the wrong way in the headlights. A good look at that wall. Darkness falls, the driver's starting to slip up more and more. Lap 130 now. Feels like we've done more laps than that somehow. But there's nobody in LMP2 that's on the same lap, it feels like, apart from Slavazzi and Hargitay. Interesting thing is going to be with the RSS Unison, not 717, RSS Unison 17, sorry, catch the Fantasy Esports number 28. They're still only about 13 seconds down. Oh, so really pushing it at the moment. I'm not sure he's saying particularly. I know he's at 52.5. It's pretty respectable, not quite on the pace of Lord Jacab, who's just inexorably pulling away. But Hargitay going for it. That was pretty good, 51.3. He's going to catch Slavazzi at some point. 31 seconds is the gap now. 2 seconds out of him there. Preston chugging along. 1 second down to Donut Deissner. Sports 28. Get to see. Oh, big crash for Tigre and Mkhitaryan in the RSS Unison Racing. He was closing so much on Donat Deissner, and then he went straight sideways into the wall. It was like he'd lost control very early in the corner. A huge airborne crash, one of many huge crashes we've seen throughout the last few hours. Wow. It was a big one, and into the pits he comes. Along as well with Andreas Vestergaard. But the only thing that seems to keep me awake are the huge accidents, and occasionally someone gets vaguely close to someone. Oh, Duran Kuzmic. Using it. It's going. Get out of 7th place anytime soon in the first Polonia. From Mkhitaryan. He's going to lose out to James Juba here, certainly. May even lose out to Kovacs as well. So Juba is about to pass the main start-finish straight now and takes 4th position. Kovacs is only about 20 seconds
Drive-through
down.
penalty for number 3, Madness, for causing a collision.
Ooh. So what that's about. But that's the race leader in GD3 has been given a penalty, a personal penalty for causing a collision. Of course, he is 68 seconds now, so it must have been very recent that this happened. You can see it on stream, I don't think, but yeah, he really gone into the side of someone. The race director has deemed him at fault. In reality, he's only 62 seconds ahead, 63 seconds ahead of Donat Deissner, rather than 68, as on our timing screens. Mkhitaryan still in the pit lane. 2 laps to the BMW Force Polonia machine. 7th, so they'll be okay. Yep. From Slow Match Giga, Pimps Racing Hungary is hitting now too. Got a 47-second gap to James Juba, so I think he might lose 3rd place here. So Juba is getting that DDoS racing machine up the order. We did think he would be one to watch. Oh, that's Mr. Ferris, who's just joined us in the commentary box. Hello, Ryan.
Well, hello, Ed.
Nice to you to join us as darkness falls on the Road America circuit. I would sum up what's happened over the past 5 hours, it feels like, but it'd be a bit hard to sum it up in one word. It's been a bit mental. So there was a title for as we see Norbert Jacob, race leader, going off and hitting the Toyota signage and putting it all over the circuit, and it's collected by another LMP2 car behind. But it looked, to be honest, it looked like early on it was a fancy esports race to lose. David Kolokchai was almost running away with it, and then he stopped on the track suddenly and retired. And so then it really, Norbert Jacob it then went to the AAA fancy sports car, which was the 88's teammate, but not the one in title contention. That's number 5, who have had a very difficult race. They're down in 6th in class with Ros Benjamin driving at the moment, and Slazzy. There was a full course yellow at code 80, and basically Norbert Jacob, who's been driving since the beginning, by the way, has completely caught them off guard, got into the lead, and has sort of gradually pulled away while those behind have made big mistakes. In fact, it was raining very early on. We saw a lot of chaos, and I think. Sorry, I've been commentating for 5 hours straight, so sometimes the brain sort of stops working and just won't let me speak. I'm trying. So, so Shenko, who's obviously going for the team that's leading the championship, 717 RSS Unison Racing. All they really need to do is finish 7th, and there are 8 cars running, so it's looking more and more likely that it's kind of dotting the I's and crossing the T's for RSS Unison, especially since Coloccio retired. They were really the only ones who had a chance of realistically beating them. Number 5 has a mathematical chance, but is nowhere near the position it needs to be in order to pull it off. Meanwhile, GD3, it's BMW Madness leading, but they have a 5-second penalty that they've just gotten for causing a collision with another car. And James Juba, who started the race, Jeff Close has done the middle sort of stint, and Jeff Close had a really difficult middle stint, but he was leading, and they dropped down to 6th, and Juba has brought them back up to about 4th, I think. Yeah, 4th, and that's been quite interesting to watch. So in the title battle in GD3, DDoS are 6 points ahead. So they can afford to finish a position behind BMW Madness, unless BMW Madness win, because they'll get 7 points more than second place for winning. And so in that instance, if it was BMW Madness first, DDoS second, then BMW Madness would win the championship by a point, which could very well happen. You never know. But Juba at the moment is just making up ground rapidly. There, I think that's a fair summary. There was other stuff happened too, lots of ridiculous crashes. Very heavy. We even had a really big one for the RSS Unison GD3. It just went into the wall at the last corner, had a massive airborne crash.
Yeah, and I did see that it was wet earlier, and from previous experience of doing sim racing, generally I never practice on a wet weather circuit.
Yeah,
it's always been on a dry circuit. So I'm guessing it was a bit of a shock to some drivers when they find themselves having to fight for in the wet weather conditions.
Oh yeah, certainly. It definitely seemed. Mind you, some of these guys have probably done it dry too, since it dried out. But yeah, it definitely caught out the best of them. The first corner in LMP2 was a bit mad because everyone went off, misjudged the braking point and went off into the gravel. Apart from, must be said, I think Cab avoided doing that and took the lead from 3rd. And even Vestergaard, who's now in 8th, he was able to actually get up to 3rd from 10th on the grid despite missing qualifying, which was very impressive. Very good, well judged cautious start. But it's really been a race where Fancy Esport have kind of, I have to say, thrown it away. They were leading with David Coloccio very convincingly in the opening phase of the race, and then just had this problem, and none of the others have been able to cover when they lost that car. So, and it's really compromised their title hopes. I mean, Ishenko is 2nd anyway, so he probably wouldn't have been too far off the podium and be to win the title, but it feels like a missed opportunity for Fancy Esports, certainly in LMP2 at least. They are running 2nd in GD3 right now.
Well, the thing about this Road America circuit is it can be very deceiving.
Penalty under review.
Oh, that's the penalty for BMW Madness number 3.
Under appeal, sorry.
There we go.
It can be very deceiving, this circuit, although it kind of looks a bit simple in the fact that it's very long straights going into corners. There are sections of the circuit that can catch you out quite easily, like coming down the end of the back straight into, I believe it's turn 4, I think. It's downhill braking zone into a sharp left-hander. You know, it can catch you out quite easily, and we've seen quite a few times today that corner has caught out quite a few people.
Especially that last corner, it's one of those, like you say, it's very deceptive. And Chris Gitzer has a bit of a moment there. I don't think he hit anything, but they've got to keep going in the Amstinio Force Polonia, which has had its fair share of troubles, even being, I think it got punted off earlier by another car, and that instance is going to be reviewed after the race, apparently.
Penalty will stay removed. Racing incident. It was deemed.
Okay. I'm not sure if they are talking about BMW Madness or not. It's really hard to tell.
So to repeat, the penalty will not be reinstated.
But who's the penalty not for though, Alex? Never mind.
Oh, and we see Gistov back into the wall again.
Trouble to get sort of there. And, might be some of these guys, Jacab for instance, has been going since the beginning and has been incredibly impressive. overall. And but some of the others have fatigued a bit more and had to do a couple of driver changes first few hours.
See, personally, I found I preferred racing at night because I found there was less to take in because everything's dark.
And it's especially when it's not raining.
Yeah, there's no tree. You can't really see the trees. All you really see is just the track in front of you, and you're just thinking more about picking out your braking zone, where to put the throttle on, and turning and all that sort of stuff. And there's no other real things to kind of distract you so you just fully focused. I find when you're racing at night.
Yeah, it's sort of maybe not tranquility is the wrong word because it's pretty loud, but in that engine in the back of these LMP2s and GD3s, but it's definitely at night there's a sense of it's a different kind of focus that you need to, sometimes during the day. Fair way to put it. But closest battle in LMP2 since we're watching LMP2 cars in Rio is I believe it's Oliver Hargitay, who the Pimps Racing Hungary number 23. Now they had always we see Evan Muller going straight into the wall after having spun, so that's not good for him. But I was talking about the Pimps Racing Hungary machine, who were doing very well. They were running third in LMP2 for quite a while. Then they went up to second, and then they had some incident, and that's got them back to fourth. But Oliver Hargitay, they were the ones who really were the first to switch to, I think, intermediates and then to dries as the weather changed and dried up. And that was what put them in a really good position, got them up to second, and also allowed them to cut a great chunk out of Norbert Jacob's lead. Norbert Jacob was actually quite conservative in the change to dry tyres when he did it quite late on, and almost lost the whole lap. But he's been able to balloon out the gap again, of course, since then. But the Oliver Hargitay has been closing in on Patrick Savazzi, hand over fist, really. Gradually over the his last lap was 52 flat, whereas Savazzi's was 54. Is saying here now, just now. He's just set. Although Hargitay hasn't crossed the line yet, but definitely seems that these night conditions are suiting Hargitay a little bit better. He's 17 seconds down, and I really think that's the only place in LMP2 where I can see a big battle happening for that final podium spot. I may have to leave very soon, by the way, because I don't know when dinner's going to be. I hope I haven't. Yeah. Because like cooling me down, and I haven't heard it because I've got my headphones on. But the thing is, they always shut the door because they don't like listening to. Not that they don't like listening to my commentary, but it can get a bit annoying when they're trying to do other things. And what was I going to say? So I've really enjoyed the GD3 battle. I think it's been really up and down between BMW Madness and DDoS Racing. The other thing about DDoS Racing that's very interesting is they've done a few driver swaps for this round with the Abstinio Force Polonia team. Now, the Abstinio Force Polonia team has drivers like James Juba, Mantis Rukas, etc., etc. Oh, I'm being called away in the middle of my sentence. Right. Sorry about that. But anyway, so the Abstinio Force Polonia team have loaned out some of their drivers to the DDoS Racing squad, and vice versa. So the Abstinio Force Polonia GD3 has a bunch of the DDoS team that have got the team into tunnel leading contention in this last round. They're driving the other car now, and they're running down in, I believe, 7th position. There's sort of a mix. It's not all of them changed over, but James Duper is probably the big name driving in the I guess it's sort of happened because Abstinio Force Polonia aren't fighting in the tunnel fight. As we see, Hargitay has spun it again. We saw this before as well, that he was catching and then he blew it really. But anyway, I think this is a good point for me to go. In fact, I have to. So I'm going to leave you on your own for a while, Brian. But best of luck, enjoy the race, and let me know if anything interesting happens.
I certainly will.
I'm sure it will. So, see you soon. Anyway.
So as we say goodbye to Ed, he will hopefully be joining us at some point later on during the coverage. Silvazi is in the pits, and luckily Hagatai, who had his little bit of a moment in the final sector, has overtaken him for the time being. And as we've already been saying, Jacab driving so far, the whole race so far, which is truly amazing. I mean, if it was me by now, I'd be just drained at that point. The amount of how much physical and mental energy required behind a sim wheel, because some people don't quite understand the fact that although yes, you're not in a car and you're not feeling the G-forces, it still does take some sort of strain, as we'd see Jacab. Gisov is gone into the barrier again, and he's joined in by someone else. Another one, can't quite make out who that is, that's just gone off as well. We focus on the leader, Jacab, coming in for a pit stop. Now, is he going to be making some form of driver change at this point? As he has, as we've been saying, done quite a lot of hours in that car. We're starting to see as we go into night and the track temperatures start to come down, we are starting to see some personal bests start to come in. On the previous lap, we saw Anderson Vassegard in the Reading Game Studios Racing to a personal best of 151.7 last time round. So that's the fastest lap. It's not the fastest lap, but it was the fastest lap last time round. Sorry, by some about 1.5 seconds faster than any of the other LMP1s at this point, or LMP2, sorry. And Gistol is in the pits, getting some, possibly had some sort of damage after the last spin, although we are starting to see some of the drivers come in for their routine stops. And Nick Homewood doing a bit of grass tracking just before the start-finish straight in the IDOS McLaren. As we look to Dennis Ashinko, who is currently lapping, he's in second place, currently lapping at a 1:53, so fairly good pace for the moment. However, he's not quite matching the pace of some of the cars around him. However, I'm not quite sure if he's on an outlapper. As other drivers at the moment, more personal bests coming through. Chris Hill and again Anderson Vassegard both putting in 151s. So the track's starting to come to some of the drivers now. As again the temperature's getting down, and those tyres the cars in general just like the cooler conditions. We currently ride on board with second place in the GT3 Discerner. Apologies if I'm butchering these names. He's currently second place, and he's lapping all right for the moment. He's well on the pace. 2 minutes. So he's putting in 2 minute 6s, which is the same as the leaders. However, Western has just put in a 2-minute 5.5, so lapping about a second off of the leader's pace. Now Chris Hill putting in yet another personal best last time round of a 151.8. He's really starting to crack on with his pace, and yeah, potentially looking to move up the field. And Haggerty is in the pits, so that should mean that the Patrick Snow Silvazzi should come back in. And as I predicted, although I did miss it, that our lead car now is in the hands of Calvin Renat. So Gicab putting in a stunning effort of that 5-hour stint is now handed over. And yes, as predicted, Silvazzi has now retaken that third place and a personal best on that last lap round for 1 minute 50.8. So he is currently lapping, he's currently on this previous lap the fastest of the LMP1s, as LMP2, sorry, as we see Benjamin pit in number 5 for the Fancy Esports car, taking a bit of a spin, currently in 6th position. Currently to Silvazzi in 3rd position, obviously lapping, doing some good laps, just getting past some of the traffic, trying to build the gap to Haggerty, which is out to 20 seconds. Obviously Haggerty had that spin, very costly for him. He was, before the pits and before the spin, he was 15 seconds away, and he's lost best part of 5 seconds because of that spin during the pit stop sequence. And we just flashed to Ashenko, who is currently in the pits again. And yeah, we're starting to see some driver changes happen. And we see more personal bests down the field in GT3, the Fancy Esports. McLaren of Gregor Kovacs it just pumped in a 2 minutes 4.5 on his previous lap. That's pretty good. That is currently the fastest on the previous lap. That was the fastest lap for a GT3 car. And he is looking to close in on the DDoS Racing 75 car of Tsuba. Gap to that is currently 37 seconds, and their lap times are very similar. Zuba has has responded with a 2 minutes 4.4 So yeah, pretty much matching each other's pace at the moment. As we look to Chris Weston, our current leader in the GT3 class, in what is turning out to be a very fast BMW today. And he is currently lapping a 2 minutes 6.7, and some 2 laps ahead of your second place car in GT3. So currently, Denis Shenko, what's he doing? I believe this may be his first, or one of his first early flying laps that he's beginning after his pit stop. What sort of lap times is he going to start pumping out after his pit stop? As we go to look at our leader, who is currently putting in 1 minute 52.9 was his the current fastest lap of the race, also done by the Orca IDOS team of a 1 minute 49.9. Although there's possibility that lap time could change during the night. And from one IDOS to another IDOS in GT3, this is Christian Lewis in the IDOS McLaren GT3 car. He is currently sitting in 8th. As we look at the second place, Fancy Esports McLaren GT3 car, as Deisner. Deisner, what is he currently doing? As he crosses the line, he is doing a 2 minute, just done a 2 minute 6.1. So fairly strong. Although, however, some of the drivers around him are going slightly quicker, but it seems to be ebbing and flowing between lap times. We look to, I believe, maybe one of the only Aston Martins in the field. To Tigran Mkhitaryan, currently sitting in 6th place in the GT3 category. Now it looks to me, just looking down the order, the gap between Silvazi and the and 4th place car of Hagatai, he's lap times, it's staying fairly constant, about 22-23 second gap between the two. Looking further down the order to see any other close battles potentially in the off. There is 4. It's gone up to 21 seconds between Majitaka and Dezuba for 3rd and 4th currently. So that is potentially something that, with the gap slowly coming down between those two, possibly something we may see in the future as some form of battle. And we're seeing fastest second sector Byashenko. So after putting that new fresh set of boots, he's now starting to absolutely fly, with his previous lap time being a 1:51 dead. And he's put personal best first sector in, and he put the fastest middle sector of the race in. However, it's just dropped off away from him in the third sector. Is the fastest. He's currently lapping the fastest on the circuit at the moment. As we look at Oliver Haggerty, who the gap's now starting to go out a bit. It's now Silvazzi and himself are starting to to and fro a bit with lap times. Silvazzi with a 1:51 dead, and Haggerty with and we see Benjamin have a spin. I think that's part of back end of sector 2, I believe. Just going into the carousel sort of section. And as I was saying earlier, this circuit, although it looks somewhat simple in places, can catch you out quite easily. Another personal best for Deisner, currently running in second position for the GT3 field. He's just pumped in a 2:05.462. And we look at the Aston Martin and Mkhitaryan, who looks to be possibly having Zuber seconds to Mkhitaryan. And we see another one of the GT3s off. That is the Pimt Hungary Racing GT3. Now, and Haggerty, another spin through looks to be the final section. That second to last corner has caught him out a couple of times. as we look to our leader, Calvin Renart. But just going about his business, he's got a three-lap lead over Roshenko in second place. So basically, they just got to stay consistent and try to stay away from any dramas. But this is endurance racing, and anything and everything is possible in endurance racing. As we look to D'Souza in the pits now, it will be interesting to see where he comes out in comparison to Mkhitaryan, who I believe he wasn't that far off of him. Before he made his pit stop, which was a lap earlier. However, Mkhitaryan has just lost a position to Team McLaren. So we see here Chris Weston, currently in second position, who's pitted. So that leaves Deisner in the lead. To Savazzi, and I think possibly one of the coolest looking liveries on the field, the fancy esports Oracle with the nice purpley bluey sort of psychedelic looking car. And currently running in third position, putting in solid 152s. However, our leader currently, who's been putting in some personal best sectors, however, he's currently struggling to link all the sectors together to make a fast course, bring out to which is Calvin Renart's previous lap on 150.7. So currently fastest in the first sector, however he's found himself in some traffic behind one of the GT3 cars, so that's going to hinder his lap time, and indeed yes, his lap time has gone away from him, but still running significantly quicker than his rivals in the LMP2 category. Up our timing screens. Deisner put in some fastest sectors, and the reason why is he's just pulled into the pits. Which should give Chris Weston the lead back for the GT3. And looking further down the order, Danny Robbins putting in some good lap times, or personal best lap times, 2 minute 4.4, putting in personal best first, second sectors. So he is on the charge in GT3, currently sitting in 4th position. And that is Deisner has gone into 2nd now, and he's actually gone down 2 positions, and it has been a driver change to Christoph Top. So the Fancy Esports team making the driver change, but that has put him back 3 positions, or back to 3rd. So the battle starting to heat up a bit for the front end of the GT3 category. Gregor Kovac putting in, and he is attempting to reel in Danny Robbins, who is some 44 seconds up the road. However, Mkhitaryan is only 7 seconds behind him. And Toff having a slight missed off-track excursion. It's the second to last corner, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. So that would have been just going over the crest of the hill into turn 5, I believe. A corner can really catch the drivers out as you're going uphill, and you do it uphill braking into. Although it's a cambered corner, it can really catch you out quite easily because of the change in weight going into the corner. And we see that is Silvazzi going off, and there's another LMP2 car just up ahead of it who has also gone off. So I think that was Silvazzi going off in sympathy, and that was it Benjamin? As we see Muller and Mjaka for the McLaren Pimps Hungary racing team, currently in the pits. So that has now meant that Christoph Tyler behind Chris Weston. Now, where is that going to put him out in comparison to Danny Robbins, or is Robbins going to pass him? So Emma Jacker back on track. 9.9, 9.8 seconds ahead of Robin. So part of the length of the start-finish straight between each other. However, he is going to be on the colder tyres, so you would expect to see that gap to come down a bit on that as he warms those tyres up. It takes on average best part half a lap to warm the tyres up usually. We see Shenko carousel section looking to be taking a bit of curb. And I do apologise that we, as you may be able to see, that we are experiencing some technical problems with just fixing it. So we should be back to normal, hopefully sometime soon. But as it stands, much like the start of the lap, Kovac, he's lost half a second to Mkhitaryan on that opening lap as he starts his first flying lap.
back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 2, 1, green, green. Go to 80 in 10 seconds. Five, four, three, two, one. Go to 80. Back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green, green.
And welcome back to the 24 hours of Sebring. Sorry, Sebring. Road America. Yeah, sorry about that. I got my American tracks mixed up. Yeah, and you're joining us as we have the what is now the 8th place, number 5 fancy esports team of Zolt. So he's taken over the car as we saw the car have a bit of a spin, lose its rear wing, and limp back to pit lane, which caused our first code 80. But then in doing so, the driver change happened, and it looked like something along the lines of steering wheel problems for Zolt. As he came straight out of the pit lane and went to turn into the corner, and it just seemed like the car didn't want to do anything. He managed to get the car back running and go into turn 2, but then it did the same thing. So we went back under code 80 again to allow them to sort things out. He's looked to have had the car restarted. However, that has now put him down on the lap counter as 13 laps down off the lead. Now this is the car, I believe, that is in mathematical chance of being in for the championship. However, they do need to finish in 3rd position for that. Now 3rd position is some 7 or 8 laps away from them, so that is now starting to look very hard unless some sort of miracle does happen. But looking back down through the field, we are starting to see again some fastest laps being pumped out. Chris Weston, the current leader in GT3, on his last lap putting his personal best in, and fastest his personal best of a 204.4. Current fastest lap, however, in the GT3 field is Danny Robbins with a 203.6. So he has got a little bit more of the envelope to push if he wants to go for that fastest lap so far in this race. But as we do start to get into the latter stages of the night, obviously we've seen some driver changes happen. But it is still Renart in the lead with a 2-lap advantage over Ashenko in the 2nd place car, with Martin Mowgli in 3rd position in the 888 Fantasy Esports car. And then we have in 4th place Oliver Haggerty in the Orica Pimps Racing Hungary team. Obviously he had a few issues at the start during this stint, but he is running approximately 22 seconds off of the Mulgary in 3rd position. In 5th place we have Adrian Porter in the SRD Esports team. He is currently running some 4 laps off of the lead. In 6th position, we've got Chris Gistov in the Estenio Force Poloni team. 7th position, we've got Anderson Vastergaard. That is 7th position, some 11 laps off the lead. However, he is pumping in some good quality lap times with a solid 152 flat. Then you get down to the Fantasy Esports team, as we've already said, with Patrick Zolt in 8th place. And then you go into our GT3 category. We got Western there in the BMW, putting in some solid lap times, still trying to push for lots of things for that fastest lap of the race. And then in second place, you've got Christoph Toth in the Fantasy Esports GT3 team running the McLaren. McLaren seeming to be the favourable car in the GT3 championship. And then just behind him, 23 seconds off of Toth is you got Danny Robbins in the DDoS Racing 55 entry. And then in 12th position overall, but in 4th place in the GT3 category, you got Majaka, who is currently, what is he doing lap time wise? He just put in a 2:05 dead, which is, compared to the people in front of him, that's currently he's faster than any of the GT3 cars in front of him in that last lap. However, he's just put in another faster lap time of a 2:04.5, so he's really pushing at this point, and currently the fastest GT3 car on track at the moment. And then behind him, he's got Bent Cirizoli. I've probably just absolutely butchered that name, but he's currently in the other Fantasy Esports GT3 car, and he recently has just changed into that car. So he's just starting to getting a feel for the car at the moment in these cooler conditions. And then behind that is behind him, 14th overall, but 6th in the GT3s is Alex Popov. And then you go to 15th place Max Huys, who's currently in the pit lane in the AFP BMW car. Behind him, you've got in 16th overall and 7th in the GT3 category. You've got Christian Lewis in the IDOS McLaren, and behind that Evan Muller in the RE Racing McLaren, and then again in 18th, currently circulating in 9th is David Colossi in the ARCA. So oh no, sorry, you got Nick Homewood in the GT3 McLaren. So that currently rounds out who the field is running at the moment. However, it is showing a twist in the BMW, the AFP car as being a DNF. I was wondering why his on the timing screens it was showing red for quite a while to say he was in the pits, but it is showing on our screens that he's had a DNF. So we go back to the race. We're currently watching Zolt, who had those problems, but he is pushing it. He is pushing out some good lap times. Currently putting out a 1:52.9. And as usual, we're having a slight lull. And as I say that, you see Oliver Haggerty. He's starting to push for a faster lap. Currently set purple first sector. So is he going to manage to put in the fastest lap? Another problem that you are starting to see is those who are trying to put in faster laps generally come across some traffic, as this is quite a narrow, tight circuit, so it's quite hard to get past people easily, especially if you get caught up in the second sector where it's quite technical. There's only really one line to follow in some of these corners. And we see Christoph Toth in currently battling in second place, just a lap down off of the leader Weston, putting in his personal best of the race, a 105.1. However, not quite good enough to get on terms with Weston at the moment, who's constantly pumping out a solid 104s at the moment, 204s, sorry. Oh, and we see Zoltz going off again. Just going into that second to last, or going into that last corner, I believe. So is he still having some problems? Oh no, that was the second corner going through. That's one of the problems you also get at night with this circuit, is a lot of the corners seem to look the same. But yeah, going over the hump into under the bridge into turn 5, it seems okay. It seems it just was a slight lapse in concentration. Obviously, he had just overtaken a GT3 car, which he has to do all over again. That was Popoff in the Aston Martin, who is, as I said before, there's only really one line you can take in this second part of the circuit. It's very technical, narrow, and yeah, only one line to carry. Zol's trying to put a bit of a charge through the field after his issues he had at the start of his stint. As we look, Nick Homewood putting in a personal best of his race, a 2:05.7. So he's actually lapping faster than the majority of the cars in front of him. It's only really Toth and Weston who are currently lapping faster than him at the moment. Currently in pit lane, we have the leader Renat, who is pitting from the lead, 3 laps ahead of Ashenko, and also Gistov in the Abstein Force Polonia team, currently running in 6th position. Now, one thing that might be interesting is to see where he comes out in comparison to Vassegard, who is currently obviously closing, and that would be for position. So Vassegard comes, or Gistov comes out of pit lane just behind Vassegard. He's now best part of 4 seconds down the road. However, Vassegard will have much warmer tyres for the first half of the lap, so would expect to see that gap to be a bit bigger come the end of this first lap for Gistov. And Zolt's putting in personal best for that car at 151.8, so he really is pushing at the moment. currently Ashenko and Mulvey they're running in the 152s at the moment, but Haggerty is running 150 is dead at the moment. He's done that for a couple laps in a row now. He is making up for lost time, and he is currently 15 seconds off of the third place Fancy Esports Triple 8 car. As in the GT3s, we see Danny Robbins is coming into the pits, and that has been a driver change. And Dezua is back in the car. As we see Reinhardt on his first flying lap. Is it his first flying lap? Well, he set the fastest last sector. Although looking at his first sector time, this is actually his outlap by the looks of things. Still, as we see yellow flags pop up slightly, Zolst off the track. Just a minor sort of step off of the curb. Nothing too much to worry about there. And looking down the field, that gap, as I expected, between Vassegard and Gistov in 6th and 7th, is currently 5.5 seconds. So during that entire warm-up phase, Gistov lost best part of a second to Vassegard on his opening flying or outlap. However, by the looks of things, Gustaf is now, those tyres are now starting to come to him, and he's now putting in some personal best sectors. As we see on the timing screens, Haggerty is now in the pits for the Pimps Racing Hungary team, in 4th position. He is currently under no threat at the moment, but he's not far off. He's currently on the same lap, I believe, as the 3rd place car of Mulgary. Flash up again of yellow flags in the 1st sector. And we go back to looking further on down the order. We see the Madness Racing BMW has come into the pits and has made a driver change, and that is now Lucas Lichten in the car. So as we saw in the Roda in the Kota round, he was putting in some stunning lap times, although found himself coming into a little bit of trouble here and there. So that has caused the car to drop down the order a bit, as the fight for GT3 is quite good. So all very much on similar laps. As we see basically Toph all the way down to so second place down to 5th, all on basically the same lap. With Mijaka, I think, needing to pit sometime soon. He is pitting out of sequence from everyone else, it seems. So I think once he's ran his pit stop, it should be normal service resumed, which should put things very interestingly into place for the GT3 race. So currently lap 185. Still currently following Zolst, as we have been doing for a while. However, there are other things going on in the race. The gap between Vestergaard and Gistov for 6 and 7 is still slowly growing. However, both drivers are putting personal best, and on their last lap, and Gistov actually came out slightly quicker with a 1 minute 50.9 to Vestergaard's 151 flat. And moving further up the order, because there are everyone, as they do their pit stops, they are putting in fastest laps on in their early flying laps of the stint. Shenko currently, who is in second position, is put in a 1 minute 50.7, and that is their fastest lap of the race. And Adrian Poulter in the pits currently for the SRD esports team, currently in 7th. And interestingly, Dezuba is just past the Fancy Esports GT3 number 29 car, currently in 12th position, and is pulling away. And at the rate that he caught him and pulled away, I think that might have been a slight mistake somewhere. One of the nice things that I find about nighttime endurance racing is it really shows the romance sort of thing of endurance racing. You know, you kind of focus more on the cars and not the surroundings, and you see all the little things like the brake discs glowing and just all the lights, but everything behind it is just darkness, and it's just one of those things that kind of sucks you into endurance racing. It's one of those things that you don't see in terms of Formula 1 and other sports. As we continue to follow Zolst, who's still putting in a charge. His lap times still staying at around 1:52.9, so slightly off the pace from some of the people in front. However, lap times are ebbing and flowing as Zolst comes into the pits for another stop. So I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure. It hasn't been that long. I wouldn't have expected him to be pitting this soon, unless he's coming in for a bit of a splash and dash. Oh, but he finds himself getting almost tangled up with one of the Fancy Esports cars coming out of the pit lane. Which has left Zolst in quite an awkward angle on his pit in. Popov currently in the Aston Martin GT3, setting his personal best of the race at 2 minutes 4.7. As we see yellow flags flash up quickly in the first sector. And Vestergaard has also entered pit lane from 5th place. Which gives Gistov 5th position back. And Zolst is back going, so that must have been, it was quite a short stop in comparison, so I think that was just a quick splash and dash. Looking down the field, it's still looking fairly close down in GT3. You have Toth in second position, who has then got Dazuba, who is 6.7 seconds off of Toph, and then you then have the Fancy Esports GT3 29 car, just also approximately 6 seconds off of them. So there's the possibility of the lap times they're going at. Dazuba is lapping best part of 2 seconds a lap quicker than Toph, so it looks like they could be in the next, if the lap times stay the same, they could be closing in approximately in a few laps time. As we look to a driver change further on down the order for the RE Racing team, Gibson, who's just pulled out of the pits. I was about to say that he was going on the softer tyres. It clicked up on the timing screen, but no, it's gone back to the standard tyres, the harder tyres that everyone seems to be running. And further up the field, currently third place, Martin Gurgley, setting his personal best of the race. So like I said, as we're getting into the night time, we're starting to see those personal bests come throughout the field, and that is a 150.2. So and he's actually currently lapping. He's currently the fastest LMP2 car at the moment, lapping everyone else doing. You have the leader Renat's doing a 151.4, and just further on down from that you got Ashenko doing a 153.4, and others in the 152s and 153. So that is a stunning lap time at the moment. But it's trying to find just a good lap, because it seems everyone who's trying to put in for fastest lap of the race or their personal best, they find themselves caught up in the GT3 traffic. So at the moment, obviously, Malloy, who's currently he's still going for it. He's put a fastest first sector, or a personal best first sector, and he's just set the fastest second sector of the race, so he is really pushing at the moment. As we see, I think Zolst is on the back of, is that Hegarty? Just trying to catch the number on the side of the car, but really harassing the LMP2 car. And as expected, Mogri manages to pull that lap together and sets the fastest lap of the race, only just by setting a 149.929, which takes the fastest lap away from the IDOS car currently leading, which was previously a 149.977. So, Moguli in the Fancy Esports 888 car, really putting on a push at the moment. and he's managed to pull that gap to Haggerty, who is currently putting in good lap times himself. He's putting in 150.6. That gap is now 25 seconds. Dzuba, just quickly looking, Dzuba looks to have taken second position, and we do see yellow flags go out. So I think maybe that is Toth, and there is a stricken GT3 McLaren on the side of the road. Yes, I think that is Toth. He is dropping down the order, so a mistake there for Toth. Which has really cost him out of second position. He's now dropped down to fourth position in the GT3. Now I wouldn't be surprised whether or not Toth has managed to carry on. Or if he's going to limp back to pit lane. It seems like he's carried on, yes, as his previous lap was 2 minutes 19, so it appears he has managed to get the car back up and running, and he's going to carry on. However, what does that put him under pressure by Lichtenstein? No, not quite. However, he's now 1.5 seconds away from Bentz in the 11th place, or third place in GT3 car. So potentially a battle coming up there. Haggerty up in fourth position in the Pimps car, setting another personal best, a 150.1. So still pushing quite a bit, trying to close that gap to third position, which is now gone from 25 seconds to 23 seconds. And as we pass the hour mark and into 17 hours left to go, we will have a short break, but we will be back shortly. And welcome back to the 24 hours of Road America. We're now just under 17 hours left of the race, and we've currently had 3 retirements of the so far in the race. And we had Peter Schulman, our first retirement, and then surprisingly we had David Kolosky from the lead, and he was generally looking like he could have been the race winner, but things for some reason didn't quite go their way. And quite recently we had Max Huys in the BMW FP entry, who looked to it, went to the pits and never came out again. So currently we've got 17 runners still in the race, and your race leader is still Kelvin Reinhardt of the IDOS racing team, quite comfortably in the lead of 2 laps ahead of Denis Eschenko. However, going down into the GT3 category, things are looking quite interesting. As we see Toth going back down the order. He was obviously he was running second, but had that slight spin. But looking to be having a bit of a battle with Xhaka, as they seem to be toing and throwing. The gap between those two now is a second. And Xhaka himself is only 4 seconds off of the second place car of Cyril Avogi, and he is also 14, best part, or over 14 seconds, close enough to 15 seconds to the lead, which at the moment is Dzuba. However, the GT3 paddock does, they seem to be very mismatched on their pit stop strategy, so which also has put Madness Racing, who was spending had quite a long time in the lead, is currently being piloted by Lucas Lichten, but they have dropped down into 5th position, currently showing a lap down from the lead of GT3. And the other little battle that's going on for track between lap times, a bit of a toing and throwing, is third place and 4th place overall in the LMP2 is the Fancy Esports 888 car of Maguli, and the Pimp Racing Hungary car of Haggerty, who they've been toing and throwing on lap times recently. Yeah, the lap time is back. It's gone back up to 23 seconds, but it's kind of yo-yoing. 1 minute it's down to about 21 seconds, goes up to 25 seconds. Now it's back down to about the 23 second mark. And yeah, they really are having a bit of a scrap in terms of setting lap times and responding to each other. And obviously, as we are still watching, we're watching Zolst, who is still chipping away at his lap times at constant 152s. And where everyone else is being quite sporadic with their lap times, currently faster than everyone up to 4th position. So the time that they've lost during the pits, during the mishaps that they had through their pit stop and losing time, not quite sure exactly what it was that went wrong, but definitely seemed some maybe controller based that caused them to have the off straight out of the pit lane. As I say, he has a slight off towards the back end of the lap. Is currently in 12th position overall, 4th in GT3. We're seeing Siriaccioli in the pits. So he's just lost out to Toth, who is now going up the road. Toth is now 6.2 seconds, 6.7 seconds, sorry, off of Mijaka in the Pimped Hungry car. So starting to put in some fast times as we see yellow flags go up in sector 1. So someone having a slight...
Code 80, 10 seconds.
And we're going to code 80.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So someone having a bit of trouble in sector 1 as we have now gone to the code 80. Let's see if I can find them on the timing screen, see who's taken out quite a lot of time. It doesn't appear to be anyone dropping down the order. As we currently are seeing the leader is showing in the pit lane. However, I think that is a slight technical issue, as it's saying that he's been in pit lane for 36 minutes. And he is now actually in the pit lane from the lead, 2 laps ahead of Ashenko. Now, one of the positive things about Code 80 is that you can get a cheap pit stop and save a bunch of time by pitting under Code 80. But I believe, looking at the lap times, it could have been Lucas Lichten who's had the issue. He is his last lap. I know we've gone to the code 80, but he's currently in pit lane, just leaving pit lane as well. So that has potentially helped him out quite a lot to get a lap back on the guys in front. And can potentially pay dividends once we go back to green, as we see one of the LMP2 cars just exiting the pit lane there. I think that is our leader just coming out of pit lane. Other drivers in pit lane at the moment, you got Gistov in the currently in 5th in the pits, and in the GT3 you have the only Aston Martin of Popov, who's just exiting the pit lane now. And Gistoff is now showing as a DNF on the timing screen, so potentially the code 80 was caused by Gistoff, who was running in 5th position. Now, not sure on the reasoning behind that, whether or not they're having some technical issues.
Back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green, green.
And as we go green, you have a Hegarty and Vestergaard pitting just as it ends, so just out of luck there, and that's going to potentially cost him a bit of time. As Chris Tompkins in the IDOS team, obviously another one of the recent driver changes happened currently in the pits. And we have yellows showing in sector 2. But with Vestergaard having his pit stop and losing out just at the wrong time, it now means Porter has pulled up a position. And we have also had a driver change in the Pimps Racing Hungary team, now being piloted by for Savannah. However, interesting, and also a driver change in the Orca Reading Game Studios Racing number 86 car. They have now gone to Tom Dillon in the car. Interestingly, both of the recent driver changes that have happened in the LMP2 cars are now shown on the timing streams as running the softer tyre, the red mark tyre, which is rather interesting because we haven't really seen much in the way of difference in tyre strategy. Most of them have been running the blue marked harder tyre. Maybe going for a short stint, as we saw that looked to be a GT3 car going slow on the side of the track, and we saw yellows briefly come out. And it looks like Thompson has changed back and is now being driven by Christian McKenzie again, who's re-entering the pit lane. Interestingly, obviously he was on his soft mark tyres. And we also see Christoph Toth entering the pits from 3rd position. But again, as we go back to racing, we see the red marked tyre. We see the red marked tyre runners putting in personal bests, as you would expect, on their flying laps, or as they start to go on to their first flying laps. But it would be interesting to see where Toth filters out after his pit stop, as Daniel Krasny is closing, and I believe he should go past, or it would be very close. And yes, indeed, Krasnoi has gone through as Toph exits the pit lane, so he should be some 4 or 5 seconds behind. However, on the softer tyre, everyone's starting to change onto that softer. People starting to gamble with that softer tyre, maybe because of the cooler conditions of the track. Maybe they'd get away with running that softer tyre. And that with that pit stop making currently 4 runners on the circuit running that softer tyre. And Mijaka pits from second place in the GT3. Are we going to see him also change onto the red mark tyre? Looking down the order, we see Dylan. He's just completed his. He's just coming around to complete his first flying lap, I believe, after a pit stop. 151s. He's running. Oh no, that's 159. So that must have been just after his pit stop, maybe, or a rather slow first out lap as he gets a feel for the tyres. But we've started to see the lap time start to slow a bit now. As the ambient temperature at the track is currently 19 degrees, with track temperature being 29 degrees. And as expected, Mijaka has gone behind both Krasnaz and Toph as well. He's yet to filter out, and I think he's also going to lose out to Lixton, as we see Zost locking up and going deep into turn 4. Very tricky corner, not a personal favourite corner of mine around this circuit, as you find yourself going from near enough top speed down the back straight and going into a downhill braking zone that can really affect the feel of the car. And oh, we've now changed to Alex Popov, so we're now starting to see the GT3 Aston of Popov, and it's such a nice looking car is the Aston, who is currently circulating in 6th position, and he's currently putting in 2 minutes 11s, and yeah, we're really seeing quite the drop off in times at lap times at the moment. We've gone from putting in personal bests of and fastest laps of as far down as 149s. We're now starting to see people putting in 157s and 156s up in LMP2. So lap time's really starting to drop off a bit now. And we see second place Shenko is currently in pit lane. And Mackenzie putting in down in 16th in the IDOS McLaren, putting in personal best lap times on those red marked tyres. So what can he manage? He's just managed a 2:13 on his previous lap. And we are currently looking at Savannah, who is running in 4th position, also on those red marked soft tyres. And he is running a fairly solid pace, about the same as the leaders, or our lead car, a 1:56.3. And currently Renard leading with a gap of, he's gone back up to 3 seconds, as we see Toth in the pit lane again. He's gone back onto those harder tyres, so obviously those soft tyres not quite working out for him. And we see Zost climbing all over the curves, and again finding himself going through that carousel section out onto the dirty outside of the track to get past one of the McLarens. And this is Krasny. Oh, and that is our leader off of the circuit, off of the track. That looks to be towards the end of the lap. So slight lapse in concentration from our leader, as we see Shenko having a slight tap with the Aston Martin in the GT3 field. Shenko, who he's just completed, I believe, his out lap, so he's starting his first flying lap on after his pit stop. And Savannah, instantly, he's gone on to the soft tyres so where some people have attempted the softer tyres, seems like they're not quite enjoying their time on that tyre. Others are thinking about also trying the gamble. Of the softer tyres, whether or not it's actually giving them much an advantage, or they're just going to burn them out quite quickly and cause them to have a pit stop. I'm not quite sure. Currently looking at our leader in GT3, that's Dazuba, who's currently running near enough a lap ahead of the second place car of Krasny. And then we have Lucas Lichten, who is clawed his way back up into 3rd place in GT3 through all the pit stop shenanigans. and really people looking like they're starting to settle in for the night at the moment, as we're starting to approach near enough half 9 here in the UK. And Porter coming in, and we see Mowgli in that beautiful looking fancy esports car, locking up a bit, trying to get past the GT3 car, and we see Dylan, who's not far away from him on track, although approximately 3 laps down, I believe. Porter in the pits, who's currently in 5th position, and just lost out to Dylan, who's just gone through into 5th positions, and just behind him in the pits is Nick Homewood, and that is Gistoff, who is back up and running. So after showing up as a DNF, they have found themselves 13 laps down, same lap as Zolst. So whatever technical gremlins they had, they've now got it up back and running, and are now back running in this race. As we look again to Krasnai, 2nd place in GT3. Krasnai currently 100. And that is Gibson in the RE Racing McLaren, having a bit of a stepping off of the circuit and getting it a bit all crossed up. But seemingly Gibson all okay, managed to get it all saved and recollected, as we go to Zolst, who's taking a pit stop at the moment, which gives Gistoff a position. As we look to Mackenzie in the IDOS McLaren, currently running in 7th position. Incidentally, Eggert, Pascal Eggert, who has made who's changed, who's now just joined in through the IDOS 117 entry. McLaren is currently 6.5 seconds off the back. As we see Toph running in 4th place. Toph having a few problems of his own earlier on, having a slight spin. He was in 2nd place, is now currently running in 4th position. Car looking not quite all there for him as he turned in, having to have a second bite of the cherry as he turns in to the right-hander. And here is Mijaka. He was running 2nd position, but after taking that pit stop, found himself sitting in 5th position. As we look to Gistoff, who is making his recovery drive and yet again finds himself stuck behind the GT3 Aston Martin through the very tricky technical sections. And Mackenzie back in the pit lane for the IDOS team. And incidentally, a few of the runners and riders who went on to that softer compound tyre have now gone back to the harder tyre, so we now only have two drivers running the soft compound tyre. That is 3rd place Pimps Racing Hungary car of Savannah, and 5th position Reading Game Studios of Dylan. So yeah, most people trying the soft tyre, but it seems like now it's a bit too early to be running that tyre. But that has cost them having to take another pit stop that they wouldn't have really wanted to be having. And here is Popov in running 14th overall, currently 6th place in GT3. Now what is he doing in comparison? He's running roughly the same lap times as some of the people ahead, although it seems recently that the lap times are very a bit mix and match at the moment. There's no one's unlike before. There's no real the lap times aren't really close at being pumped out there, ranging from 207s of our current leader of Dazuba down to 210s throughout the field in the GT3. So it seems whatever has happened since the last Code 80, there's been quite the change in lap times. And another interesting thing to point out is Mowgli in 4th position, currently running, ebbing and flowing between 2.5–3 seconds off the back of Savannah in 3rd position. So that could be an interesting battle that's about to crop up. Where Savannah, on his previous lap, running a 154.7, which is roughly the same. However, Mowgli on the last lap, who was running the harder compound tyre, running some 5 seconds a lap quicker. But it seems Savannah is responding, putting in a 54.4. Gistov trying to recover from their problems. He's dispatched over Zost, who is pitted, and now starting to push the car back up through the order. He's currently running faster lap times as the 2 cars in front of him with Dylan and Porter. However, he is 4 laps down from those 2 cars, or at least 3 laps down from Poulter. And here's Lucas Lichten, still running in 3rd position. He's running some fairly good lap times, currently running the fastest lap times, second fastest currently in GT3, as we saw Zuba had pitted. So he's came out 43 seconds ahead of Krasnoi. Now, interestingly, Mulberry is now less than a second away from Savannah, so that's the battle for 3rd position in the LMP2, which again, it looks like those red marked tyres just aren't really working, as Savannah's running best part of 2 seconds of a lap slower on those red marked tyres. And there we can see Magali in the Fancy Esports. You can see third place right in front of him, and this could end up being a bit tasty, as they have back markers now to contend with all, and Savannah being a bit tentative to lap the back marker, and now Maguri's stuck behind him. Hopefully he manages to get past, and it looks like he's managed to get through, because the worst thing you want is going into that section of the circuit. You find yourself stuck between the GT3 cars, and that's the last thing that you want. Currently looking at Porter, who is running in 6th place, churning out 156s, again faster than Dylan in front, who is on those soft tyres running the 159s. So it seems none of the two drivers currently on the red marked tyres are enjoying their time on those tyres. As we see Zolst taking a bit too much curb and running a bit onto the grass. And there is Toth. Now, what is Toth managing? He is currently putting out 209s at the moment, so mostly intact with most of the field, and it seems that the GT3 field is starting to sort themselves out, and they're now mostly putting out 209s. However, Lichten in 3rd place in the GT3 is putting out 208s. So currently fastest of the GT3s at the moment. Now Lichten, he's 51 seconds off of Krasnai in 2nd position, who is 48 seconds off of Tsuba. And here is Dylan. Dylan on those soft tyres, and he is losing time hand over fist to Porter, and it's got to be those red tyres, because he was running comfortably faster, as Porter is on his last lap was running a 155.5 to Dylan's 202, so remarkably slower than Porter. And Maguli still right on the back of Savannah, half a second between the two of them for 3rd position. Look to Gibson, and here we go. Here's the battle for 3rd position. They are right together now, coming down what looks to be the back straight, as we see yellows in sector 3, and it looks like Savannah going defensive slightly, and slams the door on the Fancy Esports car, really not wanting to give this position away. However, Mowgli on what seems to be the better tyres, the younger tyres, scrabbling all over the back of that Pimps Racing Hungary car. As the power out of the kind of swooping corner that is relative to the carousel, but down the kind of sweeping straights, that has got lots of curves in the middle. It seems like Savannah managed to get an okay exit out of that corner. It's managed to pull a couple of car lengths. And here is Gustav, who is still trying to pull off a recovery drive in 7th position. As we see, that is Zolst off in sector 1. Zolst trying to he's trying to push the car as hard as he can to try and make up for the time they've lost, and obviously pushing a bit too hard. And here we see again the GT3s giving Savannah a bit of breathing space, and the gap is now gone out to well, just nearly a second. So Maguli has lost half a second dealing with that traffic, but it hasn't affected him too much because he's now managed to pull most of that time back. And again, he's right back on it, but there's not really an overtaking spot through this section of the course. He's really got to try and hold behind him and either tee him up at the end of this straight. Oh, and we see Savannah getting all squirrely off the curbs, just not managing to get the traction with those red marked tyres. Really struggling for a grip, and surely he's not going to keep this position. And we see more traffic in the distance. Are we going to see him move coming into this corner? He's lining it up. Does he go through? No, not quite. He still has the inside for the next corner. Or is he going to stick it out around the outside? Yes, he does. And he takes the position by the looks of things, but it's not all done. They're still side by side going into the last corner. They're still side by side coming out the last corner, and it is Maguli taking 3rd position off of Savannah, but Savannah's not done yet. He's got the slipstream, and there is a GT3 car in the way. Is he going to have a braking move? He's teeing up for it, but no. I have to say, if he can't snap back at the end of the back straight, which it doesn't look to be as if it quite possible, as he's already lost a few car lengths, I think that is job done for Maguli, who has now taken that 3rd position. So we have as you can see, change for 3rd position. The 888 car of Fancy Esports now running 3rd place, and it's now on track 4th and 5th, both of the soft tyre runners, and incidentally Dylan has now lost even more time. He's now 10 seconds. Poulter's now brought it down to 10 seconds on that gap. And it is forever coming down, so that gap only a few laps ago was 25 seconds, so closing in hand over fist as we see our leader, who still 3 laps ahead of 2nd place Shenko, is Reinhardt. Reinhardt now back on terms, running the 2nd fastest incidentally at Zolst. After his little off track at Sturgeon, is now put in currently running fastest on out of the LMP2s. So instantly Yashenko, you can see Reinhardt right in front of him, and I think Yashenko has been closing the gap to Reinhardt to possibly pull one of those laps back to put him 2 laps down instead of 3. And just looking back down that order, 5th place Dylan, and sixth place Porter. Porter's now brought it down to 7 seconds, so just in the space of a lap, losing 3 seconds. So yeah, Dylan on those red tires, he really, both drivers on the red tires struggling. It probably can't wait to get rid of them. As we look at Pascal Eggert, or swap to Alex Popov in the Aston Martin, who is currently running in 14th overall and 6th in class. Popov running 208 at the moment, so fairly solid compared to the people around him. With Eggert and McKenzie also running 208s. And Popov is just a lap off of the lead lap, with the top 5 instantly being on the lead lap, although quite spaced out. Zuba is running some 47 seconds off of the currently actually 54 seconds, sorry, off of Krasny. But still very much all to play for that lead, for the win for the GT3 category, as we look to Lucas Lipston, currently 3rd place in GT3s. I was expecting to see him pull through a bit quicker after his some of his driving in COTA. He was driving like a man possessed and was really lighting up the timing screens in COTA, as we see Poulter having a slight off, obviously pushing quite hard to catch Dylan, who's now only just about 5 seconds ahead of Porter, although that might change after Porter having a slight off. As we look to Krasny, who is 2nd place in the GT3, driving as smoothly as you like, and that's just the main thing about endurance racing. Although you see a large gap in front of you, you just got to keep it nice and smooth. As we see our leader coming in for another pit stop, and that releases Ishenko. And here we see the DDoS Racing McLaren of Zuba running in first position, and still keeping a fairly good gap ahead of the rest of the field at 55 seconds. And here is the fifth place GT3 car, Mijaka. Really liking the livery on this car. And we have quite a big off, and that is Porter. And who else is that? Is that Dylan? Can't quite make out the car involved there. It is indeed Dylan. So the two cars who were battling for 5th position have come together and ran off. Now, has any of those cars received damage? And I'm sure there will probably be some sort of steward's inquiry into what happened there. As we look to Zuba, the current leader still in LMP1, still sitting quite nicely. That gap is staying at 55 seconds, so not really seeing much inroads made by Krasny, but like I said, It's all about keeping smooth, cool, calm and collected, as anything can happen. As we see, Savannah has come into the pit lane, and I think he's going to be breathing a sigh of relief as he hopefully gets rid of those red marked tyres and going back onto the harder tyres, and hopefully he can then start to put on some stellar lap times. And also Dylan has come into the pit lane as well. And indeed, Savannah has gone on to those harder tyres once again, as expected, and I would have thought, yes, Dylan has also done the same. So, as proven by those taking that gamble on those red marked tyres, not particularly a good gamble, and has cost them quite a bit of time. We look to Rob Gibson, currently trailing the back of the field in the GT3 in 9th position, putting in 2 minutes 10, so not particularly bad laps, but again the GT3 field starting to swap and change on their lap times. There's no group of cars consistently doing a particular lap time now. But we are starting to see the lap time start to come back a bit, and we're seeing Krasny in 2nd place, starting to put a few personal best sectors in after his pit stop. We see Lichten also running in 3rd position in that BMW, the only BMW currently running, as the other one of Max Hoyce has retired quite a while ago now. And here we go, Rob Gibson in pit lane. And staying in GT3, we have Popoff here in the Aston Martin, the RSS Unison Racing car. He is currently putting in 209s, which is still fairly solid, but it seems quite odd at the moment, as the field ebb and flow between lap times. You have ahead of him just a few car positions up the road. You also got Toth putting in 209s, but everyone else around him putting in faster lap times. And here is Pascal Eggert, who is currently running 15th overall, currently 7th in GT3, running 5 laps down from the lead GT3 car. But yeah, the real battle in this race so far is going to be between the GT3 field, with the top 5 being on the same lap, and Popoff only being a lap away from the leaders. Oh, and Gistov having a bit of a moment coming over the rise under the bridge into turn 6. And again, Popoff, Gistov, sorry, really pushing the car, obviously, to make up for lost time. He's currently now 2 laps away from Dylan and Porter, so he's reeled in a bit, as I believe after he was a lap 3 or 4 laps away earlier. As we look to Xhaka in 5th position, and that is Zolst coming round to lap the GT3 car. And what is Zolt's doing lap time wise? Because when I looked at him earlier, he was actually fastest on the track at that current moment. He's currently putting in 153s, so he's running faster than the first few places in front of him, and running roughly the same time as the leaders now. But as I say that, both Renat and Shenko dip into the 152s, pretty much matching each other with a 152.5 on that lap. As we pass another hour and find ourselves with 16 hours of this race left to go. And with that, things are starting to simmer down a little bit again. As always, as we seem to find with endurance racing, we seem to have a few lulls and then a sudden flourish of action. And as expected, Savannah on those harder compound tyres, now starting to put in some personal bests. So definitely enjoying being on some fresher tyres, but also the right tyres now. And he's actually lapping faster than any other LMP 2 car at the moment with a 151.5. With the leaders running 153s at the moment. So if Maguli pits sometime soon, he may find himself locked in battle once again between the two. And in the pits, we currently see Gustav coming again. Oh, and that is Tom Dillon. So Dillon having a bit of an off, and that has allowed Porter to get a bit of a gap over him. Obviously, Dillon on those fresher tyres could have found himself back with Porter once Porter had his pit stop. as we see Shenko in second, having his service. And as I say that, Porter is now in the pits. Now, Dylan, who was running some faster lap times, it still could be close, but how close is it going to be? As we see, Porter, he's still in the middle of that service right there, so it is going to be close by the looks of things. And there is Renat in the lead, cool, calm, collected. But as we've already seen, anything can happen. You could be leading the race quite comfortably, and you could potentially find yourself having technical issues, finding yourself tangled up with the GT3 car. You never know. This race is not over for the lead. And we did see that sort of thing happen in COTA, and Dylan does indeed pass Porter. So is Porter's been in pits for quite a while, so is he doing a driver change by any chance? And yes, he is. He has changed to Dom Tranquil. So yeah, driver change there for the SRD esports team. Instantly, the gap between Christoph Toll and the man we're looking at here, Mijaka, is down to 3 seconds now. So Mijaka, what lap time has he been putting out? He's been running best part of 2 seconds a lap quicker than Toff. And we see Zolst come in for another pit stop. And Zolst has managed to move up ahead of one of the cars. So that is Petra is now in the Crestino Force Polonia number 10 car now, so that would be why they had a longer stop, which has caused them to currently lose out to Zolst. However, I think Zolst is going to lose out again to Petra. So as predicted, we see well, now the fancy esports car number 5 is now being repiloted by Benjamin. Now obviously they were, as we see Toth having a bit of a moment going into the final sector, and we see Maguli in the pits. So is he going to lose out to Savanya again? Savanya has been putting out some good lap times. He's been lapping about the same as the leaders, a 152.4. So there is a chance, a slight chance, it may be close, that we may see another change for third position. But we are seeing driver changes, so the long pit stop could be a change for the Fancy Esports 888 car. And Savanya not quite making it. He is 1.5 seconds off of Maguli, but he is on the warmer tyres, where Maguli has got that half a lap to try and warm his tyres up, so you could expect to see him losing a second, depending on how well he can switch it on. As we see Mackenzie in 8th position in the GT3 category, running same lap as Pascal Eggert, just up the road in 5th position. Gap between them is 55 seconds. And where I'm quite amazed, Guli's managed to come out of the pits, and he's pulled out best part of a second over Savanya, even on cold tyres, so that is pretty good going there. As we see Tranquilli. So he's putting out 1 minute 54s. As I say that, he does exit off into the barriers. So into the barriers goes the Sard Esports, number 53 of Dom Tranquilli. So that would he was trying to catch Tom Dillon, however, not quite worked out the way that he wanted. As we see second place, Krasnaya in the pits. I was wondering if we possibly can see a play. And we see Benjamin off into the barriers. Is that at the same point? That looks to be at the end. Yes, that is at the end of the back. No, it isn't at the end of the back straight. That is coming into that very technical second sector. And Krasnaya and Lichten, so your second and third place cars are currently in the pits. I wonder if Krasnaya is going for a driver change at this moment, as it appears to be quite a long stop. Or maybe some of the drivers having a bit of a knee-jerk reaction, expecting a possible Code 80 after having those two incidents with the LMP2 cars going into the barriers. But so far, it's all managed to be swept up, no debris left on the track, so we're clear to go racing. As we see A few swapping and changing between LMP2 cars and GT cars down the back straight. That is Savagna in 4th position, who is now, he's lost. He's now 8 seconds off of Maguli, so not quite having the pace. Putting out 157s to Maguli's 152, so Maguli on the fresher tyres really taking a liking and putting in some good laps. And we have yet again a driver change to Paul Roberts, Madness Racing Team. That was the second or third place GT3 car, who is changed from Liechtenstein. And for the Pimps Hungary Racing Team, you have Gabor Havasi, who has taken over for the for the 5th place car. And Dom Tranquilli, after his off, has entered the pit lane. Looking through the orders, there's no, it's all very spread out, but as you can see, we're going through another pit stop phase. So everything going through a bit of a reshuffle. But Renat running. Oh, and we see Havasi off. So that's the Pips Hungary Racing car, he's just recently taken over. Meanwhile, his teammate currently still 2nd position, is running with Krasnai. And still very much the same. It's about a lap between Zuba and Krasnai. However, Krasnai has had that pit stop recently, so expecting to see Zuba in sometime soon, and it should be normal service resumed there across the GT3 category. And yeah, it seems now lap times are starting to come back to people as the starting to see a sea of green across the timing sheets with personal best 1st, 2nd and 3rd sectors being put up. So we're now starting to see things go back to normal again. Still, the LMP2 drivers teetering around the 151s and 152s, not quite delving into the 149s we were seeing earlier, as we see Dylan spinning in 5th position. So Dylan again, just pushing a bit too hard. Obviously, being where he's placed at the moment now with the reshuffling to tranquilly having the off. He's not quite under pressure like he was before. And looking down the order, no major changes. Benjamin, however, in his 8th position, is 16 seconds off of Petri in 7th position. That is basically ebbing and flowing between 15 and 16 seconds. Benjamin retaking the fancy esports car, who are trying to pull their way through the field, and also Petri also taking over the Esquitino Force Polinia car. But Savannah up in 4th, still not giving up on the Maguli fight. It's still ebbing and flowing in their lap times. Still Maguli putting in 151.2 to Savannah's 152.8. So the gap's still slowly going out, but it's staying at around 9 to 10 seconds now for the gap. And that is Maguli off. So that is an off for Maguli, which puts Savannah just in front of me. He's just past him there, going into actually just ahead, just before the carousel. Actually, that is once again just over that rise under the bridge that can catch. Has caught on out so many drivers today. It's a very tough corner, as they've already mentioned. The car goes light as you turn in because of the going over the rise, and that is really cost Maguli. But he's not given up, and he is all over the back of Savannah. That is Benjamin. Had he had quite a bit of an off there, or was that just the way that we joined him? But you can see just ahead, it is still Maguli just off of Savannah, slipstreaming him down the start-finish straight, as we see McKeesey in 8th place, just down the road from the battle for 3rd place in the LMP2. McKeesey 8th in GT3, as we see Toff in the pits. He's just lost out a couple of positions on the track due to this pit stop. and that is a driver change. So Toff has handed over to Suto, to Joseph Frederick Suto, and he peels out in 5th position, just a lap off of the lead, as most of the field is now a lap off of the lead. They're waiting for Zuba to take a pit stop. And Maguli still within a second of Savannah, although he's dropped back. He's lost quite a bit of time actually. He's lost 0.4 of a second in that last sector. And Suto testing out the limits of the track as I am joined with James Smith, so hopefully he can join in a second. Hello, James.
Good evening, Ryan.
Yeah, so the race we're starting to see some drama unfold here and there, but there's people settling in for the night. So yeah, it looks like there will be even more fun up ahead.
Right, indeed. Of course, obviously in the morning when it was flooded with rain. Now it seems to be a slightly different story, but nonetheless, still should be exciting.
Yes, indeed, and as we can see here, we battle for 3rd place, starting to heat up after Maguli having a bit of an off-track excursion.
Through Sector 2 is difficult to follow, especially around the carousel. If you get too close, you get the really bad dirty air, and the wider you go, the worse it gets. Slow down, wait for the car to finally grip, and then you turn in and hit the apex, but seems to be at a decent distance where he's not so badly affected by it yet.
Well, yeah, and it seems through that sector 2, it's very technical, and it seems there's only really one line to follow through there.
Daniel Krajna as he heads into Sector 2, the technical sector we were just talking about. Also, the lack of runoff in Sector 2 is quite distinct, especially from the other 2 sectors.
Yes, and it can really, it doesn't really give you much margin for error, and it's very easy to make an error through Sector 2, and so you're punished quite greatly for making any form of mistake through Sector 2.
I just want to ask you quickly, how many laps do you think there's going to be in this race? We've had 236 completed laps so far. There's 15 and a half hours to go.
Ooh, my maths at this time of night. Yeah. Well, yeah, 237 laps, and how many hours have we completed so far? That is
8.5.
8.5 hours with 15.5 hours left to go. I'll probably say I'm probably looking maybe over 600 mark, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I would honestly, I'd say we might even hit 700, because of course the start of the race was wet and there were lots of code 80s.
Oh yeah, of course.
All the instances going on, we might well hit 700, yeah.
Yes, and obviously it seems whenever we get one code 80, one doesn't, one kind of closely ensues, as we see Maguli off the track, obviously trying to make up for lost time of him being repassed from Savannah after his mistake. But that seems to be another reoccurring thing. People seem to make a slight mistake, lose out, and then make many more mistakes trying to push back.
Yeah. Obviously, it gets a bit hot underneath the helmet when you make a mistake. It all kind of just adds up, which is why it's pivotal to stay calm in situations like that. But yeah, gap now at 4 seconds. That is a battle, as we have a car stopped at the side of the road here. It's Pascal Egger, who is running 7th in class and has actually, I think, DNF'd from this race.
I think he's just in the pit lane at the moment, actually.
It might have been in the pit lane. It was a bit difficult to see from all the darkness
Yeah,
there.
yeah, it just looks like a patch of tarmac at the moment in the darkness.
Yeah, he was in the pit lane, so that's on me, that one. Didn't really see the tents in the background. I was like, okay, that might just be a spectator stand or something.
Oh, and we see Tompkins off, or having a slight off.
And as he's passed by one of the P2s there, and
Having another little off again. As we see that is Dylan coming into the pit lane. Dylan been in the wars a bit on this stint, having a few spins, and that is Benjamin into the wall.
speaking of spins, so he's lost it there. That is turn, I think, 8 just before the carousel.
Yes.
He's got a monstrous 6 lap gap to the car behind, which is a GT car.
And his Tompkins are off a bit more again. I don't know if he's just doing that to get out of the way of the GT, the other GT car, but just generally seems to be struggling. Has he got a problem, or is it as he goes off he's putting dust on the tyres, which is just generally making the car a bit harder to drive?
Could well be that, as race leader pits. Bertland Savagna's also pitted. But have you ever driven in the dark before in an endurance race? And
In a few sim races I have, yes, indeed, and I personally prefer driving in the dark than in daytime. But what about you?
I mean, honestly, I find the night racing, it completely depends on the lighting around the track. Like the experience is obviously much more enthralling and that kind of stuff. But in terms of actually driving and the difficulty, I'd say the daylight's probably a bit easier. It just depends on how much light you get, and you can see here there's not too much light around the track. These guys having to very heavily rely on their headlights to spot their braking zones.
Yeah, so the way I generally tend to think of it is, I find when you're driving in the dark, you just see the tarmac in front of you, and you're not kind of taking in the surroundings like the grandstands and the trees. So you're almost concentrating more on the road ahead of you. So I find it easier to get in the zone and concentrate during the dark than I do during the daytime.
That is true. Also, you would probably get used to the track being that dark as well. In the end, so you'd be able to drive even without the need for brake markers or anything like that, just based on where the tarmac is, how much time you've been on the gas for, that kind of stuff. Looking at the man who's probably going to be crowned champion in LMP2, Denis Zashenko.
Yes, of course, we had the number 5 car of Benjamin, who's currently in 8th. I believe they have to finish this 3rd to be in a mathematical chance of winning the championship, but with their problem they had earlier, it doesn't look very likely.
Yeah, and of course David Kalaksai, dramatic retirement on lap 40 of the race. And I was still in the booth at that time, actually, just before I headed off even. That was pretty dramatic when that happened.
So was that just a simple disconnect, or...?
No, what it looked like was Alex was about to call the code 80, and on the stream we saw it was going a little bit slowly. So maybe we thought, okay, the code 80's just been called a little bit earlier, he's misunderstood it, but then he kept losing more and more time, and he pulled off and he had smoke coming out of the car, so I think he blew his engine somehow.
That early into the race?
Yeah, maybe over-revving it in the pits or something, I don't know. Something definitely happened out of the ordinary in that car, though, and it led to a DNF.
And also we saw Which car was that? I think it was the car of the car of Benjamin. Had his off, lost his rear wing, went back to the pit lane, which caused us to have a code 80, and then handed over to, or as we talk about, Benjamin having a bit of an off. Believe he handed over to Zoltan, Zolt actually, who I don't know if he had a steering wheel connection issue or something, but he came straight out of the pit lane and went straight on into turn 1, managed to get out of the gravel track, and then went straight on into turn 2.
Yeah, it was like he went back to the race start whenever he overshot the first corner.
Yeah, and it almost seemed like he was having some sort of technical issue, which resulted into us having another code 80. But lost a lot of time because he was up there, I think, in the top 5 at one point.
Yeah, certainly. Speaking of top 5, I think Reading Game have had a solid run so far. Considering neither driver was able to be in the session when qualifying began, they had to start from last of the P2 guys. Holden's held up quite nicely there in 5th place. He's got a huge gap ahead, but also a pretty big gap behind. Fair play to those guys.
Yeah, and another interesting thing, obviously, Savagna has pitted from that 3rd position, and he's on his first flying lap. He's set the fastest first sector and a personal best 2nd sector on his first flying lap. He's
flying, yep. 149.962, also personal best in sector 3. That, for reference, is I think the 2nd fastest time of the race, and
yes,
almost, well, actually, that's 5 seconds faster than Denis Ishchenko in 2nd place, and 2 seconds faster than the man he has to beat who's ahead of him, Martin Maguli in 3rd place.
Yeah, and that slots because that is quite a tight battle for fastest lap at the moment. You got fastest lap being Magui's car of 149.929, and then you got Savagna who's just put in a 49.962, and then you've got our leader Renard, who has got a 49.977. That's Dylan in the barriers quite heavily.
I was just praising him there. He's gone off, and it's difficult to see. I think that's coming out of turn 7. No, that's coming out of the carousel.
Yeah, and he's lost his
code 80 in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and that I think was a code 80 message
5,
that got cut off.
4,
Yeah, it was.
3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
Just close to the current race official calling the code 80.
Yeah. So yeah, code 80, as I would have expected, to clean up part of the track, and also to allow the slower Dylan around the track. But what that does mean is that throws up a possible frenzy for pit stops for people pitting under code 80.
Yeah, and Bertrand Savagna could really lose out here. He pitted a few laps ago. He could really, really lose out to the guys in front of him. Although it seems that Dylan is further around the circuit than our leading trio, so maybe as soon as Dylan enters the pits and the code 80 is revoked, it might not benefit them as much. They might get a few seconds out of it, but not much at all. So we hit the 8-hour 40 mark.
And yeah, we see 3rd place, Paul and Robert coming in the Madness Racing BMW for a pit
Back
stop.
to green, 10 seconds.
We're back to green very quickly there,
Yes,
actually.
very quick.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green.
Yet we go back to green just as Dylan makes it back to the pit stop. So just as you predicted, back to green as soon as Dylan makes it back to the pits.
Yeah, so no gains can be made by the top 3 on pit stops. So it's probably best that they stay out for the time being. Just looking at the tyre lives, Savagna's tyres 11 laps fresher than Magurli's 13 laps fresher than Ishchenko's. And actually, Calvin Rayner pitted a few laps ago as well, so he's also on fresh rubber and leads by 3 laps.
Interestingly, we did have a point in on the previous stints where people tried having a go with the softer tyre, which really didn't work out for any of the softer tyre users, the red mark tyre. I kind of wonder what was the thinking in that, because it kind of seemed a bit out of the ordinary.
Well, normally you only go for the softer tyre on a few occasions, like if there's a rain shower coming and you need to take a risk and get some lap times in, if you have to pit beforehand anyway, if you can't stretch your tyres out, or you are just going for a more aggressive strategy. But normally going harder tyres is always much safer, because the softs really don't last very long.
And yes, they fell off the proverbial cliff quite quickly, as we saw, and basically most of them were running best part of anything from 2 to 4 seconds a lap slower than the harder tyre users.
Yeah, and we can see the hard tyres clearly working well on Savagna's Pimps Racing Hungary car. He's gone, he said his fastest lap of the race on his first flying lap with them on. So unless some rain showers are expected, I highly doubt we will see the softs be used again.
And yeah, that was another interesting thing. I was talking to Ed earlier, because whenever I've practiced for an endurance race, I've never practiced in the wet, because I don't think I've ever actually come across an endurance sim race where it's actually been wet, quite luckily. So I was wondering how many of the drivers were in the same boat when it came to it raining.
No pun intended.
And yeah, how many of them suddenly found it very hard, as they weren't quite prepared for the conditions.
Well, yeah, turn one was frankly, as a spectator, incredible. As a driver, not so much, as your car slowly understeers off the circuit into the gravel trap. But yeah, those first few laps were really just about learning the track and getting used to it, because I'm sure most people did more dry running than wet running. David Petrie enters the pits from 7th position, and he's probably going to lose that to Ross Benjamin here in that battle for 7th place.
Yeah, and it seems because that at the end of the back straight into turn 3, I believe it is, you got the even in the dry conditions, it goes from the straight and then it goes downhill into that sharp left-hander. It's quite hard in the dry, so I would hate to be one of the drivers trying to take that corner on as we go into it right now on board with Hefsey. In the wet, it must be an awful experience.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. It's not fun. A lot of I think the worst corner in the wet is probably the kink, because that is quite. Even in GTs, you struggle to probably take it flat in the dry, and then the wet is going to be a disaster, because one slight mistake and you're into the barriers there, because there's hardly any runoff. That, I think, is the most terrifying corner. The one you said is also not a fun corner to go through whatsoever.
And I also find the corner that Benjamin's just gone through, where you come over the rise under the bridge and then suddenly met with a sharp left-hander, is caught out quite a lot of drivers today. It seems as the car goes light and you throw it into the corners, some of the front end not quite happy with it.
Yeah, does seem that way. It's the man running in 2nd place. Excuse the voice crack again. I'd actually like someone, anyone watching wants to, just quickly tally how many voice cracks I have throughout my entire stint of commentary. I'd be quite amused to see how many we can muster up by the time we're done. But yeah, Denis Shenko in the pits from 2nd place.
Yep, so from 2nd place in GT3, we then cut to 2nd place in LMP2 as we go to Tranquilli, who having a bit of a recovery drive after his off into the tyre wall a few laps ago. What is he doing at the moment? He's putting in 152s at the moment, so he's somewhat on the pace. Some of the guys in front of him are lapping a bit quicker.
Yeah. I think he should be fine getting up to speed, though. I think as the race wears on, he'll be faring slightly better.
And that's the thing. Obviously, we've seen you know, races where we've felt that the leader he had it done and dusted, and then something's not quite gone his way. Either it being a technical problem or a collision with a slower car, a GT3 or something like that. You know, anything can really happen in this race, and so you know you're watching currently as we see Tompkins having quite a big off.
That is very big, yeah. He's been off a few times already. Where has he gone off there? That looks like the last corner.
It looks, yes. I think, is it the last corner? I think it is.
So he's dropped it coming out of that left-hander of Canada corner, which is weird because that's normally a flat corner, no problem at all. You don't have much speed, and we're looking here, you'll see as they come through Canada corner and into the left-hander, I don't think we'll see anything more than a lift. So a pretty bizarre place to have an accident. Going off through there.
But it is slightly off camber
Very
as
slightly,
you go through. Possibly, maybe not quite on the perfect line and not quite balanced the car through there. Not sure, but yeah, there's Tompkins in the pits at the moment.
Yeah, so he must have sustained a pretty big amount of damage. He's come straight to the pits after the accident. As Calvin Reiner has now completed 245 laps, that EDOS 317 car has completed this fantastic track in Wisconsin. I think, is this the best track in the United States?
I'm not sure, because America's got so many good tracks across it. You know, you got tracks like Laguna Seca or Watkins Glen, and I generally find with the American tracks is that as we see, that is Popov.
He's gone off, yeah. That's
Go
turn 5, so he's probably just missed his braking point there.
There's so many good circuits that are very fast flowing in America. It seems America seems to do a very good job of creating circuits, as Tranquilli has had an off, and that's just over the crest, going into that second sector.
Yeah, also Road Atlanta as well is another American track that's pretty good, but I think that track is a bit overrated for its final corner in its first sector. Its first sector is fantastic, the middle sector is quite mundane, I'd say. I think the best track in the world for racetracks is Germany.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never really watched, apart from obviously you got the Nürburgring with the Neuschleife, and you know you got Hockenheim and other circuits like that. I've never really watched much racing through Germany.
Well, you have tracks like not the Nürburgring Nordschleife, which is probably one of the most beloved tracks in the world, if not probably the most dangerous at least. Can have that distinction. Hockenheim, also the Lausitzring, for those who watch DTM, they'll be very fond of that track. I think it's another low-key track, if you want to call it that. It's called the Bilsterberg. It's, I think, Hermann Tilke's best design. And Peter Schoenemann in the chat also putting the Norrisring and Oschersleben. I actually don't like Oschersleben that much. I think it's quite overrated. But Lausitzring and Norrisring, yeah, they are both, despite how simple the Norrisring is, they're both fantastic circuits. But yeah, America's got some good shouts, but I think that Kota is slightly overrated.
Ah, yes. It's kind of like they tried going for the whole take the best corners of each circuit and then just jam them all together sort of thing and see what happens. Yeah, it's just a bit too clunky. Like the first sector, it's fast flowing, but it just seems I find the first sector a little bit frustrating at times, because if you find yourself going through there slightly out of rhythm, it really messes the car up, really, and really messes your lap up. But then the final sector, I quite like the final sector with the it does provide some good overtaking opportunities through when you come off the back straight and then into that kind of stadium section area.
Yeah, that is true, but I mean, it's pretty fun for hot lapping, apart from the last sector, which is quite, apart from that long right-hander.
Yeah.
It's quite boring, that last sector, to drive by yourself. But racing seems to be okay, but I do think it gets too much attention. It's not a bad track, but it's not an amazing one. This is probably my personal favourite racetrack in America. I would love to see Formula 1 cars rip around here, but it's too narrow, there's not enough runoff area, and probably doesn't have the spectator capacity that F1 would require.
Yeah, and is there? I'm trying to think. Is there circuit in Alabama? Is it Alabama? I think it's like.
That will be Barber Motorsports Park.
Yeah, that's
probably
it.
on about.
Yeah, that you've got very fast flowing circuit there. Generally, I generally find a lot of the American circuits have a lot of undulations and fast flowing corners, which it does end up making for some good racing.
It does, I guess. That is a great track, yeah.
And then you got like the classic street circuits as well, like Long Beach and Detroit and
Detroit. I thought you meant the F1 Detroit for a second.
Not the F1 Detroit.
The Belle Isle, yeah.
You got the IndyCar Detroit.
Yeah.
circuit.
The F1 Detroit can go die its deserved death, frankly. That track is abysmal. But the Belle Isle Street circuit that IndyCar uses seems pretty good. Provides some decent racing. Also provides like the only place you'll ever see Scott Dixon crash nowadays.
Yes, obviously quite dominant at the moment in IndyCar.
Yeah. He is racing right now and is on his way to getting his sixth IndyCar championship.
Yeah, and he has done it in real dominant fashion so far this year. It seems dominance in motorsport, or at least on four-wheel motorsport, seems to be the fashion at the moment.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, still in this race, you've got Rinart in the Eidos car, dominating, best part of 3 laps ahead of Eschenko in second position. But do you think this is it, or do you think there's more to come?
Well, I think in terms of racing, I don't think that Eidos is getting caught, but it's our factor too. It's the world we live in. Internet connections can always go pop. Just a couple of seconds, and that's all it really takes. But pace-wise, I think that Ryan and Eidos have this one in the bag. I mean, 3 laps is always difficult to usurp, no matter how long the race is.
And another thing, a weird thing that I've also noticed is with newer sim racing wheels and the amount of strain they go through, they seem to get quite hot, and on the odd occasion do find themselves suddenly deciding to just shut off because they're too hot, sort of thing. And that has kind of been a thing that we've seen in a few sim races.
Yeah, I mean, my favourite wheel moment, I guess, is when Pagenaud gave up during a virtual race and he had to go and plug in his standby set. That was pretty hilarious.
And I think watching the Legends series during lockdown, I think Dario Franchitti also had his wheel pack up midway through one of the races as well.
Dario's just a legend.
And we're about to clock off another hour just coming up here.
Yeah, that'll be that'll be in 9 hours gone, 15 hours to go.
250 laps completed.
I think we're gonna get 700 laps, like on the last lap. If not, we'll come within like 5 or something. It's going to be it's going to be very, very tight as to whether we get the 700 lap mark. But actually, looking on track right now, there's another voice crack that was counting at home. There has been a change for third place. Bertland Savania has got back in front of the Fancy Esports 888 car. And we'll just have to monitor his gap just to see whether McGurley pitted and got... No, he pitted actually. He's on 2 lap-old tyres, Savania on 11 lap-old tyres, so that could be a battle in the works for third place, the final spot on the overall podium. Final spot on the GT podium currently occupied by, that is Pound Robert.
Yeah, in the Madness entry.
Yes.
Although there's been a change for driver in first position of the GT3 category, isn't there? In the DDoS racing car.
Yes, I think there has been. David Morcek has taken over the reins, 67 seconds ahead still of his nearest challenger. Again, the Fancy Esports car. Everything seems to somewhat, apart from that, actually, there might be a bit of a battle for 7th place about to happen here, because Ross Benjamin has closed right back up on David Etra, and is within 1 second as they thunder through. I actually don't know what this part of the track is called. I know it has a name, but I can't remember what it's called. I'll have to consult Wikipedia for that.
No, it's quite tough. The amount of circuits now that have got corner names, and to be honest, I quite like having corner names rather than just having turn 1, turn 2, turn 3.
Exactly.
Yeah, I find it when they have names, it's a lot easier to remember with names rather than just it's turn 1, it's turn 2.
Exactly. And then you also have to consult your. You have to always question yourself. It's like. Because you can always disagree on what the corner numbers are. Like some people will count a kink, some people won't. But a corner name you can't disagree on because it's concrete as it is.
Well, it's like at Austria in like the Red Bull Ring. You got turn 1, and then you've got a kink, which most people refer to as turn 2, then going into turn 3. But you know, in Formula 1, it's just really just part of the straight, but in motorcycle racing that it really is a corner sort of thing.
And in some other slower categories as well, it's a proper corner. Just F1 cars are so fast nowadays, it's unbelievable how fast these cars are.
Watching the onboard laps of Mugello today,
it's fantastic.
It's mega, because I always found that recently watching an onboard lap in Formula 1, it's always been a little bit tame. Like you don't really get a sense of speed as much as say when you watch say onboard laps of Senna in 80s and 90s and all that sort of stuff. But watching today onboard laps from Mugello, it's the first time always we see Roberts getting a bit of a power slide. Coming out, that was the third or fourth.
That was kind of the corner there. He's got 2 P2s right. I think these two are actually battling here for position. These guys who are trying to pass him, and they almost got shoved onto the grass there.
Yeah, I think that is that Petri and Benjamin. Is that?
And I think it is. And those guys are battling for position. So the GT. Once again is going to be the scapegoat for the blame here. But yeah, back to what we were saying. I think also the fact that the cars are quieter and the cameras are smoother and all of that, it just makes the cars look slower. But when you put them up against like a Formula 2 car, for example, you see just how fast they are. And especially at tracks like Mugello, where you can just chuck the car in, it will grip, and it just flies around the track.
It's just a stunning onboard to watch. As we
straight
see,
on.
That is Tompkins off, and he's came to a stop. Although he's got hit reverse, and spinning it back round onto the track. Oh, just a bit too much gas there.
Yep, overcooking the spin on the gravel there. I don't think we'll need a code 80 for that. Didn't seem to be any damage on the car.
And yeah, that's the thing. We're starting to get into the later hours of the night, and you know, fatigue starts to
Exactly, yeah.
set in, and you know, the heavy braking zones, picking out your braking point, especially when you're being lapped, it kind of, you know, it kind of takes a little bit of the concentration away when you're being lapped, when you're coming into a heavy braking zone like there.
Indeed, yeah, and there's a lot of heavy braking zones on this track, but actually no hairpins. This track has not got a single hairpin on it, which I find pretty interesting, considering it's one of the more demanding on the brakes, actually. Like the stopping power you need at Canada Corner, turn 1, turn 5, the brakes get hammered through there. But there's no hairpins on this track, and I do appreciate the the support in the chat I'm receiving from a few people there. Thank you very much for that. But I think Ryan is the real hero here, because he's been here for absolutely hours by himself at times, and he's still here now. So kudos to him for being in the hot. What time is it where you live?
So it's currently just gone past 11 o'clock at night at the moment.
And how long have you been commentating for?
So I started here 7 o'clock. So.
Oh my goodness, that is commitment right there. That's 4 hours.
So yeah, I think I shall be going at some point soon. Although I keep finding myself something interesting happens, then all of a sudden it's just.
Oh, I'll go wait for another 5 minutes. It's not like another interesting event will happen in that time.
Yeah, and then I'll probably wake
Let's
up
repeat.
in the morning at 8 o'clock, and then find everything's completely different to how I see it now, sort of thing. It's such as how things seem to go.
The biggest enemy for commentators on 24-hour races is always an alarm clock. Because you got to get up early for that commentary stint in the morning, but you're always going to oversleep it because you're never going to sleep enough.
Yeah, and you know, that's the other thing. You go to bed, you recognise the names, who's where now, and then you get up in the morning and see who's where, and you then have to almost spend the first, say, half hour trying to almost like at that time in the morning try and have a rethink and try and rack your head around who's where and what's what.
Yeah, exactly, and yeah, it takes a bit of time to getting used to that. Has Tom Dillon volunteered to do the night stint again? Asks Typhoon. I actually don't know. I think he's doing a few more hours and then heading off to bed, and he'll be back in the morning. But I think Andreas will be doing the very early hours of the morning, British time, because if you're where I live in Central Europe, it's already gone past midnight. Oh, that's heavily. That's actually the race leader.
That is the race. Has he taken damage from that?
Calvin Reiner's gone off. Where has he gone off? I can't quite see. I think that's Canada Corner. That's at the end of the straight, and as he heads through Fonda Valley, he's quite close to the pit, so he'll be able to come back fairly quickly. But that surely is quite a bit of damage. We just cut to him, and it looked like a hefty hit. He steps out.
He's carried on, yeah. And as I was saying, just as I start to think of winding down for the night, something interesting happens.
There you go, yeah, exactly. It's a rinse-repeat cycle, really. It's a circle of life. What goes around comes around. But I think someone will be here quite shortly.
I mean,
so
what goes around comes around. That generally is racing, hopefully.
yeah.
You know, if they go round and then don't come back round, something's gone wrong.
Indeed, yes. But back in the day, you wouldn't know if they hadn't until you actually got to that point. And then you'd have that nervous wait. Have they crashed? Have they died even? Back then. Now, of course, we have so much telemetry and data available to us that we can see it as it happens.
And so, how is Zashenko going to be feeling, knowing that what was the unflappable leader of the IDOS racing team have now started to show a few, weak points in their armour?
I mean, IDOS are not really. I think more what he's thinking about is the championship at this point, because the fancy number 88 car, of course, hit trouble. We still think it was with the engine, but we can't quite be sure. I think it was with the engine. And oh, that is a big off, and that is two GTs off at Canada corner again.
That's second place.
He's just taken out the P2 there on his rejoin.
So that is Krasnaya, and that is the Aston Martin as well of Popov.
Popov is a lap or two behind. He's going for a move around the outside and almost gets collected by his rival, but manages to prevail, and they both head straight for pit road.
Both are heading for pit road. So that is pretty bad for Krasnaya, who obviously was staying within the sort of a lap buffer, or just under a lap from our leader of the GT category.
That was a horrible rejoin from the pair of them as well. They left that LMP2 practically on the grass trying to pass them.
I believe that wasn't that the IDOS?
I think it was our race leader.
Yeah.
But yeah, back to championship logistics, if you want to put it that way. So RSS Unison came into this race on 105 points. The nearest competitors on 73 and 70. So if they finish in the top 7, they are champions regardless of the result. But the fancy 88 retired in the first hour. So that became actually the same. But it's the fancy number 5 now, which was not showing its pace to be as strong as the 88, that has to win and hope that the RSS car finishes in 8th position or lower. And as it stands, the RSS Unison is in 2nd place and the Fancy Esports in 8th place. So it would be a very, very comfortable championship win for Denis Yashenko and crew.
Yeah, and the number 5 car being piloted by Benjamin at the moment. Currently, he's 17 laps off the lead, and Shenko is 3 laps off the lead. Obviously, as we've said, Benjamin coming into problems with having the incident losing the rear wing, and then also having the whatever technical problems they were that caused the car to be reset to the pit lane and losing a bunch of laps because of it. Is there some sort of rule that if you have your car reset to in the pit lane that you lose X amount of laps?
I'm not sure. Normally the procedure for turning the car off and back on takes a long time anyway. I'm not sure if there's any rule for or against it, but
because I think from what I remember, where the second Code 80 came out for that car, I think they pulled into pit lane, and then all of a sudden their car went into the pit garage and then came back out of the pit garage again, and then I think best part of 3 or 4 laps were added back onto their
might well be. I mean, yeah, it might well be. We'll have to have a look around for that, but as far as my knowledge goes, I'm not too sure. I would just think they would have a longer pit stop, but that's a valid point you make. So yeah, we can have a look at that maybe and tell you that information. We have 14 hours and 50 minutes to figure it out.
Yeah, and I think with that, before something happens again, I think I'm going to have to say thank you and good night for the moment, so I get enough sleep so I can get up and start it all over again at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yes, I'm going to have to be up at about 6 or 7, and then I have to go camping and cycling in the evening, so that's going to be fun.
Oh, that sounds truly exhausting to do
that, yeah, you have to deal with that sometimes. It's going to be a painfully exhausting day. That is. How has he managed to keep that car out of the wall there? That was a good recovery, but not a great place to go off there at turn 7. It's a very fast part of the circuit. Takes a few billboards with him as well, but seems to be carrying on just fine.
A definite code brown indeed.
There is that incident that is going to keep you here for the next few minutes as well.
No. I'm definitely going to say definitely going to say goodbye and good night. Yeah, hopefully nothing's changed too much when I wake up in the morning, or else I will truly be disorientated at 8 o'clock in the morning. But yes, I will see you guys and everyone else tomorrow morning.
Yeah, your efforts very much appreciated. Take a nice rest after, almost 300 minutes of non-stop commentary, so yeah, sleep well.
Alright, thanks very much and cheerio.
Well, and then there was one. Hopefully, Ross Smith should be back. No, we're not related. We're not related in any way, and we're from different parts of the planet. But hopefully, he should be here in a few moments' time, so we can have two commentators here. We can start striking up some convos. Because having a conversation with yourself is surprisingly enough not very interesting. Those who've tried it as well. For those who haven't tried it, I would not recommend doing it on a daily basis. It's not fun. But yeah, the race we're looking currently at David Moracek, who is leading the GT field currently by a sizable margin. He's actually running in 9th place overall, despite the fact that 10 LMP2s started the race, but that is courtesy of 2 of the LMP2s dropping out within the first hour for different reasons. One of them, of course, was the race leader, but his engine gave up the ghost. Spinning off, that's Chris Tompkins spinning out, and I think he's gone off there at the last corner. We'll see when his headlights come back around. No, it's the first corner. You can tell from the Bruce and Stratton gantry there. So he's gone off at the first corner where everyone went off on the first lap in those treacherous wet conditions. Calvin Ryan at pits from the race lead for another, I think, scheduled pit stop. Yeah, he's done another 19 laps on those tyres, which seems to be about the limit you can do on these hard tyres. 19, 20, maybe 21 laps if you feel like stretching it. And he's not the only one in the pits. Second in class, Gabor Hevesi has also pitted, but he's going to drop from second probably to about 4th in class as he makes another pit stop. We are 258 laps into the season finale of the inaugural EERC season here at Under the Lights in Wisconsin at Road America. One of the most beloved tracks, I think, you'd have to say, on the continent, let alone the country. It would be absolutely incredible to see F1 cars race around here, but that's probably being too optimistic, even for the most optimistic person you'd ever meet. Bob Dylan in 5th place in that Reading Game car. His teammate's gearbox in his real-life car gave up the ghost, and yet somehow Andreas Vestergaard managed to still be in a very nice position when he handed the car over to the Brit, who you have to say has done a decent job. He's been maintaining the gap behind, not really had the pace to get tested at the front, but I don't think his aspirations were too high coming into this race, and he currently sits 5th place. Not a bad showing from him at all. And here's Denis Ishlenko. He is 14 hours and 48 minutes away from being confirmed as the first ever LMP2 champion in EERC. The GT champion is most likely going to be, if I just quickly whip up my graphic of it, it is most likely going to be the DDoS machine that is currently leading the GT field. 95 points heading into the race, with the Madness number 3 car very much in contention, you have to say. Second on 89 points, and then a bit of a gap back to the Pimps Racing team with 59 points, but they were still in with a shot. But the Madness car was running well, not quite ahead of the DDoS car, but then an incident with one of the LMP2 cars as they tried to get past set them back one lap, and they've never properly recovered since then, although you have to say Paul Robert has done a fantastic job ever since he took back over that machine. He's managed to get that car back up into the podium places of his class. He's in fact even one better than that, 2nd place in his class, with a 1 lap gap ahead to the guys who he needs to beat. And if he can beat them in that kind of position, I believe that they will clinch the championship. 15 hours just under for them to do so. Be quite the comeback. on these guys who have had probably one of the quietest races of any team in this championship's history so far. A short but vibrant history at that. Simon Marshall P8 in class, 16th overall. He's only got Chris Tompkins behind him, and he's 55 seconds behind the McLaren. He's got a 99-second gap ahead to Pascal Egger. His pace doesn't seem to be too different from the guy in front of him, though, so I wouldn't bet against him catching up to Pascal Egger and Alex Popov ahead. Looking on board with Martin Murphy as he negotiates the GT traffic in that LMP2 car. It is really quite stark, the difference between these LMP2s and these GT cars here. And Road America, well, it's quite a fast track, so it is well highlighted in that respect through there here in Wisconsin. And I'm still waiting for Ross just to come into the commentary booth. Hopefully he's not going to be too long. Said he had to grab dinner about 45 minutes ago. 41 minutes ago on the dot even. Hopefully he's back here. Ryan Ferris though. My plaudits go out to him. 4 hours and 15 minutes of nothing but pure hard commentary. Jake in the chat, fire David Croft, put this man in the booth. Very appreciated. I mean, if F1 wants to ring me up and offer me the seat, I'm not going to say no. Even if I was to do it for even a negative salary, I would 100% do it. I saw Crofty cause quite a bit of a stir when he used the term Sector 9 without giving it any context today. That certainly gave me a bit of a... certainly surprised me when I was watching the qualifying, but it was well explained because, of course, every F1 track is split up into mini sectors, which is why the gaps update every few seconds, not every 30 or 40 seconds, as it would be if there was only... if the timing beams were only updated as they went through sectors 1, 2 and 3 at Mugello or at any other track for that matter. So just a quick rundown of the order then. If you've just tuned in, thank you very much for coming along and watching the EERC Endurance Championship Round 8 finale at Road America, a 24-hour race here in Wisconsin. We are just over 9 hours done, and our current race leader is Calvin Reinert in the EDOS number 317 car. Over 2 laps in front of his nearest competition, lapping faster as well. He's just made a pit stop and should be extending that gap. Second place is Denis Eschenko, who is on course as it stands to take the championship for his RSS Unison Racing team. Had a terrible start, lots of spins as well on his road to recovery, but he's managed to get himself back up into second place. And if he could just hold on to a position which is even 7th or better, that would be fine for him, as Calvin Reinert's actually gone off again. That's the second time in 10 minutes that the race leader's gone off. On new tyres too. And it's at the same spot. It's at Canada Corner towards the end of the lap. And I'm not sure if he's going to come into the pits and get that fixed, but I doubt he will. Considering he did that the last time, was Tom Dillon has entered pit road from 5th place. Third place is Martin Merguli in the Fancy Esports 888 car, not in championship contention heading into this race, but nonetheless that would be a very good result for them after a slightly challenging season. Bertland Savagna in the Pimps Racing Hungary car. He was a surprise of the first couple of hours, but he's really established himself as one of the front runners the longer the race has gone on. He had a great start, avoided the havoc at turn 1, and he's held a top 4 position ever since. 62 seconds ahead, and then it's a monstrous 9 laps back to the Reading Game Studios Racing 86 car, currently piloted by Tom Dillon. In 5th place currently in pit road, probably one of the more popular entries on the grid, certainly outside of EERC. And I also best hope that that car makes it to the end. I hope all the cars make it to the end, because getting to the end of a 24-hour race, no matter how you do it, is something worth bragging about. Not only does it mean that you have endurance as a driver, it also means your internet also has endurance. The perfect combination, you may say, for a sim racer. Dom Tranquil, 6th place in the SRD Esports number 53 car. Now close to within a lap of Tom Dillon in the Reading Game car. Having said that, as already mentioned, the Reading Game just entered the pit lane, and I think that Dom Tranquil is due a pit stop in the next 10 or so laps, so that gap should be monitored. Ross Benjamin in 7th place in the Fancy Esports car. Number 5 is the last car in this race after the retirement of the Fancy Esports 88 that is in championship contention. However, as it stands, they are nowhere near clinching the championship. They need to reverse the positions of the RSS Unison car and themselves, gain one position themselves and win the race, and hope that Ishenko and crew finish 8th or lower. But with 15 hours to go, anything is still hypothetically possible to happen here at Road America. 8th place is David Petre, who is actually only 6/10 behind Ross Benjamin. However, both are in the pits, so I don't know how reliable that information is. It might just be how close the pit box is. But once they exit the pits, I will update you on that. And then, after 8 LMP2s, we have our first GT, 9 laps behind the last LMP2 and 26 laps behind the race leader, David Moroschek, who has been in that car for a matter of minutes. That DDoS racing car is on course to take the championship by a convincing margin. So far in this race, with a 1 lap offer to Pound Robert in the Madness Racing number 3, 7 points behind in the championship, needs to finish in front, and if they were to reverse those positions, they would be champions. But as it stands, they have a whole lap to make up on Moroschek and DDoS, and what's more, both are due a pit stop. Both are very much due a pit stop. Moroschek has actually done 22 laps on those tyres, and I think it's time that he comes into pits very shortly. 3rd place is the McLaren Fancy Esports GT3, our first Fancy Esports GT3 listed of Ballas Farrow, 44 seconds behind 2nd place, so he is within 1 lap of the 2nd place GT driver, who's actually just dropped 2 laps behind Moroschek now. 4th place is Gabor Heves. He ran well at the start, lost his rear wing a couple of times, but other than that has shown some very good pace. He's actually just done a fastest Sector 1 of his entire day, his entire 9.5 hour day so far. He sits 11th overall, 12th overall. Joseph Frederick Suto in the other McLaren Fancy Esports GT3 car, the number 28, on the same lap as its sister car, but 69 seconds behind as we stand right now. Alex Popov is 14th in the Aston Martin RSS Unison car, whose LMP2 replica is on course to take the championship. Pascal Eggert in the McLaren EDOS, while their LMP2 car is winning the race, they are 15th as it stands and currently 7th in class. Simon Marshall 8th in class in the McLaren RE racing car, and rounding off the grid that is still running, Chris Tompkins in the other McLaren EDOS car. 35 laps behind the leader, although I can't slag him off too much because his machinery is much slower. Denis Ishenko has just entered pit road from 2nd place, and I'm still waiting for Ross to get himself into the TeamSpeak. I haven't seen anything on Discord. Just quickly give him a DM or something, as I'm getting slightly restless, as you do sometimes when your co-commentator is not there for prolonged amounts of time. Shenko should exit the pit lane comfortably in 2nd place, and I'm waiting to see when Martin Maguli comes to the pits, because he's going to be very close to the man where we've been highlighting his surprise all race, as I've been doing it a few minutes ago. Bertrand Savagno in the Pimps Racing Hungary car. 64-second gap to Martin Maguli, which is roughly what a pit stop will be, so those guys might well battle as the race goes on, and it's currently the only real on-track battle we have. The other nearest gap, I would say, is Ross Benjamin and David Petre, 17 seconds separating those two in 7th and 8th in the LMP2 field, but Benjamin is currently lapping faster, so that gap is increasing. That's how things stand as they are. 9.5 hours into Road America. It was a flooded start. The track was so wet you could see the reflection of the trees on the tarmac. Such was the contrast between the dry and the wet line, but eventually it did dry up, and since then it's been nothing but hards all the way to where we are right now in the present day. Every single car that is still going is running hard tyres. We did have a couple of guys gambling on the softs, but they wore away far too quickly, as some of the teams will tell you that was not the right strategy to go for. And we have not had a code 80 in about, I would say, 40 minutes. We have not had a code 84, which I think is the longest time period we had in this race without a caution needed to be called out. No one has really received any bodywork damage in that time. We have had off-track excursions, most notably twice from Calvin Reiner at Canada Corner, the race leader, of course, being that. As far as on-track action goes, not so much in the way of things going on around the 4 mile or 6.5 kilometer 14 turn road course. And actually, as I say that, Chris Tompkins has gone off at Canada Corner, and as he tries to rejoin, has ended up facing backwards, and now has to try, and he manages to just get away without hitting the inside wall there and not collecting anyone as well. He was very lucky that the guys passed him just before he did there. Otherwise, he might well have clouted into them and taken them out. And that would be a huge penalty coming his way, and a huge penalty for Jeff Closer and Alex Skinner to have a discussion about in the Stewart's channel on the TeamSpeak. Guy with the most penalties so far this race is Peter Schoenemann. After, you'd have to say, I don't blame him entirely for his first stint, but it could have been better. We'll say that about his first stint. He, of course, retired after a mere 36 laps completed. 36 laps in these cars will be about, let's say, 80, 90 minutes. With the Code 80s we had, it'll be about more like 100, I would say. On board with the race leader Calvin Reiner as he comes into turn number 8, and now through the carousel, which is by far the hardest corner on this track, and also my favourite corner on the track, because it is so difficult to get it right every single time, especially when you are following another car. But it is a fun corner to go around nonetheless. Jake says, hope you have a lot of water. Couldn't imagine talking this time. Actually, fun fact, I haven't had a sip of water in just under an hour. When I got into the booth, I used my last sip of water, but well, my throat's feeling fine as it is right now. Regarding how dry it is, but yeah, I do need to go to sleep eventually, so I hope that Ross gets in here for a bit, because I don't want to leave the stream on silent. Would not want to do Ryan dirty like that. Water #1 priority. Hey, Luxembourg is a landlocked country, so you're telling the wrong person about the importance of water. You can donate, please, just drink. I'll be fine, don't worry. I've got the chat at least to feed on if the on-track action is a little bit sparse and away. But in other news today, the Premier League returned after just over a month out of action, though it seemed like only a week since the Premier League was back on. And for those competing in Fantasy Premier League, the online free game where you build your own team, how was your first day? Because mine was atrocious. I picked up a salt 8 points. Whilst most of my mates were getting in the 30s and 40s, I was stuck in single digits. So if anyone in the chat plays that FPL game, just if you don't mind, just take in a quick amount of time, just check your team and report back with the score. And is that the man I have been talking about all this time? Yes, it is. He's finally back from his dinner. Ross Smith. No, we're not related, but he is here in the commentary booth. Hello.
I wish we were related. You know.
The most important question. How was your dinner?
Oh, it was fantastic. Best fast food I've had all day.
I mean, is it also the only fast food you've had all day?
It is the only fast food, yes.
There we go.
That's correct. So where am I joining in? What's happening?
Well, I'll give you a quick rundown of what you need to know. Calvin Reiner leads by 3 laps. Roland Sux has actually just gone into the car, replacing Martin McGurley. Tom Dillon is still in 5th place for Reading Game. Ross Benjamin is pulling away from David Petre, but he's not doing enough to win the championship. So most importantly, I'd say, Ishenko and RSS Unison and the DDoS racing cars are still on course for the championship. So in that respect, nothing has changed since you were last here.
So, yeah, same as before. Now, I did see the point at which DDoS had run into, I believe, one of the fancy esports, or it was another McLaren. I didn't see exactly who that was, but sent them off the road. Has that been addressed?
I'm not sure. How long ago was this?
I want to say within the last hour or two.
Alright, I've been here, I think, just over, I could check actually on the TeamSpeak. I have been here for 1 hour and 4 minutes and 40 seconds, so I haven't seen that happen. As actually, that is somebody going off, and that is Chris Tompkins once again going off the circuit at the first corner. He's been having a torrid time of late. But no, I would not be able to tell you about that incident. Maybe Ryan could, but he has hit the sack after 4 hours of commentary, doing us all a huge favour.
Well done. Well done. Our own little endurance going on.
Yeah, exactly. I can't believe I haven't said that yet.
Well, yeah. How long have you been in since the start?
No. I couldn't do that, no. I did, I think, the first hour and a half, and then I headed off quickly and didn't come back because stuff happened. But here I am now. I do have to go to sleep eventually, though, and I do want to see highlights of that Liverpool Leeds game because it looked crazy. Alright, hit the sack. Should be up tomorrow morning for a 6 or 7 a.m. commentary, so the American guys can unwind for the day, listen to EERC commentary if that's what they do. And then off on the bike 40 kilometers or so up north.
Ooh. It's a long day.
Yeah, it should be tiring but fun, hopefully, is how it will go for me. And for the drivers as well. They must be much more tired than any of us are. We simply get to speak about what they are doing.
Yeah, good amount into the run so far, so almost 10 hours in, or at night. Now it's obviously not quite as late in the actual Eckhart Lake region. I'm looking out the window right now, and it's a little after 6:30 local time.
For me, it is 33 past midnight, so that's time zones, people. That's what an Atlantic Ocean is presumably for, other than serving as a giant pond.
Oh! Speaking of pond, there's Benjamin just whipping around. That looks like the down the Hurry Downs.
Nice little pirouette there as he just goes underneath the bridge and through the carousel. And actually, he has to be careful not to lose too much time for the car behind, which is 20 seconds or so behind him. At the moment, it is not lapping as quickly, but if Benjamin continues to make mistakes like that, they will catch and eventually pass him, so he does have to keep that car on the road. As Chris Tompkins has entered the pits, presumably to fix the damage he sustained in that excursion at turn 1.
He's definitely off quite a bit, Mr. EERC himself.
Indeed.
So quite a few different names in the cars since last time I was in here with you guys.
Yeah, lots of different names. The newest name, actually, apart from Roland Sux, who's just joined in, Joseph Frederick Suto has taken over the McLaren Fancy Esports number 28 car, not number 29, number 28, which is just over a lap behind its sister GT car. But yeah, he took the reins, if you check for the tyre life, he took the reins about 8 minutes ago.
Yeah, and they're in that sort of middle time in the race. Not quite yet. I mean, we still have a couple hours to go before we're actually halfway, but certainly at the point where things are supposed to kind of cool down a little, like you just get into cruising mode and you just go around and you make time. and stay out of trouble.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Looking at the pit lane. Actually, when I first saw the pit lane here, I thought, because I was looking at those tents behind, and I was like, oh, those are some nice spectator stands. And I saw that there was a car in the pit lane, and I saw the name go run and race. He was like, oh, they retired. But no, Ryan corrected me and said, no, that's the pit lane. That's the pit lane. You were clearly fatigued. Luxembourg.
Well, it is an interesting track. I've been there a couple times, and it's.
Oh, you've been there? Wow.
Oh yeah. It's not far away. I mean, just about half a day's drive or so, and it is quite unimpressive in terms of the facilities around that pit area. I mean, it is just very open, although there is quite a bit going on there track day. It looks pretty plain in some of these camera shots, but
yeah.
Non-COVID track days anyway. There are quite a few people and events and stuff, and
I mean, it's not like everybody listens to the COVID ones anyway.
Well, although unfortunately they haven't had any races there, I don't think, this year.
No, they did 2 races in IndyCar.
Did they? Oh,
they
that's
did
right.
2 Rev Group Grand Prix. One won by Scott Dixon, the other was Felix Rosenquist, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think that was how it went. As Ganassi, that was Ganassi's early season domination, really. They won all the first 4 races.
That's right. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking of IndyCar, who've been pretty prominent as far as what they've been doing for racing. They've made sure to get out there and get as much exposure and get as many drivers fielded as they can, which has been pretty impressive.
Yeah, and in fact, they just finished the Mid-Ohio Race 1 now. I'm not going to say who is where, because in case someone watching here does want to see the results and doesn't want to quickly spoil it. But they're also racing at Mid-Ohio tomorrow. I don't know what the rest of the calendar looks like, but yeah, that's how it looks so far.
Yeah, a little wide there at the kink there. So they're up to, Gabor Hevesi is now up into 3rd, and they're still kind of on for that having to win the race. Now, obviously, DDoS is in 1st, so that's sort of a fly in the ointment. But if they can at least get up there, I mean, we've seen DDoS time and again where they've had a very strong position and they've thrown it away, where they've backtracked or done anything that you can do during a long extended endurance race.
Yeah. Well, everything looking, at least at the time I've been here, they haven't put a single foot wrong. Of course, you mentioned that other incident with the Madness car, but other than that, I haven't heard of anything going wrong with those cars.
Yeah, now speaking of Madness, where are they right now?
They are 4th in class right now for Pound Robert. He's 15 seconds behind Gabor Hevesi, who himself is 20 seconds behind Balat Farah, and that's another lap to the guys they have to beat, DDoS Racing. The difference, though, is that they're on. Pound Robert has just pitted his tyres. His tyres are brand new, and the cars ahead of him are on 12, 14, and 3-lap-old tyres respectively. So he should be back into that 2nd place in class very, very shortly. If not, if he doesn't do it on the track.
That's right. Yeah, they just looking through here, it is a little disappointing that we didn't have more cars fielded here coming into this final race.
It's all a bit settled down now, with a few retirements, and yeah, that's it sometimes. I mean, endurance racing in a whole is known for being hectic, especially at the start, but as the race wears on and the gaps get bigger, it becomes a bit more of a procession, especially in the sim racing world. I mean, in real life, you still end up with races like, I think it was Le Saf in 2018, or 20... I think it was 2018, where they had the GT battle that lasted till the last lap.
Ah, yes.
Or the 27? Yeah, I think it was 2018, or was it 2017? I can't remember.
I think it's 18.
Yeah.
Unless I'm thinking of a 2016 IMSA battle, but I think it was, yeah, I think it was 18.
Where the Astons managed to beat the Corvettes on the last lap.
Yep.
No, I think it was no, it was 2017. It was the race where Toyota blew up in 2 hours, all 3 cars.
Oh, jeez.
Where it was I think that the Toyotas were leading. The 8's brakes failed or something, so they retired the car. The 7 had a clutch problem after the safety car. The 9 collided with a backmarker and had its brakes on fire. And couldn't make it back to the pits. So you had the Porsche number 1 leading by, what, 21 laps or something? And then 21 hours in, it also gave up the ghost. And so the LMP2s led the race, but the Porsche number 2, which had lost like 18 laps at the start because of a problem, fought back and took the lead back with an hour to go. And then you had the GT battle that was already mentioned. So yeah, that's probably the best Lasarth race in recent times.
And Lasarth coming up, that's next weekend, correct?
I believe so, yeah. Oh, and Ferrari choked as well, so that's nothing new either.
Poor Ferrari, they've been hammered on kind of a lot lately.
Yeah, being half Italian sucks sometimes.
But you consider yourself a true Tifosi, right?
Oh yes, if you're Italian by blood, you pretty much have to support Ferrari because they are basically Italy in motorsport form. Does that mean they're corrupt? Yes. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason Ferrari run red. It's because red is the national motorsport color of Italy. That's why they run it. So yeah, if you're a proper Italian, you support Ferrari. If you're an Italian, if you're passionate for Italy and stuff, you're not really trying to support Lamborghini when they race. If they race.
Yeah, I mean, but they're basically just GT3s at the moment, correct?
Yeah. I mean, Lamborghini is more for the modern fan, because Ferrari is more Italian tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Lamborghinis are much more striking, but yeah, I'd say Ferrari still gets a lot of support. Although I'm not a fan of the way that team is run in Formula One. That's not to say I hate Ferrari. I just don't like the way it's the F1 side of it as well. I think Binotto is really out of his depth as a team owner. As an engineer, he might be fine, but as a team owner, really not good.
I can only imagine you're the only person to have that opinion.
No, I mean, yeah. Yeah, well, a lot of people are always telling me, you know, Binotto, he's a good engineer, so why sack him? You know, well, a good engineer does a team boss not make. That's even English.
Yeah, we'll go with English. But
Yeah.
I know what you're saying, and yeah, it's a good point. And but you know, sometimes a good engineer does not a good team boss make.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. There you go. Not make at the end, just make. Fellow Ferrari fans who are suffering through 2020, rise up in the chat.
Now, as far as Ferrari goes for this series, obviously it's the last race of the season, but coming into next year, there's definitely talk about Season 2 featuring the 488.
The Ferraris, yes.
Obviously, that car has had some interesting BOP experiences, as have all of the GTEs now.
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to run any of the Ferraris yet? Or
I don't even have the sim, so I'll let you answer that one. No, I think the Ferrari will be a popular car. Is the Corvette coming as well? Because Corvettes are also massively popular. Yeah, so I think yeah, a lot of people will go for the Corvettes and Ferrari. I'm actually surprised that we don't have as many Astons as I was expecting, because that's a popular car brand, and they sound fantastic.
now, of course, what are your thoughts on the GTE sort of coalescing into GT3 situation that's coming up over the next year?
Honestly, I don't think it will. Well, I think you'll get a bigger grid, but also because leagues expand, so you get more drivers. But no, I don't think too much will change in the way of perception and stuff.
Now, of course, for this league, it's still up in the air whether we'll see an expanded field with the GT3s, because obviously Studio 397 has increased they coalesced the package, so it's a single GT3 endurance pack.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll be able to see a few more options, because we had the Audi featured. ADN was definitely using them for a while, and then they backed out and went with McLaren, as has most of the field. I mean, basically just McLarens and a few BMWs, and I mean RSS just running the lone Vantage. So it's kind of sparse pickings as far as models go.
Yeah. That's often a problem when you get these kind of. I mean, if you're an LMP2 driver and you like having choice, then hard luck. You have a Raker, and I think yeah, that's as far as your options go. But as a GT, I'd be optimistic that we see a lot more variety across the next few seasons. But as is often the case, they just kind of. It's like, oh, okay, you're adding a new car, so we'll use that one, but we'll completely forget another one exists. That's often the case with what happens when you introduce kind of new cars and models like that.
Right. Well, hopefully with the with the Bentley and the Ferrari joining the GT3 pack, we'll see a little bit more rebalancing. They certainly went through and said they were going to do that, and they dropped the GTE BOP and said that the GT3 was coming, but of course Studio 397 kind of doing what they do best, which is being confusing and interesting and all those things.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Check in the chat. James hasn't mentioned Excenza yet. How? Yeah. For those who don't know, that's my sim race team. Well, they don't race here. I would like to see them race here. I'll try my best to get them on the grid as quick as I can. But for the moment, nowhere to be seen, so no reason for me to mention them. I have mentioned my country of residence many times, however. So that's what. Yeah, because in the other leagues, most notably SRL, Tom Dillon, who's driving right now in 5th place very solidly, he made a James Smith bingo. For viewers to watch out for what I say when I'm commentating. And I have to say, he got it spot on, because it almost always was a 6 out of 6.
What was the free swear? Is there anything in particular or no?
What do you mean a free swear?
We said bingo, right?
Yes.
So with the grid, you get the square in the middle that's free. Sometimes they'll have a quote on there, or.
Oh, no! It's more just a thing. He just made 6 boxes or something and put something like, mentions Luxembourg or says a cliche like race of attrition, something like that. He just took one off. Like it's more just a running gag, but it seemed to be popular on demand, and it needs to be expanded. So if Tom does watch this race back and stumbles upon this, Tom, we need an expansion to the bingo, please.
So I guess it's probably a decent chance to look at where the current teams are sitting.
Yeah, race leaders just entered the pits, but Ashenko's still very comfortable in 2nd place. Comfortably gonna cruise to the championship, I think. But yeah, this fight is still on, because Ross Benjamin is still running around, and until he retires, then we can definitively say that Denis Ashenko is, well, I say Denis Ashenko, his team, RSS Unison Racing, are champions. But until then, the latest it will happen is in 14 hours' time. The earliest could be any second now. Just needs an internet disconnection from somebody.
Yeah, of course they could end up, they could go the other way, because even though they've got a gap of, 15 laps back to David Petra back there for, of course, Polonia, I mean, that could set them up. Unlikely, but they would be in position to finish 8th if Fancy Esports were somehow, some way, able to pull themselves up to the front. Obviously, it's a long race, so anything could happen.
Yeah, indeed. And looking at those two DNFs, I mean, the one for David Kaluxai was intensely dramatic there because he was in championship contention. He had dominated proceedings ever since he'd taken the lead from Jakob. He just stormed away, survived all the code 80s, the pit stops and everything, and in the end it looked like engine trouble that brought an end to his race. It was a shame for him, as he seemed to really be on pace, which left two championship contenders in the fold, one certainly with a bigger advantage than the other. And that has carried over to how we stand today in this present moment. I say today as if it's a new day, but forgetting that the world exists and that Luxembourg is not the entire world.
It's your entire world.
It is,
Okay.
yes, but I am not the human population of the world. Oh, I wish I was, but no.
So looking here at GT3's DDoS and Madness are two championship contenders right there at the front. We got Fancy Esports further down the order, down in 4th. They would really need to be able to climb up. They're still within striking distance, so only a lap down from those other two. But it's still very much anyone's championship across the GT3s.
Yeah, the GT field, as per usual, always closer than the LMP2 field. I have to say, I have been impressed with how flawless, I guess is the right word, the drivers for DDoS have been today. They've been absolutely immaculate in the way they've handled the racing. I am very, very impressed by them.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to be 10 hours in and already a lap up on your entire field, because these other teams, they're not slouches. I mean, we've seen Madness with Lucas Lichtgen and the rest of his guys. I mean, they're a powerhouse, and
they are, yeah.
But yeah, props to them. It certainly gives them a little bit of a buffer as they approach the halfway point.
Yeah. And also, I'd just like to mention, it's actually been a very good recovery for Madness, the whole race. With the incident in Canada Corner, I think they deserve a lot more points than they seem to be receiving right now. They might be in 4th as it stands, but the two cars ahead are yet to pit.
It's true, yeah. Now, how many, I guess it would be about 23 to 25 stops, somewhere in there.
Yeah, around there, I'd say, yeah.
That's a lot of stopping.
It is a lot of pit stops, yeah. I mean, the real life pit crews in the real races are absolute demons. The fact that they're able to do that for the whole race on a moment's notice is frankly phenomenal. And
Sure,
I'd hate to have to be one of them.
Well, you go and you do a stop, and then you get, what, like 45 minutes to nap, do whatever, maybe, if things go as planned.
Yeah.
So it's a long couple days.
Yeah. Very, very long couple days, yeah. I mean, again, just, and the fact that they're able to do it under such pressure as well. In terms of going back to the actual race, Ross Benjamin has come into the pits from 8th position in class, the 7th position in class. That drops him down to 8th as he serves a pit stop again. David Petre's Force Polonia car should come into the pits soon, having done 17 laps on these.
Has Denis Ashenko swapped out with co-driver yet, or has he been in there this whole time?
I actually don't know. I hope that he has swapped drivers, because if that guy has done the entire race so far, then my goodness me, must he have a cramp, some ridiculous sort of cramp or something like that, because that is ridiculous. If he's done that, my respect for him is through the roof.
Well, and he would need to hop out before too long because I imagine that he's getting close. I can't remember if EERC does 75% or if it's if it's less than that, like a 60-some percent. I have to look back at the ruling, but certainly that here that's a lot of time to just be running lap after lap after lap.
Yeah. Especially in the clean air he's in, he's got 3 laps behind him, 2 laps ahead. He's probably the loneliest guy on that track, looking at his gaps.
I know, just having done 2.4-hour Le Mans races, that alone is a lot. I mean, it's a lot of screen time. It's a lot of sitting. I mean,
Yeah.
even if he has swapped out, that's it seems like every time I've looked at it, I've just seen Denis Ashenko, so I don't think that he's been out of the car for very long if he has.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's not drinking too many fluids, because he's been in there for 10 hours and that bladder is bursting.
Yeah, I have not had a drink in over an hour as well. But I'm not driving. I'm not sweating in a seat. I am merely looking at a screen and saying what I see. Nothing more, nothing less, depending on who you ask.
Ross Benjamin, 5th place. He's still on the same lap as Petra up ahead of him. And I see that the rain has gone away. How long was the track still wet?
I don't know, but looking at the stints of the drivers, actually quite a lot, because you had the rain stop for the sun to come out, and then it was drying. It was drying and drying, and 2 or 3 drivers went for inters, and as soon as they left the box, it started raining again, and it lasted another hour at least, I'd say.
I wondered about that too, because just looking at the forecast, it would start to taper off, and then a couple hours later it was supposed to jump back up again. So I'm guessing that's the part you saw.
Yeah, that's probably already happened. It's been dry as long as I've been here. Probably as long as Ryan's been here for the majority of the time that he was in the booth. From 7 till 11:20 BST. I still can't get over how long he went. I really can't. He did an absolute madness staying that long.
I believe he'll be back in the morning.
Yeah, hopefully.
So Ross Benjamin here is sitting in 8th place. That's actually where he needs Denis Ashenko and RSS to be.
Yeah, and he has to win the race as well.
He has to win the race. So it's not an impossibility. Right now, an improbability with as far down as he is to Ashenko, which is a lot.
You've just reminded me to set 7 alarms for tomorrow morning to make sure I'm awake. Time. I mentioned it with Ryan. What I always do is I set an alarm and it wakes me up perfectly, but I hit the stop button instead of the snooze button. So I go back, and then naturally, because I'm still tired, I'm like, oh, okay, I'll just lay in bed. I'm still like I'm going to fall asleep or anything. And then I fall asleep, and I wake up at like 4 hours later.
Harrison, does this butter exist? I'm not even sure what that's supposed to mean. Oh, I see.
Yeah, there's looking on there. Had a bit of a conversation about butter. My favourite butter is I don't know actually, because I don't check the labels. If there are some butter brands that would like to sponsor this stream, we're not saying no.
Does that mean we have to eat butter the whole time?
No, but if you would like some butter, then I highly suggest you pop down to the store and get yourself some butter. But though I wouldn't do it on Sunday because most stores are closed on Sunday.
Is that how it is over in Luxembourg?
Yes. Is it not how it is in America? I mean, in most of Europe, Sunday, the stores shut at midday, and that's that.
It depends on the store. I'd say it's probably most sort of small business stores will close, yes, but your larger chains and whatnot, of course, will stay open.
For us, it's the other way around. Actually, the chains close and some smaller ones stay open. Like you have like for the Brits, where I used to live, we had a Tesco and a Tesco Express. The Tesco Express would always be open on the Sundays for a little bit longer than the Tesco would be. Tesco was fantastic.
Interesting. Oh, just got the note. 14 hours remaining.
Yep, 14 hours remaining in this race. We have officially done 10 hours. We are 10:24, so let me just quickly round that down in my head. 5/12 done in this race. Almost halfway. Liam in the chat. I own the EERC approved button. Let me just quickly open up paint.net and I'll do some editing. He says, my Tesco is 24 hours. You're very lucky. Your Tesco is a 24-hour store. Are you sure it's not called McDonald's?
I don't know if I want McDonald's butter.
No, I wouldn't either. McDonald's butter is probably made up of whatever scraps they can find on the kitchen floor from their leftovers. I would never buy McDonald's butter.
Probably less butter in it than there is, just name
McDonald's
anything.
mash. The Irishman comes out with the potato as always.
Yeah. McDonald's butter flavored spread.
Oh, that's horrible. I only want the finest Italian butter. That is what I like to see, Liam. Italian butter, my guy. Italian butter approved by EERC and at Ronzio Pirato. Excellent.
How is Italian butter different from other butters of the world?
I couldn't really say because when I'm in Italy, I don't eat your typical toast with jam and butter because there's breads like focaccia around, which you much rather eat than plain toast. The thing of Italy, it's just an upgrade. The cuisine, really. I always stick to the I always stick to the same thing. Italy is the best country to visit as a tourist, but the worst country to live in because it's corrupt as heck. Like bridges are collapsing and everything. Like it's a disaster. But to visit, I think Italy is the best country in the world. I might be slightly biased, just slightly. But that's what it is.
Beautiful.
It is exactly. And the architecture does fall into the cultural side of it, because, I mean, just ask any American.
Yes.
About the architecture there compared to Europe's.
We don't really have much in the way of architecture. We have canyons.
Yeah, we have
hills and mountains.
we have rectangles made of bricks.
Yes, but very tall rectangles and bricks and glass. Very tall glass.
Yes.
The best glass. The tallest glass. Well, no, actually not the tallest anymore. Thank you, Dubai and other places.
Oh, I mean, America, especially Manhattan, just embarrasses Europe, really. Like, when the Shard was built in London, everyone was like, oh my god, this building is absolutely amazing. But that building was built in 2012, and it is still over 100 meters shorter than that Empire State Building, which was built, what, in the 30s? Like, 80 years before that? So it's a little bit embarrassing how that works out, but no, European architecture isn't about building skyscrapers, it's about maintaining the old medieval architecture, the Gothic one especially, you have, which I'm glad is what happens.
Yeah.
Liam says Greece as well. Yes, exactly, I agree for exactly the same. Yeah, that's more financial than political reasons, but yeah, same kind of thing. I would agree with that. Do you have butter in your fridge? I would say... Well, where else do you store butter?
Some people leave it out.
And then it melts and it goes off and...
Speaking of going off, that's not what Ross needed right there.
Yeah, Ross Benjamin, the last championship contender still left, has gone off the track as we were saying that.
Now, how amazing would that be if, after all of this sort of skidding around and everything, they still managed to come back and somehow win because of, obviously it'd have to be disaster on RSS's part.
Oh, I would donate, I will donate 50 euros to a charity of choice, if that happens. No, I honestly will. I honestly will. EERC can pick the charity it goes to, but if that's any motivation for the guys down at the fancy esports team, then so be it.
And I would be willing to match that 50 euros worth of butter to the team members themselves. So that way there's something in it specifically for them.
I mean, if I'm honest, I don't even like butter.
Can't believe you said that.
But this whole conversation now seems to be about butter, food I don't even really like that much.
It does have its place.
Let's talk about hacks and illegal tyres grip. I donated to ERC half of the prize pool.
Like on butter. This is entirely too silly. Okay,
Yeah.
so looking at some GT3 here.
Yeah, finally back to Wisconsin. But you see, this is the thing. When you're commentating by yourself, you would never think, I know, let's have a conversation about butter for 15 minutes, because that's interesting. But when you have a co-commentator, well, anything's possible.
Well, it makes a difference for sure.
Exactly. And as I said, talking to yourself for many hours is surprise, not fun.
Thanks for letting me know as I go into
Yeah.
my 9-hour stint.
I am very sorry for what you're about to undergo if it gets boring. I will be here as long as I can stay awake for them. My eyelids are starting to droop ever so slightly.
No worries. I mean, we've got plenty of race left, so we'll do what we can to make sure it stays going. But we gotta get refreshed, come back.
I talk to myself for a lot of years and I'm fine, as you can see, says Ronzio. I mean, in that it was more of a joke than anything else. Joke.
But have you talked to yourself for half a day straight?
Oh, no. You must have contact with the rest of society for that long, I'd say. But 9 hours, yeah, that's quite long. I should only be sleeping for about 5 or 6 days, so hopefully I'll be back as quick as I can. Watch me wake up tomorrow morning and be like, yeah, so what track are we racing at again? What am I even commentating over? What's this car? What's a car? I'll just be absolutely exhausted, but hopefully things will be better.
Well, hopefully it's not like when I've come back and it's been red flagged, races cancelled, any number of things.
I'd gone out for lunch or something, and I came back. Not for lunch, sorry, for dinner. And I came back and I was all geared up and like, okay, do you need me to compensate? And I see that the race has been cancelled. It's like, oh, okay.
That was unfortunate. Yeah, but
We have made it. We've learned from our mistakes clearly because we've made it to where we are now. We've surpassed the 10-hour mark, and we're still going strong.
yeah, and that's, I mean, obviously we're on the 1120 build, which the 1121 came out, and that was kind of a problem because they had obviously there was the memory leak was the biggest thing, and there were a few other ancillary issues that came up. But it's not what we're running here. But a Road America almost didn't happen after swapping. I think they changed tracks 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion about what the track was going to be.
But it's a good track. It's really good for multi-car racing. I remember you guys talking about the FIA rating for it, the grade, and
Yeah.
I mean it is good. It's long. As long as you're not in a big crowd, I mean, there's usually plenty of room to get around. Which these guys have been pushing that statement a little bit at times, but
Yeah, it's certainly. But yeah, you can certainly overtake here. And it is a fast circuit in some areas, particularly that. I would love to see an F1 car go around the carousel, blast through the kink, down towards Canada Corner, Thunder Valley. That would be quite a sight.
sadly will never happen in our lifetimes. But
No.
But I guess IndyCar would be the closest. I mean, the only time that they've ever crossed over on tracks, I guess, was Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, but that was a farce. I mean, they let them track extend as much as they want, and then they crashed it with it. That was awful. I mean, not only were they were already slower, so let's embarrass ourselves even more and go slower whilst track extending.
Yeah, I loved watching all my European friends making comments about.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, I went into the race not knowing that they could track extend. So everyone on the first lap, I'm like, whoa, that's not where you're meant to go. And then they did it again on the next lap and the next lap. And okay, this is becoming a theme.
I think the best meme that I saw was just a simple sign someone had put in there that said "track this way." Oh, who set off there?
Yeah.
It's like pseudo.
Yeah, Coda was not fun. Sorry, I was not laughing at Suter there. I was laughing at the Coda thing there. Apologies if anyone saw that the wrong way. No, I do, of course, do not want to see somebody spinning out. It's never a good thing to see. And yeah, actually, we have a new fastest lap, 149.222. Cursed or not from Roland Sux, and he's going even faster on this lap now. Put a not just personal best, but best of anybody at any time in the race. In sector of 40.582, and I would be thrilled to see if anyone could get into the 39s in that sector. That would be something.
And there he is, yeah, going.
Yeah, so he seems to be okay, which is good to see. There's one a little bit wide through the kink there. That was close to the wall.
It's good to see Fantasy Esports kind of constantly improving their liveries. They're always stood out a little bit, but they definitely put a little more effort into them on this one.
Especially in the night, it looks fantastic.
Yeah.
That car really, well, it's certainly striking. Whether that's good or bad is more down to personal preference, but it is objectively striking.
Yeah, as long as it's not physically striking anything, then this should be fine.
Yeah. Well, that was good. That was very, very good. Actually, the livery creator is actually Ronzio Pilato. You should tell me if I'm pronouncing your name correctly as well. Who is here, and yeah, congrats to him for that livery. I think it looks fantastic. Yeah, he's done a very good job. Well,
Liam is being a bit.
I physically. Oh, okay, no. I don't want to say that in case Susan is watching and wants to have a word. But oh, I mean, yeah. You do you, I guess. Whatever floats your boat.
Can't control the chat, unfortunately. I guess we could hide things, but.
My Brits can spell my name correctly and Italians can't. I don't know. I don't know.
Because Italians can't be bothered. They're too busy racing.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about Italy, actually, the reason all those hand gestures exist is because the dialects are actually very different. Because Italy didn't used to be Italy; it used to be lots of different regions, kind of all next to each other. So they had to come up with these hand gestures to communicate more easily, because their dialects are all different, and they stuck around to this day, which I think is a good thing because not only is it good fuel for internet meme, but yeah, just a reminder of the past.
Yeah. Thank you, city-states, and the church, I'm sure, had quite a bit to do with that.
Yeah.
Florentine.
Richard Sux here started the race on the front row, went off at the first corner, and it all went backwards for another few laps until he recovered. And sits fourth currently. Here is the Abstineo Force Polonia car running in sixth place, and I do believe actually that car behind is for position. It is for position. We actually have a battle on our hands here, lads.
Incredible.
We are 10 hours in and we still managed to have on-track battles. That's pretty remarkable. Oh, he's actually going to catch the traffic at the worst time. He's going to have to go slowly through the carousel. And look already at the speed that this LMP2 car is getting. He's pulling out of the slipstream all ways he can. Through the kink, completely flat through here. Is he going to have a move into Candle Corner here? Don Tranquil. He's a bit far back now that I think about it. He's faked to the inside line, but no. Oh, he is going for it. He is going for it. They do hit each other there. Oh my goodness, that was ballsy. That was incredibly ballsy for Tracker. That's probably going to be a penalty for more forcing your... And he does give the play stop, yeah. I was about to say he more forced his rival off the circuit there.
I'm, wow, just out of nowhere, as we were just talking about butter and Italy, we're just treated to a sudden little bit of skirmish.
I suddenly have the energy to do another half hour.
Yeah. Now he's it's showing it's plus 16. Unfortunately, it isn't showing relative because we are on the older build. The overlay doesn't show or doesn't allow the option to switch between those two, but I guess we can see if we hop back to Benjamin there. Or I'm sorry.
And now
there
we
go.
seem to be talking about Coca-Cola, which is inferior to Pepsi, might I add.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to disagree.
Oh no! All right, Pepsi or Coke in the chat, please. I feel like the Europeans prefer Pepsi and the Americans prefer Coke. You see, Jake is European and Man said Pepsi.
Yeah.
Liam is European, I think, and he prefers Pepsi.
Well, Coke has a very interesting history. Cocaine, obviously, and it
Santa.
was. And polar bears as they shrink on their icebergs. But Coke is. It started very strong in America, and Pepsi got into the international market, I feel like, a little bit quicker.
Yes, certainly more internationally, yes. But also, what I find interesting is that, of course, in the Second World War, Germany couldn't import all the ingredients it wanted for Coca-Cola because of the blockade. So they got rid of, they dealt with what they had and they created Fanta, which, fun fact, the origin is from the German word for fantasy, which you don't really have to be a genius to work out what that is. So just about being creative and using your mind. I actually think Fanta tastes better than Coke. Liam knew straight away. Fanta incoming.
And now Fanta is the official soft drink of Clown Boys.
Yeah, among other things. And then also, I think I proclaim them the CEOs of changing logo whenever they feel like it as well. Can't remember which logo they use because they change it too often. But it seems that looking back on the on-track action, Dom Tranquil's kind of fallen a bit back from his opponent here in the form of David Petrie and the AFP guy, who I have to say has been going a long time. He was doing the race start, and ever since I've been back for my second stint, he's also been in that car. So that's about 3 hours just when I've been here. He's done a mega job in that AFP. And it seems that Dom is losing out a bit to him. Now maybe got a bit of damage from that lunge into Canada corner, but the gap is now 2.5 seconds as they go through the carousel.
I was kind of wondering the same if he was putting on some bent arrow or anything like that. It's giving him a little bit of trouble.
Liam said he seems to be a little bit slow on the straight. Looking at race view, that would not uphold too well because the gap was pretty similar on the straight. I think it's probably more an aero problem. This is what watching hundreds of hours of Oversimplified does to man. Oversimplified is absolutely incredible. That there is no content creator that can make learning history as fun as him and entertaining.
Yeah, he does a pretty bang-up job.
I am a very, very big fan of him.
So looking up here at Calvin Reinhardt running for IDOS, typically running for MTRI Grimelli Racing, but IDOS has obviously kind of gone back and forth between those two as far as their driver lineups.
Yeah.
And that's a strong 3-lap gap. I mean, they have plenty of room to have any kind of screw up or issue, and aside from something that's race ending, obviously, but I mean, they could catch some serious damage and still be okay for the rest of the race.
Yeah, and they have been increasing that gap ever since Carver's been in the car. He's been in it a decent amount of time as well. But ever since he's been in, he's just been unassailable at the front. He's had actually a few accidents though. At the corner he's just passed, actually, Canada corner. I've seen him off twice there. Literally a carbon copy instance, but he hasn't done it since. And that was even before you joined, so that would have been, half an hour, 40 minutes ago. And we're actually we're approaching almost 1 hour with no C80 deployed. It's been just over 40 minutes since the last one.
Yeah. That's pretty good. I'm wondering, I mean, obviously things are a little more spread out, a little more settled now that everyone's kind of getting into the rhythms, but I mean, it only takes that one person not quite paying attention or thinking they've got a little more room or a little more overlap than they actually do, and somebody loses a wing.
Yep. Or worse, a wheel even.
Vagapov of RSS Unison mentioned that he is physically swapping places with Denisashenko.
Physically?
Yeah.
So in real life?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay. That's putting a lot of faith in that particular PC then, and wheel.
Yeah. I can only imagine how hot everything is.
Yeah, it must be absolutely caking hot. And I think that Reading Game are also about to change the drive. I was just looking at the activity of Andreas Vestergaard. I might be wrong, but he's just gone unmuted for the first time in a long time. So that's that. So those guys running in 5th place. 11 lap gap ahead, 1 lap gap behind. Very much in no man's land.
So Tom Dillon in that car at the moment. And we have a bit of a yellow here. Chris Tompkins again off, and that's
Once
down.
again, yeah.
I was going to say down at the hairpin, but no, that's up just past there, coming up the hill. Turn 6, so yeah, there you go, off he goes. And who's that out behind them? Is that Hevesy flying around? Yeah, that is. Coming off of that kink, turn 7 into the hurry downs. It's a great area of the track. Like when you get it just right, when you hold into that corner and you just push out and you maintain speed, it's very thrilling, but it's so easy to get wrong. Road America always made me think of sort of like if Le Mans and Nordschleife had a little baby, just in the way that some of the corners end up flowing through one another. I mean, obviously there are a lot of differences, but you have sort of the flattening from Le Mans, but you have sort of those tight, tricksy corners where you just don't have any of that runoff from the Nordschleife, where you're carrying speed out through the woods and everything.
I apologise for forgetting I was on TeamSpeak and not Discord. I hit the X button, thinking I was on Discord, so I just minimise the window, but no.
So I'm talking over you. What a rude guy. He's just sitting here yapping.
Disconnected. Oh. I've made errors. I mean, Ronzu in the chat. Andres, what are you feeling about your stint? And he's added "and Israel" at the end, so that's an interesting question. In the latter part of it there. User joined your channel.
Yeah, thank you guys on the YouTube channel for keeping things interesting and entertaining as always.
We've had 20 viewers practically the whole 10 and a half hours now. So yeah, big shout out to the fans. I'm gonna co-play Flight Simulator 2020 and crash an 8320 into the circuit to cause a safety car. Now that would be entertaining.
It's been interesting to see the simulator community as a whole, particularly from the racing side, get into flight sim as much as they have.
Oh, Flight Sim is fantastic. I mean, I already had a massive praise for it, but flight sim is unbelievable. The graphics are completely out of this world. And the fact that the whole world has been done like that is, frankly, it's hard to stomach.
Yeah, it does, and I guess the Xbox version has helped a lot with getting the conversion, and then you've got different types of cchallenges, so that kind of keeps the new age, the next gen flight sim guys kind of more interested.
The clouds remind me of Smoggy Middle.
They are really nice clouds.
I think that the ocean is also underrated. The way it's been made, the waves.
Yes.
Looks stunning. But yeah, the clouds from afar, like the sunsets and the sun, dawn and dusk with a slightly overcast looking over a city is fuel for amazing screenshots.
Yeah.
FS 2020 has come to us with Fall Guys. It has, and I think that's frankly a good thing. Yes, we are still alive. M. Coffelino, we are still here for another 13 hours and 34 minutes.
It's a long countdown.
I want Microsoft Boat Sim. Why you have to go ask them for that? Neither of us work at Microsoft.
Well, funny, he says that actually Stefano over from Kunos is working on a sailing simulator.
But go ask him.
Yeah. So that's about as close as you're going to get to a boat sim currently.
If he needs help with pitching ideas or learning how to pitch ideas to Microsoft, he can hook up the commentary team and we'll help him out on that one.
Now, unfortunately, once again, the simulator will have only one single point of reference for its physics model, unlike the Art Factor 2 boat sim, which will have upwards of 7 to 11, I think.
Yeah, around that region. I prefer my 300-meter cruise ship. I just want to ask Liam, seeing as you like your ships, do you prefer the modern ships or the, let's say, 100-year-old ships? The cruise ships? Because I think the modern ones are absolutely horrendous. Bulky, fat, ugly. Really like the modern ones more, okay.
Well, why stop there? Why not go back to 18th century?
I think, well, the 18th century, I honestly don't really like masts and stuff on ships.
But you'll take a giant smokestack, huh?
Oh, yeah, absolutely huge one. Those are allowed to be bulky, but they have to be spherical. Or cylindrical is a better word. Just keep it nice and cylindrical. Yeah, Liam says in appearance alone, the old I would have to agree with that one. That's more what I was meaning. And Riley McKibben has entered the EDOS race leading car, taking over from his good friend Calvin Reinert. He is still 2 laps in front of Denis Ishenko. What if the Titanic has and turbo hybrid engine V12? That would make it probably one of the slowest machines ever in history, and that is Christian McCasey, who has had a problem coming up towards turn 6, and he's
Where's
still
he going?
reversing. Where on earth is that car off to? Now he's currently running last in total of anybody. That might well be a Code 80, you know. He is a Toyota has paid him. He is reversed to the side of the track, so maybe he has to go AFK or something. But a yellow flag is out, and that might well be a Code 80 coming our way. And I don't know who's in the officials or the stewards. So I know, in fact, it is, and he has retired.
That's a shame.
So that's it for the McLaren EDOS car. While one EDOS is leading the race, the other one has unfortunately retired from the race after 10.5 hours. That is a big shame to retire after so much, so close to the 300 lap marker as well.
Yeah. Was that was the same car that Tompkins was in?
Yes, identical cars.
Now I wonder if he might have had a rig failure or something that caused him to lock up.
Could well be. Very much could it well be that the cars are going to start getting a bit fatigued, as the drivers are, the engines, the brakes, there's even the suspension could take a bit of a hammering around here. Crash into Tom, please give him a real check, he's too good. No, Tom is good on this sim. Tom is very good on this sim compared to other ones.
Yeah,
Man deserves to be in the top 5.
Yeah, sure, there he is. Now 10 laps away from Fuzzy ahead of him.
Yeah, that's a massive gap ahead, and a safety car would. You need about 5 safety cars to close that gap up. To the car just in front of him.
I was looking at the Oreca pimps. I'm like, oh, we're looking at Gabriel Hevesi. What's going on there? But yeah. And Tom is still right up behind. Who was that? Petra up ahead of him. David Petra.
Yeah, but I don't suspect he'll be too much of a hassle. However, having said that, Petra has, looking at the lap times, gradually been reeling the reading game in. So I don't think he would be too easy pickings for Tom at this point. That might well be a battle to come in the next few minutes and hours.
Yeah, so we've got just under 2 seconds. Actually, the gap is sort of closed up now because there's traffic.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can do anything coming onto the straight. Still holding steady at just over a second. But we've got Richard just up ahead of him.
Yep. And initially, we thought that Tranquil had a problem with his car after making an opportunistic. Is that taking to the grass, trying to get past the GT Tom Dillon?
Uh-oh.
And a cheap
Code
bit.
82
We have a slow
seconds.
car. And that's a code 80. We have a code 80 after
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green.
after
Yeah,
50.
code 80.
52 minutes of continuous green flag racing comes to an end, and it's because Gabor Hevesi is going very, very slowly at turn 2. We'll see a replay of this.
Looks like wasn't able to get back far enough. So that actually happened a little bit ago.
So Tom did go onto the grass. I knew I wasn't seeing things. Yeah, this
Not
happened
sure
a
what
while ago.
happened.
Maybe
Yeah.
it looks like he's missing his rear wing, actually. He
It
is.
completely is, yeah.
He is missing his rear wing, so I think maybe he went into the wall with a rear impact. He's still going. Or has he now given up the ghost? No, he is still going. Actually, I was wrong about Kristen McCasey. He has rejoined the race, albeit in last, but he is in the race. And honestly, I cannot see where Gabor Hevesi is on track right now.
It's showing him currently DNF'd, which hopefully they didn't actually DNF, and that was because he was just kind of coasting along. He might have had some kind of lockup or freeze or something that happened there, which caused the crash, and they're just dealing with that now. So hopefully they'll be able to get back out there because they're still behind, but they're still fourth.
They were in a good position. And another driver change that's happened is Brebeck Salt has got back into that fancy esports number 5 car, that championship, potentially championship winning car. But as it stands, that's going to be the RSS Unison Racing, which Denis Ishchenko still occupies the seat of. I don't know how he's done so long, to be honest.
That's going back to the he's swapping out with Vagapov.
Ah, right. All right. So he's not superhuman yet.
Yeah,
And
so
into the
it's,
pits he comes.
it'll show Dennis for unless there's a third driver that's swapping back and forth with them.
Back to green in 10 seconds.
Oh, so he's pitted. He's going to gain a little bit of time from entering
5,
the pits.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green, green.
If Closer gets us back underway here at Road America in Wisconsin, United States of America. We are approaching half distance in what has been, you have to say, as far as endurance goes, entertaining. A lot of spins, incidents, and a lot of good driving as well, above all. I think it does fly under the radar how good these drivers can be.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, I'm a little distracted by what's happening. I think Hevesi might be back. It's showing him DQ, but I think that's part of the process of getting them. Yes, there he is. So they're showing him in pit.
Yeah, so he is not out of the race just yet. So it's exactly what was happening with Mackenzie, I guess. So hopefully he can get back into the race as quickly as is possible. Be fantastic to see him back in. David Petre, Pribek Salt is still in the pit lane, and David Morozcek, who are 7th, 8th, and 9th respectively. The latter leading his class are all in the pit lane as well.
Yeah, Morozcek, that was actually, so DDoS, our leader, has a DNF. I'm wondering if they also got a disconnect.
Have they DNF'd?
It's showing them as a DNF currently, but I'm wondering, again, if that's just, they're just dealing with some kind of technical issue.
Well, I hope that they haven't disconnected, because that would be really quite something. That would be another championship contender disconnecting, and this one's a championship leader on course to win the thing. Well, I mean, while Kalaksai, it was more in the hands of RSS Unison. Even if he hadn't retired, they'd probably still lose out to the RSS Unison team. But this is much more dramatic because Morozcek was, and in fact now he has dropped behind. The McLaren Fancy Esports car and the Madness Racing car is only 25 seconds behind now. So if they are still in this race, that is now a huge mountain to climb for them.
Absolutely. Tian Lure is now the only car in the top 3 battling for the that podium, that championship finish. Madness Racing now up to 2nd place, behind Kiss on the 29. That's for the Fancy Esports car, which I have to look at where they are in the championship points, but I believe they're further down.
And the DDoS car continues to lose time. Now 20 seconds behind Madness. Everything has gone right. I think now, as time goes on, it is becoming more and more likely it's a disconnect. We haven't seen them on track either in a good few minutes. It looks like it's all over. For DDoS race, it looks like it's all over for DDoS Racing. David Morozcek and crew are not going to be champions.
So let's take a quick look here again at what they had to do in order to.
They have to beat Madness Racing. That's pretty much all they have to do here. You could see the points tally. It's 6 points between these guys. But Madness, as it said there, have to win or gain 7 points on them. If DDoS wins, it's over. If Madness wins, it's also over. But it depends. If Madness has a horror show as well, there might still be hope for DDoS. But Madness currently sits 2nd in class, on course to take the lead.
Yeah, and they're a good, what is that, 30 points ahead of Pimp's Hungry Racing and that the other GT3 car there. So I mean, they would still, I mean, Madness, like you said, would have to have a disaster happen, and Pimps would have to just be able to come back. But they didn't. Pimps didn't need to have that disconnect just before DDoS.
Yeah. That is so dramatic though, and I hope for their sake they can get back into the race if it's not a DNF, but as I said, as time goes on, it looks more and more likely it's a DNF, and I think now we can confirm that DDoS Racing have officially disconnected from the 24 hours of Road America, from the class race lead. They are out of the running, and as it stands, Madness Racing, despite everything they've been through in this race, would be champions of the GT class. What drama for them though, that is such a shame. They had driven a flawless race up to that point. They'd almost made it to halfway. That was over 10 hours of just pure brilliant driving, not putting a foot wrong anywhere. All for naught.
That's just, hopefully they are able to come back and at least see this thing through, because there's still plenty of race. Plenty of race. So we see Marcel Fuzzy, and I didn't see who that was that he was next to. So Marcel running for the LMP2 Pimps Hungary car. Oh, that's Reading back behind him.
I'm still trying to recover from the fact that they disconnected. But we had Kristen McCasey and Gabor Hevesi stop on track, get back to the pits and come out, which is technically a disconnect. Because a disconnect will set you back to pit road.
Yes.
So if you could somehow get back into the server, you could theoretically just get going again. But now they've lost almost 2 laps to the Madness Racing team.
Yeah, I've been in several leagues where if you can get it so they'll actually allow this, where if you disconnect, you can come back in, you'll retain all of the damage and everything else that you had. I think it's the same fuel stats and tire stats and everything else, but at least you're back in it, and you lose at least a lap. And then if you do have damage, then you're going to have to go a lap around, have the crew get ready and fix that up. So if you have terminal engine damage, you can't just get a new one and come back in, although I say that with an asterisk because I know that there are teams that have been allowed back in. I just can't remember how that ended up working out.
Chris Tompkins, Mr. EERC himself, as you said, the endurance director, has confirmed DDoS are out of the race. As if there wasn't enough proof already, that's them done. And I mean, they had a new lineup for this race. They took a lot of AFP's drivers and performed a swap, and in the end, it's all come to naught for them. And I'm sure they are going to be absolutely kicking themselves. I mean, the FP car currently running around in 7th place, some 80 seconds off the car ahead, who is due a pit stop. And I would actually like to say this now. I think Denis Sashenko has done every lap of this race. Looking at his stints, if I just quickly, let me just quickly pull out a calculator here.
James, remember, he's got Vagapov in the car with him on the physical.
Oh yes, that is true. I forgot for a second that the physically switching drive was not.
But I'm wondering how they're tracking that, because I know that is an option that a select few drivers have gone with, because obviously there are not that many drivers where they're right next to each other. I mean, if you've got family or friends close by, you can make it work. But
yeah,
we saw Tom Dillon is off.
Maiden game has gone off, and where is that? That I think is coming out of the first corner.
Now the hurry downs.
Can't quite see. It's a steep downhill part.
Yeah, I think that's the hurry downs. That is the corner I was talking about before, where if you can nail it, it can be a really fun turn. Yeah,
it's turn 7. It's turn 7 coming into turn 8. I don't know my corner names so as well as I know my actual geometry of the circuit here.
A true engineer.
Yes. And then the driver debates about which corner is which corner, or turns to fluff.
Well, was that 10A or was that 10B? No. Oh, geez. Not up to speed. Goodbye, Hawk.
Yeah, and Dillon actually now down to 6th place and takes out the billboard in the process. So what is going on with Tom Dillon? He's lost a place to Dom Tranquil. He's going to lose one to David Petre unless he gets going quickly. Has he got some rear He's lagging about a bit now all over the
Oh
place as
no!
well.
RSS Unison goes around and into the wall. That's right at the kink.
Yeah, right
Code
ahead
80,
of them.
10 seconds.
Now we have a code 80. We have a code 80, so that's a saving grace for Tom
5,
Dillon.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
Denis Ishenko has just slammed into the wall there. Coming out of the kink. That's the first time I've probably seen a car crash there.
That was a massive one too. Yeah, I think he was caught out from Tom as he was he must have destroyed suspension.
Yeah,
from
he's got
his-
a huge problem on his car, yeah. Because he can't keep it in a straight line at high speed. Saving grace for him. Denis Ishenko also probably due a pit stop now. He's got a 2-lap healthy gap behind. He's got no rear wing. I don't know if that's him or not, but that's a car without a rear wing just behind Tom Dillon here.
Yep, that's you're absolutely right. That's him.
That is Denis Ishenko. So that's the result of his accident coming through the kink, and that's going to be a lengthy pit stop. That's going to be about a lap fixing that car.
Back to green in 10 seconds.
Now,
As the
truly,
car-
he has what 18 laps.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green, green.
Back to green as these wounded warriors get back over into their stalls.
Yeah, I'm hoping for some speedy work from their mechanics as the debris cleared. The tracks are slow-moving vehicles off the circuit and into the pits, and Ishenko doing a little bit of weaving in the pits there, actually. I don't really know what that was for. But it is what it is. Riley McKibben, can I just say, ever since he got in the car, I haven't seen a single foot gone wrong from him. I
Yeah,
am
that-
very impressed by him and Calvin Ryan so far.
Yeah, this has been their race to lose. Just the astounding pace and consistency. Just watching the flags in the background there, and just imagining if the wind was actually
That's
that
strong,
intense.
yeah.
Unfortunately,
And we have I mentioned it a bit ago, and I didn't really take it too seriously, but yet Tom Dillon is out of the car. In goes Andres Vestergaard. So Tom Dillon, after a lengthy stint, doing, oh my goodness, that's quite a lot of laps for Tom Dillon. He jumps out after a decent stint, and in goes Andres Vestergaard. It is close for 5th place, to be fair. 5th to 7th, all on the same lap. We're within 90 or so seconds of each other.
so Dylan's been running. Well, he was. How many? I guess was his teammate running.
How many what, sorry?
Reiner. How many had he run before
How many
swapping?
laps? I'll have a look quickly if I can see. I think it was about 2 or 3. I think it was about. Jake says 156 laps straight out of the blocks. And do you know what? I'm going to trust him on that one. Do you think we're going to hit the 700 lap mark? I think we. I said it with Ryan. I still think we'll get at least within 5 laps of it. We're currently on lap 300. We're about to start lap 307 here.
That is impressive.
And bear in mind that the start of the race was wet and there were more code 80s at the start. I think we're going to get 700 laps here. We should pay Jake instead of the commentators. The problem is we're not paid either. So you can go ahead and pay Jake, but he's not getting any more than he would be if he were not paid.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to the person who told you that we're getting paid.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a single stick of butter this entire time.
Jake says that Cal said it in the Discord, a Discord 20 minutes ago. That'll be why he was able to get. Yes, and I see it now actually, so that'll be why he was able to gather that information as quickly as he was able to. And I think Ross hates us, but in about 10 minutes, I think I'm going to head off because it will strike 2 a.m. where I live, and I have to be up in about 4 or 5 hours. I haven't had a drink. I have not had a drink of water in over 2 hours either.
Yeah, we'll get refreshed and head off to bed, and we'll hold down the fort through the night.
Yeah.
But oh, and Tom Dillon mentioning that he said, "Sorry to that person. I was running fine and had a lag spike."
Yeah, he was lagging about a little bit all over the place there. I just before Shenko crashed, but it seems that everything was fine. In the end, no one's Shenko, actually, I say that he is about to lose third place here. Marcel Fusey in the Pimps Racing Hungary team, who are still in championship content. No, actually, they're not. That's in the GTs. They are about to overtake Denis Shenko here. Still stuck on pit road, and through he goes. Through goes Marcel Fusey into second position, and it won't be long before Roland Zux takes this place as well. Matter of seconds, and Zux goes through, and he sets a new fastest lap of the race as well, a 1:49.152. That is a ridiculous lap time.
Oh, Friedrich Zolt is off into the wall. Looks like at the hurry downs.
Yeah, and that is seems to have managed to keep it going. Doesn't look like he has any bodywork damage. No need for a code 80 by the looks of it.
So our sole remaining LMP2 championship contender, way back in 8th place. He really needs to swap places. Well, not anymore with the Shenko, but
yeah, Ishenko has left pit road, by the way. He has a 12-lap gap to the Abstineo Force Polonia car behind, and a 42-second gap ahead. So when Zux pits, which will be in a long while actually, he has not got to pit for a while. Say when Fusey pits, then he might get his podium back.
Keep it off the wall.
Oh, and they're around. And into the barriers goes Zolt again, and maybe he does have a problem with that car. And we might well need another code 80 here. He's taking a while to get back onto the tarmac. There he goes, finally.
Out of Thunder Valley.
Yeah, Canada corner once again, catching somebody out. But he has stayed out by the looks of it.
Wow, he really swung it off.
Oh no, he came into the pits. Yeah, he dazzled me there. I thought he was staying out there.
It's a late lunge.
And we have Chris saying in the chat that in an hour it's going to rain, and it's going to last for 2 hours.
Wow.
So that might be the rain you were talking about. Now I'm not going to be here to witness it. I'm going to be sleeping soundly in my bed. When I come back, maybe will it be raining? Who knows?
Hopefully, it'll make things interesting. Checking here to see if there are any officials who will be joining in at any point. Looks like Aiden Coleman has shown up, so he might be over stewarding. Alex Skinner has certainly been doing a heck of a lot of work on the stewarding side.
Yeah.
He's taken care of with incident reports.
He's a good steward. You have to say that. You have to give him credit where it's due.
If not a bit frustrated at times.
Yeah, I must say though, at the start we were trying to start the stream, and Edward kept getting cut off by Alex, poor guy, trying to assemble the race grid.
And Jeff Closey just pinged me say, nope, he is the only one currently at the moment. So Alex, I guess, must have ducked off.
Gone for a snooze.
Yeah.
Well, credits to Jeff for holding that position so late on the night. Yeah, he told me he has pretty much the rest of the night to deal with, and then I think Alex will take it over in the morning. So yeah, these races don't happen without the stewards, because if something happens that needs addressing, it needs to be addressed.
No, it is a thankless job, because it's a lot of work, and I mean, during these types, this part of these longer races, it's a little bit easier because everyone's spread out. Like I said, it's sort of cruise mode, but obviously, as we've been seeing, it's not without its excitement.
Yeah.
Speaking of, there's Petra for the
AFP team going around. Managed to stop it very quickly after initially going around. No, he didn't even put a wheel in the gravel there. It's quite impressive, actually, that he managed to keep that car out of the gravel completely, but that's not going to help his cause time-wise.
So the camera just hopped over real quick to Tien Lure, who obviously for Madness, and yeah, it does show him 35 seconds back. Uh-oh, Pascal Eggert's around. At the hurry downs again. That seems to be a real problematic area of the course for people.
Yeah, it's turning into that. Initially, it's always been Canada Corner, and turns. There was at one point where turn 6 was a massive problem for everybody for whatever reason, but that didn't last very long. Yeah, it's been mostly Canada Corner because it's such a heavy braking zone. It's easy to get wrong. But yeah, as you're saying, the hurry downs is causing issues, and we've got another yellow flag out, and that's in sector 2. That might well be the hurry downs again. No, it was turn 8 this time. It's past the hurry downs.
Yeah, that one can. It's so easy to miss your brake mark for that corner because you feel like you can take it just a little bit faster than what you probably should, and it can really tear up your tires.
Yeah, and there's no runoff on this track either. It's a very unforgiving track to make a mistake on. That's for sure.
Could you imagine if we did, if we went with the original plan and ran the 24 hours of Nordschleife?
That would be chaotic. I mean, the Nordschleife is great fun, but it's... Everyone would DNF. Let's be real.
Yeah, unfortunately, after the test race, that pretty much was what happened. We were down to the last GT and LMP2 car after just a few laps, I think it was. They said, can we be done now?
Yeah, and Jeff has just poked me on a TeamSpeak saying there's a reason it's called the Green Hell. I actually think Jackie Stewart is probably the most underrated driver in F1 history. I genuinely think that. I think that he is in the top 5 best of all time, maybe even the top 3.
I would agree with you.
Think about it, he won 3 world championships and retired at the age of 31 to go help with safety. He was at his prime in the fastest car. Hamilton, when he was 31, was like a 2-time champion in his prime in the fastest car, and look what's happened. I honestly think Stewart could have probably smashed the records and held them on until today, but alas, he retired, and for the greater good, I guess. But I think he's a massively underrated driver.
Yeah, and you know, he sort of had an interesting just demeanor, because I mean, some of those other legends that you see, like, you know, the Jim Clarks and whatnot, like, they're plenty good guys, but they clearly, like, were just, they functioned at a whole other level in terms of, like, just their racecraft. Like, it was just totally different, and they're sort of just, I don't know, they're just monsters, and Jackie Stewart's just kind of like, just seems like a regular guy, but he's also just really good at driving.
Yeah. Well, actually, he was born dyslexic, but what really saved his career was shooting, because he was able to prove his worth there, and he had a good eye for accuracy and precision when he started driving, and that seemed to help him. I think he actually went to. I actually think he went to the Olympics and did shooting for Great Britain in the Olympics or the Paralympics or something.
Did not know that about him.
Which is kind of, I think, if I remember his Beyond the Grid podcast, which I think is the best Beyond the Grid podcast they've ever done, alongside Nico Hulkenberg, who is genuinely one of the funniest guys, I think, in the motorsport community. But I think that's where I'm going to have to leave it for tonight. I need to sleep. I am exhausted.
Well, we will miss your insight and knowledge and everything you bring to the table.
I'm thirsty. I'm very thirsty as well. I need to stay hydrated. I haven't had a sip of water in hours.
Yeah. Have a drink, have a good rest, and good luck for tomorrow, because you won't see me, unfortunately.
Yeah, best of luck for the night stint. Hopefully you get some company in here. But yeah.
Liam will miss you.
Alright,
All right, have a good one, James.
cheers, and good night.
All right, so now you're all stuck with me. It's a little quiet in here. So anyway, I guess it's probably worth taking a look at where everyone is. We're coming up on, now on to Ross. Coming up on 13 hours exactly left race. And, well, thank you very kindly. Unfortunately, you will be able to read that. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just the guy who mans the post for the next... I should probably look at my schedule to see what that actually is. Yep, 7 hours. So I'm sure a lot of you will probably be asleep by the time I'm signing off, but yeah. You're more than welcome to join if you're able, but I understand if not. Not everyone's circumstances allow for it, either because of family or other people around. Wow, quick dive off the road there. I didn't see who that was who dove into the pits. Looks like Fuzi. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Awfully late. So let's take a look at the order real quick. As I've been talking with James, I personally haven't really been reacquainted with where everything is. So we'll start off with the LMP2 side, but before we go that route, let's take a look at a couple things first. First, we're gonna go through and check out the standings real quick. So this is as things were coming into the race. Obviously, we'll have a graphic up here in a second to look at the top three and what it's going to take for them to win. But looking further down field, we have the other two fancy esports cars, which would have had a chance of breaking in to the top three payout positions. But unfortunately, that ship has sailed, particularly for the 88, I believe. To check there to see if are they one of the teams that's out? Yes, they are. So David Kalakshai was, as James was going on about that incident earlier on, and the 28 had an off as well just now. So yeah, it looks like the top three is pretty much going to be some combination of these cars, most likely RSS Unison taking the win, as they are just indomitably in front. Fancy Esports number 88 out of the race. Suto has run out of fuel. That's impressive. Unbelievable. So quickly switching over to the GT3 side of things, DDoS Madness Pimps Hungary. DDoS having that disconnect, which has scuttled them all the way to the back. They are out of the race, but they may still be able to take the championship if they maintain 7 points over Madness, which currently Madness is second place on track. And Ronzio, if you have to go, miss you, but thanks for being here, buddy. But Pimps Hungary's, they're an outside chance. They would definitely be an underdog if they came back, but a lot would have to happen. A lot of race left. It is just under 13 hours to go, so there's plenty of opportunity for them. Thank you. Yeah, it's great fun doing this for you guys, and even though kind of running the graveyard shift, but you know, you guys are too, so we will do the race together. So really quick looking over here at the GTE side of things. As mentioned previously, DDoS, just a huge kick to the gut, because they had this pretty much ready to go. They had an excellent top position, and I still haven't, I can't remember if James said why they ended up just disconnecting and not rejoining. It obviously was some kind of disconnect. It didn't look like they had wrecked out. But currently this is now Madness's race and championship to win. Currently sitting in second, but closing down that margin, and I'm pretty sure that if Lucas Lichten gets back in the car, which I have to look back over at the guide here to see if he will be. He's scheduled to be in the car, along with Juan Robert, Tien Lure, and Chris Weston. All great drivers. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to take the win. Currently, they have this championship. Like I said, pimps could come in, do some damage if they're in position to take advantage of anything that goes wrong. But as of right now, it's not looking like that will be the case, but that's still plenty to go. So going over here on the LMP2 side of things, Ashenko, Bagapov sharing the computer and running together. RSS taking a big whack earlier on after Petra or Dylan, I think it's Tom Dillon, who had a big freeze and kind of got collected after the kink. RSS is going again. They're down the field a little bit, but still well within the necessary points range in order to take the championship. Fancy number 88 is out. Number 5 is still running, but way down the order, and they've been having several issues. But yeah, they have to win with RSS 8th or worse, and with there being 8 LMP2s running, they pretty much would have to DNF for Fancy to even think about having a chance. Fancy has plenty of possession. There are many laps down. There's a car stuck. Sudo, that must be him out of fuel. Go ahead and clear these boards. So Sudo out of fuel. There's
Code 80 in 10 seconds.
I was going to say we should get a code 80 here in just a second.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
So everybody down quickly. Jeff Closey watching closely to make sure that nobody's abusing their code 80 speed limits. That would be Jeff. Jeff is calling. So we're watching the IDOS cars here, currently sitting 7th, and I believe is at 8th place. Yeah, Christian McKessie. Sorry, McKessie. Make sure I get that enunciation correct. So these guys are running right together in position. I don't know if they're actually, because 4 laps ahead, 10 laps to the lead, are a very sizable gap there between the two of them. But the two IDOS cars, nose to tail nonetheless. Przemysław Mishtika coming out of the pits for Pimps Hungry Racing. As always, I apologize for any of my Polish / Eastern Bloc friends, racing drivers with the non-English stylized names. I do my
in 10
best.
seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green, green.
All right, so code 80 is gone. Thank you, Jeff. So Rylan McKibben's still out in front, dominating this thing, watching Marcel go through the hairpin. Call it the hairpin. I mean, it's really not, but it certainly feels like it coming off of the sweep through there, the Moraine sweep down into turn number 5. It's one of the sharpest corners on the track. I think it's actually the tightest radius corner that drivers go through. But like I said, it's that speed and then it's that sweep. So your car is weight loaded to the right just as you're going into the braking zone, just as you're going downhill. It's always a very entertaining corner, and certainly whenever you're racing hard against somebody, it can be very interesting. There's a bit of runoff, but not nearly enough, I'd say. Certainly not enough for a higher grade FIA track. Watching Roland Zooks here as he slings it around. He's 4 laps behind. It looks like off-track David Petra. You have to help me out on that one if anybody has a proper pronunciation. And Tien Lauer is now in first place for Madness. He might have actually done that a little bit ago. I believe Varro, second place, the number 29 for Balas Varro for Fancy Esports, number 29. Thank you. Interestingly enough, race view, I'm not sure if the blue tire indicator is showing them as being softs or wets. Blue typically indicates wets. It's obviously not wet on the server yet. But as you heard James say from Chris Tompkins bringing in the weather forecast, there is rain predicted coming through. Seem to be getting a bit of a stutter here, so I'm going to try and clear that out for us. Been having some server issues earlier on, not the race server, but the broadcast server. So we're doing our best to try and deal with that, but unfortunately it's one of those things, you know. So as we continue to have a couple issues there, we're going to go ahead and take a short break and try and clear that out. There's obviously a little bit of downtime between the drivers and classes, so we'll take a moment, kind of recharge things here, and we will be right back, so stay with us. This should just take a couple moments. Okay, so apologies for the lengthy delay there as we got things back going again. Just a couple problems had to deal with, but now we are back live again. Hopefully didn't lose everyone. Fortunately, it does look as though we might have lost the overlay information, so we'll see if we can get that back up. There you go. Okay, so I think we've cleared out some of those issues that we were seeing before. So, and unfortunately, while we were gone, Petra, who's in 7th place, has DNF'd. Fortunately, I did not see what caused that. Ashenko, as we're following along, 4 laps behind McKibben. And if we follow down the order here, we can see who is chasing him. So back behind there, we have Marcel Fuzi, who's 10 seconds behind Ashenko. So that could be an interesting battle to play out. And not much further back, Roland Zux, who is back for Fancy Esports, the 888. So they're making their way through. This is a very interesting turn of events. Just going over the standings here to remind myself where we are with the 888. I didn't think that they were able to take over any of the top spots. Okay, so they actually are. So Fancy Esports 888. I had misspoke earlier saying that they were out. I was looking at just the Fancy Esports Black number 66, where I don't believe started. Pascal Eggert having a bit of an issue. Let's see where that is. It looks like it's not the carousel. Yeah, that's actually down turn 3 or 4. The one coming out into the long straight. Turn 3, yeah. Technically, the slight meandering to the right around the bridge is turn 4. And through turn 5, past the Marine sweep up to 6, where a lot of drivers have been having some issues. And that is a tricky bit of corner, just because you rise up over the hill right in the braking zone as the car goes light. So suspension doing some awkward things, and drivers definitely having to deal with that. We have another yellow going out. I didn't see who that was causing it. But yeah, so the 888 might actually be able to do something with their race. Now, I'm looking at the points, so they're 35 points behind number 5 team, which number 5 is currently 7th place. So they basically can't score any points, and the 888 would have to pretty much win the race. So that's probably even more unlikely than RSS losing out to Fancy Esports number 5. Not impossible. 1, 2, 3, 4 is the time left. Like the comment, IDOS currently performing the Mercedes. Still following with Pascal Eggert. Currently 7th, around 30 seconds or so behind the X car up the field there, which I believe, looking at the scoring, is Michael Parker, who's taking over for Racing. Chug is... G-Client fires up. Okay, sorry about that. Technology and all that bit. So looking at where Parker is. Parker? Let's kind of get away from that a little bit. So there he is. RU Racing. Sort of been out of the worst of things that I've seen. I have been away for a little bit during the first half of the race. So I don't know if they were caught up, but I mean they're currently sitting in 6th place. They're doing fairly decently. Got a little bit room behind them, and apparently in front as well. Cars spreading further out. Ashenko's now in pits and falls to 3rd. Zafuzi for Pimps Hungary LMP2 moves into 2nd place. Now will Zux be able to come in? Sorry, Zux, I guess is the SZ sound there. Yep, and he moves up ahead. Ashenko will not be falling back further than that. Freebeck Zolt is now off the track, so that's 5 Fancy Esports. They just keep having issues, and that underdog ability to take over. Oh wow, that's a big off. Opposite direction that they want to go. Keep it off the wall. Keep it off of the banner as well. They're going to have to go right into the pits. Not sure what happened there. If they just the tires have gone, or if they have some other kind of damage that they're going to have to deal with. I guess we'll see here once they actually go and do their stop what kind of time we see for that. Shenko now back out onto the road. You see Pruvik Zolt go and do his stop, finally getting service. Keep an eye on that. Took him almost 30 seconds just to transverse to his actual pit box. Follow in 2nd place for GT3. Varo is so the Balas Varo for Fancy Esports GT3 29. There's your leader for LMP2, Riley McKibben, teaming up with the other Grimelli drivers running under the IDOS banner. As we've said before, just putting on a clinic of a race, stayed out of trouble, and is laying down incredible laps. Just taking a look quick real right here. They don't have the fastest best time on the track. 149.9, just under 150. They do have the most laps, the best laps. That's going to be the most important thing that's going to be going for them right now. Just looking at their last sector split. Fairly decent, 41, 39, 31. To remember, there is a good 45 seconds ahead of Varo, and that gap seems to be maintained and actually increasing slightly. So Madness currently sitting as the GT3 champions. If they can just keep this up. Looking back here, who is it that's running in the Pimps Hungary? It's Przemysław Sztika, who's down in, looks like 4th position. 2 laps away. Coleman accidentally hitting the whisper function apparently. So a few DNFs so far for both classes. Only 2 for GT3 and 3 for LMP2, which in and of itself isn't totally unheard of. Almost halfway into a 24-hour race, but as a percentage of the field, that is massive. I mean, 30% of the LMP2 is gone. 20% of the GT3s are gone. And one of them being DDoS, which is the most startling because it was their race to lose. And they, I'm still trying to look up the information as to what happened there. I'm sure somebody said it by now. There was an incident with IDOS 117 and Fancy Esports number 28. Those were GT3s. Apparently there was something of an incident just a little over 40 minutes ago, but no further action taken. I'm just looking here. Somebody's off there. Pascal Eggert had a little bit of a moment earlier. Majtika. I think he might have been the one having a problem. Looked like that was off of that turn 6 area. It was fine through there. May have helped out a little bit with the Pimps Hungary racing liveries. Rodrigo Ballo, 5th place GT3s. That team has had a few issues here and there, but they're doing all right. Left behind, Tune is now into the pits, so we'll see that gap from Varro come down. I'm not sure if Varro will be able to pass, or if he does, he won't be too far out in front, assuming that Laura does not have to do anything crazy on that car. Along with 717, Denis Ashenko, who's sharing that car with his teammate Vagapov, who is they're actually physically sharing that position. Varro does take the lead, so we do have a new leader, but he will have to come in pit. Dylan's still worried about the collision from before, after that team had a little bit of an issue. He had a lockup which caused some damage, and then he was trying to get back to the pits, causing a few offs for some drivers. Denis Ashenko rounded right at the kink and had a big moment, slamming right into the wall, losing that rear spoiler. Madness coming out of the pits now. Pimps Hungary off. Keep it off the wall. That's a big slide. That's a hard hit too. That'll be damage steering for sure. So it looked like so Marcel came flying into turn 1. It looked like he might have been a little distracted, flashing. Yeah, that's some major damage to the suspension. That's a long way back to pit road. Unless he was purposely just slinging back and forth to test it. Nope, no, that is definitely damage. Steering Fancy Esports 888 as they go by. Looked like that might have been the IDOS LMP2. So Fuzi falls to Jux as Fancy Esports takes up second place.
In 10 seconds.
Jeff Closey.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
Or no, I'm sorry. Alex Skinner actually is now back, sounding maybe a little bit tired. Putting in some hours with Jeff, trying to keep an eye on the track, keeping everybody safe and competitive, and punishing those who wrong the racing gods. This will come as a relief to Marcel, who now have a chance. Look at that thing crab. It's sliding sideways so much it almost looks like when there's some sinking kind of error, or there's a change in the actual session. We've all seen that when the car looks like it's just flying off at an angle. And in this case, the car just can't even drive at anything but an angle. That was a heavy impact, though. Yeah, they just came into turn one. Madness was right there on the inside. They'd flashed them, but it looked like they just had way too much speed. So really struggling. Sort of getting a little bit choppy here. Hopefully this will clear up. So making their way through the bend, through the kink, I should say. Currently a little bit after 1:30 over in the BST time zone, so I know that there are quite a few drivers who are over an hour to the Central European time zone. A few more who are even further east than that. Also a few guys who are just running Greenwich Mean Time. And of course we have a few Americans that are running there. The IDOS guys running at the front are not 100% on that, but I believe they are running, like I said before, typically for MRTI Gramelli Racing. Under the IDOS flag for this race, and Marcel just manages to get it back. That will be a lengthy repair. I'd probably guess somewhere between 200 to 300 seconds at least. So they're back in. We should come out of code 80 here shortly.
Okay, drivers, back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Just back in. Thank you, Alex. Might be trying to stay quiet for family or friends trying to sleep around him. Susie in the pits getting tires changed, and probably quite a bit more. Zook's back on track as McKibben is in, still 4 laps separating the two. It looks like it's probably going to be between Ishenko and Zooks as they stand. Trying to figure out where Ishenko is on the track. He comes out just ahead of the Fuji as he goes through. There's a change-up for the lead. Fancy Esports takes over Kasaba Kiss as leader, and I think that did happen a little while ago. 29 had been making inroads to that position. Lure is only about 12.5 seconds behind, although that gap is growing just a little bit at a time. Going around RSS Unison Racing in the Aston Martin Vantage. A rare sight around this league, as we pointed out, McLarens and a couple BMWs here and there over the course of the season. We did have some Audis early on, but McLaren 720 has just been one of the most dominating cars. BMWs can certainly be powerful, and as you can see with Lure, who's up there in second place, leading for a while just before now, and I'm sure they'll get back up there because that gap's starting to close back up again. They're able to make it work, and I mean, you can do a lot with the setup to dial the BMW in and launch it through corners the way it was designed, but the McLaren just straight off the default setup is just very quick anyway. and a lot of drivers capitalizing on that. Could also be a preference thing. We have seen in the past where the Corvettes prove themselves to be pretty decent. The Aston Martin Vantage can be very decent in the right hands. It will be interesting to see how the Ferrari 488 goes. I have a bit of an issue. It looks like Pascal Eggert, an ILOS car, and it's a very precarious spot. Is that over by the kink? I think it might be. No, this is actually coming up through Thunder Valley. So just past there, past Canada Corner, and out of the final turn. So there's Bill Mitchell Bend, turn 14, onto Road America straight up the hill. Getting a bit of a strain on the encoder, it looks like. Just server having some more problems again. See if we can't get this the image cleared up for you here. Looks like we might be through the worst of it here, and just had to try and make a few adjustments. Hopefully that holds out. Still sort of settling, but so Kiss still maintaining, actually growing that gap now over Lure, who's in second place for Madness Racing. It's a bit of a 3-wide moment almost there on the front stretch as our class leader for GT3 goes by. Looks a bit of a swing out in front of Eggert. Looks like that was Chris Hill who had come through just a moment ago. Apologies, guys. You're just working on the issues that we're having on the streaming side of things. See if we can't get those cleared up for you.